What up? What up? Can you guys hear me? How's everybody doing? What's up? What's up? What's up, Dragonette? What's up, Miss Emma? What's up, Toe?
What up? What up?
What up? What up, dude? How you doing?
Oh man, living the dream, baby.
Living the dream. Living the dream. It's a good night tonight. I feel good tonight. Got plenty of rest. Just been working hard. That's about it. What's up, Great Lakes? Go ahead and drop that link for Great Lakes. I'm pretty sure he wants to get up here with us. Anybody else want to get up here? It's an open panel tonight. The topic is, if you haven't seen it already, will you let them take away your guns? Yes or no? And if no, what will you do to ensure that you keep your guns? I'm going to just give it a few minutes for the people to get up in here.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing? Who's all in the chat? Toe? I can't see it right now.
We got Dragonette, Miss Emma, Great Lakes. Let's see. Let me pop the chat over here so I can see it. Yeah. That's what I see so far.
All right, I see Dragonette, Great Lakes, Miss Emma. All right. I don't know which room they're in, but it don't matter. We can see everybody,
Right.
and everybody can see us. Did you change your avatar or no? Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
Okay. So how y'all doing tonight? How you doing, Dragonette? Miss Emma, how you doing, Great Lakes? You can go ahead and drop that link if you
I
want to.
can't. You know that button's gone. That invite button. Where'd it go?
You can go ahead and drop that up. Let me see where it's at. It's right next. It's right up under the where you can size the windows. You got the mic, the camera, and then you can add your screen. And then right next to it is the guest button.
Yeah, I don't even see it, dude. It's okay. I see it.
See it?
Got it. Yeah,
Okay.
I got it. That moved, man, on me since last night. I was like, where the hell did it go?
Yeah, they probably did some updating on the software or something. Because there's the panel link, a little studio link if you want to get up here in the studio. Miss Emma, where are you from, Miss Emma? Where are you broadcasting live from tonight? All right, everybody get that panel link. So how was your day, man?
Good, man. I went out and did a little bit of work. That's about it. I didn't do much after that.
Got some stuff accomplished. Defeats the purpose.
Yeah. Was out here watching some stuff on these YouTube streets, you know.
So what's been happening in these YouTube streets? So you
Uh,
from? Miss Emma says she's from the UK, and there's no
yeah,
guns. The
Southampton.
citizens.
Much love to
So
our UK peoples. Blackburn Audits. If y'all don't know about Blackburn Audits, go over and check him out. For sure.
so the people are not allowed to carry guns in the UK.
No. I don't
All
even
right,
think the police. I don't even think the police carry guns over there. I think
all
they
right,
just
Miss
carry
Emma.
like nightsticks.
Why don't you go ahead and click that panel link? Get up here and tell us a little about what's going on over there in the UK. as far as the gun controls. And where is Blackburn? Tell him to get over here. We want to talk about the gun situations over there in the
Right.
UK.
He might slide in, man. It's pretty late over there, I think, right, Miss Emma? It's
Yeah.
pretty late in the UK right now. Like almost early morning, like 2 in the morning or some crazy shit. Yeah. But see, the thing is over there in the UK, their murders on their murders with knives are like way worse than ours. You can go ahead and shut it off there, Great Lakes. Welcome in, Great Lakes Audits. How you doing? What's
Good.
up,
Thanks for having me. What's up, guys?
What's up, NC Tyrant Hunter? Welcome in, buddy.
What's up, Jeff? How's it going?
What's going on, Mr. Great Lakes? You working?
Yeah, I'm at work.
Bam! Drop that panel link again. Let me go ahead and see if I can drop it.
Yeah, I got a little bit of time today, so I'll pop in for a little bit. This is one of my favorite subjects.
Let me see you, Jeff. Throw me
You
a
like
middle
this?
finger or something.
Very much
Go
so.
ahead.
I got you,
Go
bro.
ahead. Go ahead and voice your opinion on this subject matter. Miss Emma, you need to click that link and get up here because we want to know what's going on over there in the UK. We see a lot of uprising going on over there, so we need to get some heads up.
What's up, Jeff, man? Steeler Nation, baby.
How they doing, Jim?
You poor bastards.
Still alive, man. Yeah, they're not doing too good.
Oh, I ain't even watching it, dude. I'm just gonna wait till the end of the game and see the score.
Yeah, I was watching them a minute ago, and Minnesota is taking it to them. I mean, the score ain't but like 7-0, but still, they doing about whatever they want to do, man.
The battle of the teams that couldn't beat Detroit.
Yeah, we just our defense just ain't worth a shit.
Right on. Yeah, if I was watching it right now, I'd be on this panel probably cussing and screaming and everybody.
Oh yeah, that's why
I
turned it off, man. I said I can't do it while I'm up here.
I kind of figured you'd jump in here on this gun control thing, Jeff.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't miss it.
I know you're a gun-toting American like me.
That's right. No, they would have to, and I say this, but they say, will you give them up? You know what I mean? If they come to take them, realistically, if they was to do it today, I probably would because of my family. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I would have other means. Now, when my kids leave my house, I don't know if that makes sense, but I don't want to, be locked up for a year or two, or even killed, by not giving them up, right?
Right.
So you know what I mean.
Consider the risk reward aspect of it all. When you can't provide for your family because you're gone, what's going to happen to them?
Right, and everybody talks tough. Oh, fuck that! They're gonna have to pry them from my fucking dead cold hands. What? I mean, that's fine and dandy until they fucking knock on your door and say, "Hey, it's either you or them guns." So I think most everybody would probably say, "Okay, you can take my guns," but like I said, if my kids get gone and they try to take them, then they're gonna have trouble. Right. I got enough to hold them back for a little while. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I got enough ammo to hold them back for a little bit.
The Second Amendment is probably the most deliberately misrepresented of all the amendments. There's no discussion about women's rights to vote, and there's no discussion about anything past the first and Second Amendment. The Fourth Amendment, we get some issues with, Terry stops and the legality there, but the First and the Second Amendment are two of the most widely, intentionally misrepresented out of all of them, and because the power that they possess with misrepresenting those. So when you look back in history, we're talking flintlocks, we're talking, muzzle loaders, we're talking an ink well and a quill. So we're not
and that's
talking
another
about,
thing too, Great Lakes. I don't mean to interrupt because when I
good
get a
though.
thought in my head, I kind of got to go with it, or I'll forget. Just because if you can't tote a gun, I mean, there's other kind of weapons out there, like you just mentioned. You can do a black powder. You could. I mean, there's all kind of weapons that you can still have, right?
Right.
And it not be a handgun or a long rifle. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly. And the effectiveness of those, they still do harm. They can still be used for defense. There's black powder hunters, muzzle loading hunters. The problem is, if we were to experience a tyrannical, if our tyrannical regime that's controlling our country were to get more violent, we wouldn't be able to effectively defend ourselves. But the problem is, our military isn't exactly brainwashed to the point to where, like the Nazis were when they came around and they did the gun grab
Not
before.
yet.
Not yet. So
if you Sleepy Joe gets his way though, man, we in a world of hurt.
got that right.
Yeah,
So-
I'm glad you brought that up because that's what I was going to ask. So, do you honestly believe that the military and the police would get on board with gun grabbing everybody's guns? I just don't believe that our military.
I don't think they will in my. I don't think they will in my lifetime, Toe. I would hope, surely hope not, but I'm inclined to believe they won't do it. In the next 20 or 30 years, they'll keep trying. And they would be people on board, yes, but to get enough of them on board to sign over a bill or to make it a law or anything, is a different story.
Have you ever realized?
Some people,
I'm sorry,
I know some people in the military that are active in the military right now that would 100% be on board with that.
Really?
But the vast majority of the people that I know that are in the military, I'm talking, Air Force, Army, and Navy. I don't have anyone that's a current, an active duty Marine that I know. Everyone else is, Navy, Air Force, Army, or the Guard version or Reserve version of those. The vast majority of them would not. They say they would not come and take our guns. They would not kick in our doors. They wouldn't go along with it because, they themselves understand the freedom aspect behind it. But I do have quite a few that honestly believe that, one, Joe Biden was the right thing to do, and two, guns need to be gone. And that is scary.
Yeah. That is scary. It's really scary. I'm like Jeff, man. I had something else I wanted to say, and I'd done playing out, forgot about it.
So I got a question. I got a question for you, Jeff. Do you think that the military would turn on us? What do you think, or do you think the police are going to turn on us?
I think
considering the mind state of the police.
I think, like Great Lakes said, I think there'll be some. There'll be some that will not go against our Constitution, but I think this is my opinion now, and only my opinion. But the way our government, especially our police force, thinks already, they shit on the Constitution daily, right? So I don't think, and I've talked to a lot of officers, about the Second Amendment, and they say they all for it, but if their mighty leaders tell them to start knocking on doors and start taking guns, I think they would. There'll be some. Now, there'll be some that says, hey, I can't do it. I resign. But they got, they would be like, well, I got to feed my family. So You know, it's one of them things you hope they won't be on board with it, but I think they're gonna follow. You know, they're gonna follow their boss, and the boss, the governor or the president says, "Hey, I want everybody to all their guns gone." Then I think they'll follow their boss and go do it.
Well, to give you an idea about how that would go, look at these states that have red flag laws and the states that people are actually having their guns taken from them just because someone said no proof needed. And most of the red flag law states, um, or cities or counties, no proof needed that there's an actual threat. Just he's
Yeah.
he's a danger to himself, and I think there's something wrong with him. He needs to go to the mental hospital. Blah blah blah. There are several that don't have any actual like statutory guidelines on how they would go through the process in a constitutional manner. And then if you were to be found, within your right mind after they've taken all your guns, a lot of those don't have statutory means to get your weapons back, your guns back. So that it's happening, slowly happening in small little pockets of deep democratic controlled areas. And that's setting precedent to be spread throughout their state and throughout the country. And that's where we as constitutional protectors, I consider myself a constitutionalist, not a First Amendment auditor. I'm a constitutionalist. All 27 amendments are important. The Constitution from top down is important. We don't stop at 1. We don't stop at 2.
Well, you
We don't
got to
stop
change
at
your
4.
name, Great Lakes. You got to change your name to Great Lakes Constitutionalist. Come on, man.
Yeah, there you go.
I know. I thought about that. I've actually been kicking that around a little bit, but
Right?
I do audit the government and its full
I got you,
capacity.
man.
As much as I
I'm just
can.
talking shit.
Oh, I
And
know.
World, stop spamming the chat, dude.
Yeah,
World
right.
Citizen
He
is
is.
spamming
Ain't
his
he?
own chat. What the fuck, man?
Hey, so Jeff, I know you ain't got a whole lot of time, brother. So I want to
Yeah.
ask you a question before you had to get off here, so I can get
Yeah.
your opinion.
Yeah.
So do you believe? Because this is I believe this. Do you believe that that's the only reason why us having guns as Americans and free to have as many guns as we want? Do you believe that's the only reason why no one's ever tried to bring war upon our soil?
Because we are American gun toting Americans.
Right, because we would have a militia that would be just unheard
Oh,
of ever in
I,
history.
I would think that have something to do with it. Yeah. Because the average and I don't have the statistics in front of me. I think the average home's got a weapon, right? Whether it be a little 25 or whether it be a fucking submachine gun, right? I think the average home has got a weapon of some
There are
sorts in
more.
it.
There are more guns in the homes in the United States than there are people in the United States.
Right, right. Because I mean, I got more guns than I got family members in my house for sure. So I mean,
Me
I'm
too.
just saying. So that's when I said that I can hold back, a little small army if need be. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
yeah, I have no doubt that's has a good bearing. Good point, and I believe that's true. Absolutely.
Well, look what happened 80 years ago in World War II when Japan attacked the United States. Japan actually occupied U.S. territory. People don't realize that. They actually occupied U.S. territory in the islands outside of Hawaii. But if that were to happen now and China or Japan, Russia, whoever tried to come to the United States citizenry is more well armed than the majority of all of the armies in the entire world.
Right.
The state of Texas alone outguns many armies in the world. So when you add the entire country to the mix, you're talking about places like Montana and the Dakotas, where Georgia, like the Gulf area, where gun ownership is very high. All it would take is for a few Southern boys to get pissed off, and it's up in arms. Let's roll. It's not going to take much to defend the country, to get the people to defend the country if we were invaded, and that is something that no country wants. And if our government succeeds in taking away our weapons, our ability to defend ourselves, I will guarantee you we would be occupied.
So you
By
and
some,
believe
and that's uh,
it's
let me
possible,
jump in here
guys.
one more quick, really quick. I'm close to Fort Bragg, right, and that's a pretty big army base here. And if something were to happen, and that's another reason why I got more than one firearm, right? Because if something were to happen, and they do, and they would come, um, you know what I mean? I want to make sure that I got at least the means to fortify, my house, right, where they can't just come in and do what they want. Um, mind you, it's not. I'm not saying they would attack, right around Fort Bragg because that'd be silly of them.
yeah,
But that would be one of the things they wouldn't expect, right? So that's where my thinking's going. Oh, they would never expect, for them to start landing in here, or start coming over and coming out close to Fort Bragg. If they wanted to knock a damn military base out, that'd be the way to do it. You know what I mean? So it's not too silly to think that they could do something stupid like that to catch them off guard. So that's and I don't got them just for protection, right? I like guns, right? I'm just I'm out here in the country. I can shoot it when I get good and damn ready to, without anybody calling the fucking police on me, because I'm out there shooting a gun. Hell, there's gunfire outside my backyard every second, almost of every not every second, every day. Every day you can go out my backyard and you can hear somebody around here shooting a gun. So that's another reason because it's pretty free around here in the
yeah,
cut.
same with me, but
Where you
mine
can
is
shoot.
illegal.
Yeah, your gunfire that you got around you, Great Lakes, is that's illegal gunfire, bro.
Right. No, yeah. Mine most of mine are shooting at targets, not at people. You know what I
Right.
mean?
You're
So
a
yeah,
robot real bad, Great Lakes.
yeah. Y-
Yeah, you're a robot, brother.
More power, Captain. You're breaking up.
Sorry, I'm out. We're out in the outside. It's a little messed up. Yeah, we have what's called gunshots or fireworks every New Year's and 4th of July.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I mean, we
And I tell
redneck around here. We shoot our guns as fireworks. So that's how we roll.
Yeah, that's how it was when I grew up. When I was living in Texas, we would do that. Spend a lot of time out, the outskirts of Texas, and it's exactly what we do. Go out
Yeah.
hunting or just, oh, it's time to shoot. Let's go. Walk out the door and start
Right.
popping.
Yep. Get a couple cans and start popping them motherfuckers. All right, guys. Well, I just want to jump in here and support you guys and talk about this Second Amendment thing for a minute. I got to go. Got shit to do. People
Hey,
to
man,
see. All that
that
good shit.
that panel over there on your panel's looking good, man. I'm liking it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I'm trying to restream thing. I'm no good at it. I mean, I got a lot to learn. It's coming along.
Yeah, it's a work in
You know,
progress.
yeah, it's going to take me a while to figure it out. Not sure I like it just yet. I mean, I like it. But it's a lot of stuff just different. That you got to do, and then when you got like a co-host, it's kind of hard to figure out who's going to mash what buttons and when, and I'm not always going to have a co-host, but
Right.
when you do, you got to figure out who's going to control this or who's going to control that, who's going to put the links out there.
I
You know
got
what
the
I'm
same
saying?
problem
Just
with
stuff like
World
that.
Citizen. I'll pull somebody up out of the basement, and as I'm pulling them up, he's hitting the button to pull them up
Right.
too, and then it puts them right
Yeah.
back in the basement. It's crazy.
And then when you're casting, right, on multiple channels, you got to take into account, you don't want to jeopardize somebody else's channel, even though you still be jeopardizing yours. But if you're the host and you let somebody up like a porn bomb or something, you wiping out. At least the other night, I'd have been wiped out probably 5 other channels with a porn bomb. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was kind of
Yeah.
nerve wracking to have that responsibility, right? Because we was broadcasting in a lot of different places. So that's it takes getting used to. But I don't know. I'll see if it grows on me. If it don't, I'll just go back to the old StreamYard and be happy as a damn kick on the board's ass. You know what I mean?
Right on.
Right on. All right, world. You ain't
All
said a
right,
whole
man.
lot, but
Yeah, I'm over doing some reading right now.
oh, I got you, man. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm
I
trying to
just like
figure
I
this
said.
out just like you. So
Yep.
I wish
Yep.
you good luck in your endeavors
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
your stream, man. Because I know it's gonna be popping once you get it going. But like you said, it
Exactly.
is a lot to learn. It is a little overwhelming, but it can be
Absolutely.
conquered.
Yeah. Yeah. And it takes me 10 times longer to do anything like that, man. So learn something new. Old dogs can learn new tricks, but it just takes them a lot longer. You hear me?
Right.
Yep.
I'm for real. All right. Well, I got one more thing to say to y'all.
Fuck this
Fuck
shit,
this
I'm
shit,
out.
I'm out.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks, don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here.
All right, I'm out here, guys.
out.
Yeah,
All
Jeff,
right,
good talking to
Jeff,
you, brother.
man. Thanks for stopping by, brother.
Yep.
All right,
All
Jeff. Enjoy the rest of your day. All right. If anybody else out there wanna get up on this panel and voice your opinion on the subject matter at hand, Great Lakes.
Yo, before we go, I would like to thank NC Tyrant Hunter for these sanctioned BAMs for Toledo Police Department. Thanks, bro. All right, what's up, man?
Yeah, I wanted you to elaborate on what you were speaking about.
Yeah, I am the former PR coordinator for a statewide Second Amendment education and advocacy group, and seeing things happening across the state of Ohio, things like the John Crawford shooting in Beaver Creek, Ohio, the Tamir Rice shooting in Cleveland, and looking into them and how polarized they were. Race took the lead in the issues because it was, black males being shot by white cops. But there was an underlying issue that kept being brought up of weapons. Both of those people were shot holding fake guns. They weren't real. It wasn't a real rifle. It was a BB gun. They're both BB guns. All right. But the problem with those BB guns is they looked and they were modeled after authentic firearms. By that I mean the one that Tamir Rice was holding was modeled after a Colt 45. The one that John Crawford was holding was modeled after an AR-15. So people were using, the fact that they held guns that look like real guns that shot bullets. I mean, people have died from being shot with a BB. Okay, BB guns can kill. Be safe with BB guns. Don't point them at people. Don't shoot people with them. Yes, it's funny when you get shot in the ass by one, but it hurts. They could cause other issues. They get in the bloodstream. They get in the heart. I mean, they could actually do some serious damage. So stop being stupid, people. But the conversation that got lost is about the firearm. It was still an underlying conversation, and when these kinds of incidents happen, they're like, don't get me wrong. The situation behind both of these shootings were absolutely horrendous, and I could go on for hours about each of them, and police misconduct and things like that. But the firearm itself shouldn't be a threat. Just because I have a gun doesn't mean I'm a threat. Just because John Crawford had a BB gun in his hand and he turned back and looked at you with his side to you, and then you yelled at him, then he turns broadside to see what's going on, and you shoot and kill him. Doesn't just because he's got a gun, he's not a threat. And that's the problem that so many people have, like with the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. Well, he was there with a gun. So were dozens, if not 100 people, because there was a shot fired in the air by Zeminski before Kyle shot. Then there were shootings and gunshots after he shot, and then while he's running down the street. So when you take out the politicization of everything and you just look at the gun itself, is Alec Baldwin right that the gun just went off? Guns don't just go off. So the fear behind a gun is unwarranted. The gun itself is not the problem. It's the person, which the gun argument, the taking away the guns, is the fact that the gun is the dangerous factor. Britain, Australia have proven otherwise. That violence then turned to now it's illegal to have knives of certain size um, outside of your home used for cooking. So if you have just a pocket knife, say you have a Leatherman and it's got a blade in it, you can get arrested in both countries because of the violence changed from a gun and just became a different tool. So the tools, people that want to do bad are going to do bad. That's all there is to it. Look at what happened in Wisconsin with the guy driving the car into the crowd of people. People that want to do bad are going to do bad. Oklahoma City bombing, he used fertilizer. So to villainize a weapon that can be used for sport, for hunting, for gathering food for your family, to store it so you don't have to go to the grocery store. Like, deer meat is very good. I love deer meat. It's one of my favorite meats out there. Yes, you can use an AR-15 for hunting. Some people do. I prefer a different route. But when you take the fear out of it all, what is left? You're left with an inanimate object that will not harm you. I have a rifle sitting in my living room, and it's been sitting there for months and has not shot anybody in my home. Has not shot my dogs, my cats, my wife, my kids, and any of our guests, because it's not what they do. So when the government spreads this propaganda that the AR is just the most dangerous thing out there, it's using all these school shootings, it's a lie. The people that want to do harm are going to do harm. Most people die in school shootings from a handgun. The most commonly used weapon in a school shooting is a handgun. So they want to remove the AR-15, and once they get that assault weapon or assault style weapon, ARs, SKS, AK-47, once they get those gone, that gives them a foot in the door to take everything else. And once that's gone, look what they're doing with these vaccine mandates. Look what they're doing with these mask mandates. They're arresting people all over the world and putting them in some places, yanking them out of their home and putting them in forced quarantine. You go to visit Australia, for instance, you're put in quarantine for 2 weeks in a hotel or something. So that's a forced quarantine. You understand that when you go there, it's going to happen. But what happens when we have no ability to defend ourselves over the tyranny that is being spread throughout our country because we've been disarmed? All we have left is mace. Well, that'll be gone too, because that can hurt somebody. The guns are going to be gone. The knives are next. We won't be able to defend ourselves, and we will be left in a situation where it's going to take violence to fix things, and that's what we don't want. So we have to fight our government on every level, whether it be city, county, state, federal, to allow us to be able to defend ourselves, because that's the exact purpose of the Second Amendment. It wasn't just for hunting. It wasn't just for sport. It was for protection against enemies, foreign and domestic. And that's what's getting lost in all of it, is it's for protection, not for going out and shooting up a school. And that fear being perpetrated by the media and the government is driving this country into more division with weapons, with race, with religion, with sexuality. It's just another tool that they use to keep us at each other versus seeing the big picture and being able to protect ourselves from the tyranny that's coming at us. It's getting worse on a weekly level. Every week it just gets worse somewhere. A different city, different state enacts some new stupid law that it just goes against everything that our founding fathers believed in and put pen to paper on.
So
wake up.
I got a question for you. So do you think that we could curb school shootings and these kids, and I stress that, these kids with guns going into schools, if we would make it stricter laws against the parents? Because that's where these kids are getting guns. They're getting guns from stupid parents that don't know how to lock their guns up safely, and keep out of reach of the children. I mean,
and locking them up isn't always the best answer, but knowing your kids is.
Mm-hmm.
Anymore, it's, here's your tablet, here's your phone, see you later, out of sight, out of mind, no problems. Do you know who the first victim of the Sandy Hook shooting was?
No. Go ahead.
The guy, the shooter's mom. Now,
Oh yeah.
this individual had a documented history of problems, but the mom refused to get him to seek mental health for him. Some people are saying that he was autistic. Some people are just saying he was just off. I don't know. I'm not speculating like I do know, but there were documented issues within the schools. She didn't seek medical treatment. That is well documented. So she had weapons. She kept them locked up. In fact, the AR-15 that he used and that he had, as well as the handguns, came out of a gun cabinet. So did she have it locked? Possibly. Did he know the key was? Most likely. I mean, look, kids are smart. All right. I knew where all my Christmas presents were hidden, different spots every year within a day. We're not. Our
But
kids are smart.
I guess that's what I'm trying to get at is that. So even though she had him locked, if she knew that the kid had a problem, I understand what you're saying about not, locking him up. But if you knew your kid had a problem like that,
had she not been shot and killed,
huh?
Yeah, had he not shot and killed her, I 100% would support her being prosecuted for everything that happened. 100%.
Do you think we do enough of that though? Because, like, I know this new one in Michigan. They're charging the parents. I get that, but that's like the first time I've actually like heard that in a while in the media.
Yeah, same here.
You know what I'm saying?
Same here.
So, like, are these other states? Because I'm sure it goes state to state and what they're going to do with different states. But don't you think we ought to crack down on that more? Because it's your responsibility as a gun owner to keep your gun safe and know where your gun is at all times and your ammo is at all times. You know,
it all depends. There's so many states that don't have those laws, though. Like Ohio, there's a law that an unattended minor gets access to a firearm that you could be charged. The Kenosha, like with again back to the Rittenhouse thing, someone providing a weapon or allowing a weapon to be picked up from a home unaccompanied or used, there's actually a crime attached to that. If it's used in someone getting hurt or killed, that's an actual charge they could be charged with. We don't see these because it's hard to prove the parents had knowledge. All right. So the Oxford shooting in Oxford, Michigan, the shooting there's proof that they knew something was wrong. The day before the shooting and the day of the shooting, the parents had meetings with the schools about this kid's behavior and about his things that he was saying, and there was concern. One of those concerns was he was looking up ammunition online on his phone. Right. Well, the kid just got a pistol for Christmas, basically. He's looking up ammo for it, and I understand that aspect of it. But when you take that one small detail and you omit the rest of it, it's like, oh, it's just a kid looking up ammo for his gun. But when you add everything else with the problems he was having in school, with other students, with the violent things that he had been saying, and you add all that together, then there's a different situation. To give you an example, I can't remember the name of the guy. He's a Hollywood director or producer, I believe. He and his family had notified local police that, hey, this kid, my son is a danger. Something's not right. He's saying some weird things and making some weird threats. And the government and the local officials, the FBI and the local officials didn't act on it. And then he went and performed a mass shooting. So then when we do have people that act, the way the laws are written, they can't, I know I record the police and government officials, but there is a place in society for law enforcement. Otherwise, it's wild, wild west, and we're all popping each other, and that's not how it's going to be. There is a place for law enforcement, but it must be done properly, constitutionally, within the confines of the law. That being said, the law enforcement officials out there didn't have anything to go on that they could actually have charged him with, which is one of the things that brought up the red flag laws. So with a lot of these laws around guns are written in blood. All right. Just like a lot of places, the railroad, the rules are written in blood. It takes someone to get hurt for people to open their eyes. Someone defending themselves for something to happen, to look at the way some laws are written, like the stupid ass law in Wisconsin allowing a 16, 17-year-old kid to freely walk around with an AR-15. There's but they just can't do it while they're hunting. It's dumb and needs to get corrected. And I guarantee they're going to fix that. But when you have laws that don't specify what kind of actions that can be taken to try and save a situation like a mass shooting, there's a problem. But then when they do, the knee-jerk reaction is to make this really strict law that, again, doesn't have the proper enunciation, or that's not what I'm for. The proper method to identify things, and then the route to go if something happens. Like, for instance, I say you stole something from me, and it's proven that I lied. I'm not going to get charged, most likely. Jesse Smollett is his case. Just he was just found guilty today. Hold on. That's an example of someone that said something and got punished for it within the confines of the law, versus men being accused of sexual assault, and like there's so many cases nationally that this gets attention to, of different situations nationally, like Judge Kavanaugh. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know the details, but the way things get knee-jerk reaction one way or the other is not right. It needs to be come to as a group thinking, how can we fix this? How can we write these laws properly? And then if someone does use a red flag law just to attack somebody, they need to be held responsible. But to what level? Parents should be responsible for their firearms, for their weapons, and their kids use them in a mass shooting or any kind of assault or attack of any kind. They should be held responsible if they had knowledge that their kid was a threat. That's the hard part, is you can't prove that. I mean, it's hard enough to prove someone did something or did not do something with video of it happening. I mean, you could look at a video, you see it one way, I see it another. So to prove intent or knowledge is so hard within the confines of our judicial system and our legal system as we have it now. So, hindsight is 2020, but we need to have the foresight to see how we can fix things to make things like this go away as a whole.
Hang on 1 second, Great Lakes. Don't stop. Hebrew, let me hear you real quick.
Roger that. Mic check. 10-4,
10-4.
Loud and clear. And that's where a lot of politicians are having the hard time right now. We have the ones on one side that want to take all the guns away. We have ones on the other side that say everyone should have a gun. Woo-wee. I mean, and the argument is based off of feeling, not facts. Not for most of them. I can't say all of them. There are several that are actually well-rounded and grounded in what needs to be done. But there's too much fighting between the parties in charge that we're the ones getting, left behind. We're the ones that are suffering. Our community.
He got to show his face. He got to show his face.
Who?
Hebrew.
He won't show his face, though.
He can't get on the panel. Can't get on the panel.
Well, okay, that's your rule then. He's in the basement. You can tell him.
We're broadcasting to multiple places. I don't want to get any strikes. I'm protecting my ass. Go ahead.
Show your face in the basement, Hebrew.
Yeah, he can show his face in the basement. You don't have to get on camera.
When you go on the panel, no one sees your face, but
yeah.
But Poe and WCN. So now, I agree. Parents need to be held responsible. Parents, from what it looks like, them fleeing and hiding does not look good for them at all. Their vehicle was found, and they were found hiding in a warehouse that I guess they didn't have permission to be in. Them hiding is such an issue that I have with. I have more of an issue with that than I do of them buying their son a gun. Because I bought a rifle for my kids, and my kids are all under 14. I bought it years ago, so that side of it I get. But them hiding from everything. Look, y'all knew what was going on. As it appears, they knew that there's an issue, and they're irresponsibility or their lack of understanding of what was actually happening is what troubles me about the situation. There absolutely needs to be something in place to hold people accountable, whether it's the government for not acting and preventing a shooting when they knew.
Okay, Hebrew, I got you. Go ahead.
There you go. The school itself, knowing there were issues, absolutely knowing there were issues with this kid, and their discipline process within that school was to not kick kids out of the school, but to have them in and try counseling and this and that. Sometimes you have to just be like, no, put your foot down, gotta go, for the betterment of the community, the kids. And now the students at that school filed $100 million lawsuit against the school district because they didn't act and because their rules and their policies are crap. So we're holding the parents accountable. We also need to hold the institutions accountable. And I 100% agree. The parents should be responsible as well as the schools. And there needs to be like a lasting and a harsh penalty for all of them involved and just ignoring what was going on. Not ignoring it, but not doing anything to fix it. And that's my thought. I could go on for hours. This is a very, I got kids in school and they do these shooter drills and it terrifies me. You know, kids getting PTSD.
I like listening to it because I'm sitting there learning, man, because a lot of this stuff is over my head, you know, but I'm sitting there learning. How you doing, Heather?
Hey, Heather, how you doing? Yeah, I make it a point, you know, especially gun-related stuff. From what I did with the state PR coordinator.
Jump up here in the studio with us and voice your opinion. I know a lot of have a lot of different opinions on this subject matter, so feel free to get up here and voice that opinion. But before you get up here, you must show your face in the studio. You don't have to get on cam and show your face to the people, but we must know who you are before you get on the panel. That's the rule of the room. If you can't show your face, then we can't have anybody on panel. But you can drop your comments in the chat, put a Q in front of the question if you have a question, and that way your question will be read live on the air, and we'll try to answer it as best as we can. So enjoy. All right, Great Lakes, hit me with some more of that knowledge, man, because you're just full of it. Got a lot of knowledge over there.
I got so much. Like I've taken my auditing that I was doing originally involved a firearm, but then I realized.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you good. But I wanted to take that fear out of the situation. I wanted a gun.
Did I lose sound?
No, we hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello.
We hear you. We hear you. You good? Can I get a 5 if you guys can hear me?
Hey, what's going on? I didn't type that.
All right, cool. You guys can hear me. All right. Good question, Tony. Why do we believe these mass shootings are real? Do you know anyone that's died in a mass shooting? Tony? Tony, you there? Question for Tony. Do you know anyone has died in a mass shooting? Hey, Heather. No. Do you know anyone that's been good? How you doing, Heather?
Good.
The world citizen, where'd he go?
He had audio issues.
Yeah, I don't know. Because he's under 5 different dang names. The world citizen, where'd he go? Yeah, there audio issues. There he is. He's someone's echoing, so someone's got other stuff open.
That could be Heather because she just joined. The echo just started.
Yeah, I'm trying to walk away from the controls for a minute. That was me that typed "be right back," but if he walked away, I gotta stay. I mean, he needs to tell me what he's doing. I gotta walk away for a minute.
So nothing new.
No, it's nothing new.
No,
Hey, Tony, I encourage you to do a FOIA request for any of the mass shootings that have been resolved. Parkland, Aurora, Colorado, Parkland, Columbine. The Columbine, I mean, it's on. They have it on video. There are the church shooting where the guy walked into, I believe it was a synagogue, and just started shooting everybody. That's on video. He live streamed that one to Facebook. I encourage you to file a FOIA request for the information, and then look up the families of the children that were allegedly killed in these shootings, and see how their lives have been affected, and see if you see their kids anymore in any of their posts, pictures, family events, or anything like that. I know the Sandy Hook one brought a lot of questions for people because the way that scene was handled. No staging area, no this, no that. There's a lot of issues involved with it. In which I admit I've got some concerns the way that one was handled. Just there's some stuff that doesn't make sense, and I understand that completely. And I get that.
Back to the authorities and them not being prepared and proper trained. That doesn't mean that it never happened, though.
Exactly. Just because they didn't have a triage staging area, it's a small community. They probably didn't train for these kinds of events. Now you're talking about somewhere like Houston, Detroit, LA. They train for these things. In fact, in Toledo, there is an abandoned school that our SWAT and stuff goes through and does regular training for these kinds of situations. So just because these things don't look like we as Monday morning quarterbacks look at them with a different lens, doesn't mean they didn't happen. So I really encourage you to just do a FOIA request for all the information. And there's trials involved with some of them, and there are pictures involved in that, and you can get that information if you would like, and you can see for yourself. But I have done that, and I don't recommend doing it if you want to sleep. So I got my answers by submitting a FOIA request, and then I immediately deleted and got rid of everything so my kids wouldn't happen onto my computer and see it. So it's there. I know there's questions about a lot of these shootings, like, Parkland, when the cop just ran away. He doesn't have to protect anybody. It's not his job. So I get you. I get your concern and your questioning.
Because he was a school resource officer, that was his job, was to protect the students in the school.
Not constitutionally, not according to the Supreme Court.
In that particular instance, when they are paid to be at the school, that is a part of the job that they are signing up for, is to protect the school and the children.
Yep, but nowhere in there does it say take a bullet. And that was the argument used. It didn't say I have to get shot for these kids. That was one of the arguments that they used. And that's sad.
If you're going to work at my school with my children, and that's your job, is to protect my children, and you don't want to get shot, my child, find another damn job.
Exactly right. That's what I say.
Yeah, they're in the wrong job.
I mean, that's like a teacher. That's like a teacher
not one to grade
to teach.
Yeah. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. a nice cushy
Don't wanna
job,
do
break
it,
up a
find
fight
another
a week,
job.
maybe 2 fights a week, and and that's that. It's time to write out the retirement. I know my kids' schools that
Well,
have school resource officers, all three of them do, and all three of those officers, I can guarantee would lay down their life to protect the kids.
well, see, I used to be one of the women who was in my house. My children aren't going to be around weapons. And then I married a man who was a hunter. And he taught me. I had to take the hunter safety course. Yeah, I did ROTC and I was ace marksman and all that. But when it came to my kids, I had a different view.
You was
Until I took.
ROTC?
Yes, I
I
was.
was ROTC, and I was a sharpshooter.
Yeah, I was a marksman in my JROTC class.
We got some
But
shit in common.
when it came to my kids, I had a different view until I took the hunter safety course and learned the responsibility that way through hunting, not just, the military version I was given in high school. Because there is a difference you're taught. When it's the military version, just like police, everything can be an enemy. Whereas a hunter safety course, you learn to take your time. You learn to spot what's around you and assess the situation.
Exactly.
And then when my kids got old enough, because we had guns in the home, we made sure they knew how to use them. We made sure they took their hunter safety courses. We made sure they did the junior hunt every year. And to this day, they know how to use them. They know where we keep them. Granted, they're in their 20s, but they knew the responsibility that went with being able to have those weapons in the home. You have to teach them young. If you keep them in a bubble and they never see one, and you don't, and see, I typed earlier, even people who don't own a weapon need to take. I would rather, if I didn't have my weapon on me, I would rather my neighbor have a weapon and be able to come to my aid than wait 15 minutes on a cop to get there and me or my children be dead.
Yep. And then when seconds count, minutes kill.
Exactly.
My kids, we taught them the Eddie Eagle gun safety course at a young age. Don't touch, leave the room, tell an adult. And at 3 years old, my youngest would, like, I'd ask her, what happens if you see a gun just on the couch? Like, if my gun's on the couch, what do? Don't touch it. I'll leave and tell daddy, kind of thing. Like I'm not saying it the way she would say it, but that's the basis of it all. Yeah. And my other kids, my kids are all like 2 years apart. So they're 3, 5, and 7. And they would, I'd say, what happens if you see a gun? They'd all pop up like the same thing. They would all do. Don't touch it. What happens if you see a friend playing with the gun? Tell them to put it down. Don't touch it. And go tell an adult, look, there's guns out here. I don't call it snitching. People are like, well, you want your kids to tattle on somebody? When my kid could get shot with that gun, or that kid could shoot themselves with that gun, damn straight I do. And then they can be taught safety for those firearms. And that's important. Like you said, kids that aren't around it or people that aren't around it have a fear as well as a curiosity. And kids are curious creatures. That's how they are. They're curious about everything. I mean, they touch a hot stove. Ow, touch it again. Well, yeah, that shit hurt the first time, right? Well, yeah. We don't have the luxury of getting shot in the head and giving a redo like, oh, look, you got a blister on your hand. That's not.
See, and that goes back to the parents and the training. I mean, like, I've told Toe this before. I don't know if I've told WCN or not. And I know Dragonette knows. One house down from me is a corrections officer. The last call that we had on her children got her service weapon out of her vehicle. The little one almost killed the big one, shot a hole into the wall on the front side of the house because she fell asleep. Her car was unlocked, unattended, weapon out where the kids knew to get it. And she's in law enforcement.
Because kids are curious creatures, and that's what they do.
Just because you think your children don't know something, you're wrong. They know.
Yep. Gun safety is so important, and just removing the curiosity of it is just as important as gun safety. If you remove the curiosity of the firearm away from the children's mind, then the safety will fall right in line with it, because they're like, okay, I don't know what's going to happen if I do this, or, like growing up, a friend of mine found a box of bullets that his mom's boyfriend left behind, a bunch of 22 rimfire cartridges, and he would take vice grips and squeeze them to the tip of the bullet, reach around the wall that he was standing at, and drop them so they would shoot, so they would fire. So he was dropping them, primer end down, but he was holding on to the vice grips, and he'd poke his head around, watch the vice grips fly off, and thought it was the funniest shit in the world. And I didn't realize what he was doing. I walk over one day and I go to his house. I go in the back and like, where are you doing? He's like, oh, right here. And I'm seeing him doing it. I'm like, nope, I'm out. See ya. I went home. I went home and I addressed the issue, and that was that. And he got his ass whooped. But the curiosity, if you remove the curiosity, the safety will fall in line, because in order to remove the curiosity, you have to teach safety along with it. That is so important. And that's what we instill with our kids. Now it's like, hey, Dad, your gun's here. Yeah, I know it's in my pants. I'm getting ready to leave for work. I'm I'm going out. So I'm got my holster there. I'm just putting my socks on real quick. Oh, okay. And oh, Dad, your gun's in your room. It's on your bed. Well, why the hell are you in my room? Stay out. Stay away from it. Did you touch it? Well, no. Why not? Because I'm not supposed to. Thank you. And it's only out when I am getting ready to leave. Otherwise it's tucked away. But I do have a rifle just sitting in my living room, perched up against the wall. So they don't touch it. I mean, they forget it's even there. My niece and my nephew come over. They're 4 and 7 or 5 and 7, and they know. They've been taught. I taught them the safety of it, because they're coming to my home. They're come from homes without guns, and they don't see them. They're not exposed to them. So I expose them to the guns in a safe and responsible educational manner. And that goes a long way.
That's one thing we did. Anytime the boys wanted somebody to come stay the night, I got with the parents beforehand, and I let them know that we did have weapons in the house, and I let them know exactly where they were and that they were locked up. And if they wanted, they could come over and see our firing range on the back side of the property. If they wanted, they could come and see the weapons, so that if the child talked about it, they would know if the child had actually seen it or not. We took all those precautions. I mean, it seems redundant and like it takes a lot of time, but it's worth it.
Exactly. Like if our kids have friends come over, I will lock them up. I'll keep my sidearm on me, but everything else gets locked up. A chamber lock in it. I will lock everything up. Unload everything and put a chamber lock on it, or put a trigger lock on it, because I don't know their level of knowledge or curiosity, and I will remove that threat, and I will make sure that there's no chance of that happening. Every time. And then if they're curious, they're like, oh, look, there's you got a box of bullets. Now that's an empty box. I just use it for storage for my trigger locks. I'll put them all in one box, kind of thing. It's a 22 box, and so they open it up. Like, wait, why are you opening that up? That's first off, that's not a toy. Second, I just told you it's not to be messed with. Well, I just want to see. Now I'm gonna call your parents up. Like, look, here's what happened. Can I talk to your kid about this? And they've all said yes, please do, because they understand the curiosity involved and the harm that could happen if that curiosity is not squashed. Every time, I don't care who it is, and if their parents have a problem with it, they want to come pick up their kid, I'm fine with it too. No harm, no foul. Next time, I will make sure that everything is in my room versus being locked in a closet, where they have no reason to get into, but they still get into it. But everything's locked up in there. But thankfully, no one has taken anything out of any cases or anything. It was just the one time with the one box, and I was like, "Oh, bullets!" And they picked the box up and opened it. Like, whoa, hold on a minute, you don't know what you got there. Centerfire cartridges versus rimfire, huge difference on how they can go off and how easily they can go off. So that's something that was my fault for leaving the box out.
Well, and
I cleaned up.
The curiosity. I mean, I knew where my Christmas presents were too.
Yeah.
I was the one that perfected how to open it without messing the tape up.
Steam.
I mean, kids are curious, and as they get into being teenagers, they try to be able to go against authority and go against us. But if you ingrain that in them when they're younger, and if they hunt, my kids, they saw that guns do take lives because we do hunt. And they know the difference between a video game and actual hunting, what a bullet can do. That's why I say the safety course is so important, so needed, even for those who won't carry a weapon themselves. They still need to know what it does. So if they're going to argue with us about whether we should have a weapon or not, they need to know what they're arguing against.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Oh God, I hate seeing politicians. Hey, how you doing, Josh? I hate seeing politicians, spew out facts, what they call facts that are 100% false. It does nothing to help support the actual narrative, and it makes them look stupid. Like, let's get educated.
And
we
they
can.
want to
Yeah, and they're the ones that want to make these laws. Like, just come on, man. My kids, I showed them a couple different bullets. I showed them a 22, and I show them a 5.56, the AR-15. So which one is more deadly? Which one kills more people? And they always pick the bigger bullet. Every single time they pick the bigger bullet. Not understanding the actual science behind what a 22 can do. It penetrates and usually bounces around from organ to organ, shredding you apart inside without exiting your body. Yep. The AR, the round typically ends up tumbling. Yeah, it'll be a pretty big cavity compared to just if a 22 went through you without hitting anything major, anything that would cause it to deflect, and versus the two, because the energy involved. But they think, oh, it's a small bullet, you can play with it, which is what my friend thought, not understanding the actual danger behind a 22 hitting you. And it could hit you in the arm, right? No major vessels right there, but slide up and go through and bounce between your skin and your bone and sever an artery. That knowledge isn't there because it's small. It's not going to hurt it.
I've seen them get in the arteries and blood and come out the leg.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, exactly. They can travel, whether it's bouncing around or getting in the bloodstream. It's incredible the amount of damage that a 22 round can do. Now, I used a 5.56 as an example because the 223 and 5.56 are very similar in size to the 22. In fact, they're like almost like the 223 and the 22. They're almost the same round. Difference on the size of the actual propellant used, and then the amount of powder used, and then the actual item, the projectile. So there's difference in sizes, but this is big bullet. It's gonna kill you. Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah, I mean,
so this little guy.
I saw a show not long ago. There was someone, they had fought with an assailant who had a weapon, and they thought they got punched in the face. But what had happened is they had got shot in the face, and it went in the eye cavity and went and settled in the brain.
Jeez.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah. I mean, what happened was at first they thought, maybe he had been poisoned or something like that, or just a concussion. But no, they ended up doing a scan, and yeah, there was a bullet in there.
That's crazy.
It had just the right angle to go behind the eye without breaking the nose, behind the eye without tearing everything up.
I know.
It is
Are you
damage.
talking about the case where the guy's girlfriend was killed and she was dead on her couch for a few days?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
that
that's
is
it.
insane. That's
They,
absolutely insane.
that's the one. Yes, that's the case I'm talking about.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that was. I watched that and I watched it twice to make sure I like got everything in. That's what I tend to do is watch. I'll repeat things. I'll watch it over and over again to something could have caught my attention. But what the fuck? And then I missed something. So I that case was absolutely insane of what happened to that guy.
I'd say it was nuts. I mean,
Yeah,
walking around, he was talking, but it was like he was drunk. They were going to charge him for it. But no, he had actually got in a fight with the guy and was shot in the face.
yeah. And it took
They,
days to get medical, which caused permanent damage to this poor kid.
yeah. Well,
Oh
they were
man, that
going to
was
charge him because the bruising on his face, they thought it was from him.
yep. Yeah, I think the detective I watched the interrogation. The detective's like, "What is that?" And like touched something on his head. It looked like
Found,
blood or something like that, and found the wound.
yeah, right there at his
Yeah,
eye, on the inside of his
yeah,
nose.
that was crazy. Yeah, that's insane. What it can do, and that dude like it went in and just ricocheted and just tore him up. Right? He had no idea. He thought I thought she was sleeping for 3 days. Yeah, that'd be hard to believe. Like for 3 days, my ass. Until you realize this dude's got a freaking bullet in his brain. You know what? 3 days
He might
makes
have
sense
been
now.
asleep. He might have been asleep for two of that. They still don't know.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
MC, Hammer say he's in the basement. Hold on.
Hammer time.
I thought he came up and left. I saw him pop up with a. Didn't he have like a wolf icon or something? Hold on, let's see where he's at.
Yeah,
It's
he's in the
one of his
basement.
it's one
Hang
of
on one
his
second.
dogs that he owns. Yeah.
Make
Hang
sure it's
on
him.
one second. Hebrew, show me your picture again. He's already showed me his picture once, and I brought
Yeah.
him up, and then I don't
And
know
then
his
he,
signal
yeah, and he
went red
left.
to
Connection, I
red.
think.
I don't know what happened. Hebrew, if
Yeah.
you're still there, man, show me your picture, bro, and I'll let you up. I didn't know you were back down there. I was away from the mic.
I show my picture too, just to, every time as well.
He'll show it because he showed it to me once, but
You
so
gotta
I
do it
know
every
he'll
time.
show it.
Yep.
But,
Cause somebody could come back in with the same icon and name. That's
Yep.
how
I
they
could
been.
do
That's
that right now. I could go out and come back in and say I'm Heather.
yep. Or
Yeah.
somebody could come back in under his name. They've done it several times though.
Yep.
Yeah, we've seen it happen too many times on other places.
yeah. Go
No,
ahead. You
but
guys keep on conversating. I'll watch for him.
All right.
as far as giving up your guns, back to the topic of the discussion, I've got one son who won't have anything to do with guns, but he stays with us, so he knows there's guns, so he knows his children will be taught. My other son, he's one of these. Well, he's my son. I love him, so I won't. But him and his friends, they have caches out hidden on farms because they're afraid of what's going to come for us. They go out, they
Yeah.
go to the farms, they go shooting, target practice, they go hunting, everything else. But you'll never find all their weapons.
Yep. I got family that's just like that. One particular has things buried on his property, and hidden within his property. I understand, look, he's got some issues, but he's right to fear a government that's trying to push a gun grab. Look at President Biden when he was running. He said that Oh God, the dude's. I gotta take a second before I start being a total a-hole. So Biden said that he would not come after our guns, but yet in another situation he says that we don't need to have AR. What do you call them? AR-14s. Then another situation he says that he would just tell his wife to go out with the shotgun out the back door and just shoot the shotgun. You know, someone's trying to break in at night, you go out the back door and just shoot the shotgun. Those three instances, well, the first one where he says he's not trying to get our guns, and then he wants to promote and appoint Beto O'Rourke as his gun czar, who said that he was coming for your guns, shows that our government is our leader is an incompetent buffoon when it comes to the firearms. Like, why are you going to tell someone to go out your back porch and shoot the gun, not understanding if there's something there? It's dark out. It's nighttime. You can't see anything. Just go and shoot. How do you know you're not going to hurt somebody? What goes up must come down. People die from that all the time. You know, shooting guns in the air and they land on people. But you go shooting out in a field, how does the wife know if that shotgun's got a slug in it or not? She shoots it.
Yeah, I'm going to let know it's him.
That's Hebrew. That question.
So
what in the world?
The government
come up across my screen wanting.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, I hit the button and it wouldn't do. Okay. I hit the button.
Be in the show. I don't know where he's at. Am I lagging or something?
You talking to who's in the show? No, you're not lagging. I hear you.
No, I mean I brought Hebrew up. He should be in the show, but it's not showing up on the screen.
That's why I'm saying to keep going down and coming up. So
he might be having connection issues. If you have if your internet's a little slow, sometimes it'll have issues connecting into these streams.
It's saying his mic's muted.
All right.
Okay, unmuted.
Check, mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Mic check. I got you, Hebrew.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. It doesn't show my my avatar on the screen, but that's okay as long as you can hear me.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Let me turn your mic up a little bit.
Yeah.
Go ahead and talk some more, Hebrew.
Roger that. Check.
There you go.
There you go. That's good.
We got you.
So basically, I want to elaborate on some firearm questions. I am an 0703 FFL carrier. I deal with machine guns and suppressors. Okay. So basically what we need to look at is in 2013, the Obama regime signed a United Nations Small Arms Treaty.
Yep.
Okay. So we entered into a small arms treaty, and then in 2019, Trump dissolved it. But you know what happens when you break a treaty? What is that considered? An act of war.
Yep.
Okay. So people just really are not seeing the level of why that they're so hard after grabbing our guns. Okay. In order to submit and subdue a society, you have to first disarm your victims. We have seen this in the Nuremberg laws in 1933.
Exactly.
Okay. So all of these rhetorics that you hear coming out of the current politicians, basically since 2006 until now, they're so adamant on taking our firearms is because they know they can't take this country unless they do that first.
Exactly. And they wouldn't use our government, our army, or our military.
We outnumber them 25-1.
Exactly. What I see happening, like when you brought up the whole UN treaty, is there was actually talk of the UN coming over and policing over here.
They're already here.
Yep, exactly. And so when we look at it, we get the United Nations coming into our country, policing our country to take. If they were to enact that law and they were to re-engage that kind of UN, the Small Arms Treaty, it would be the UN coming over to affect that law and try to enforce it.
So we have foreign troops over here already. Which foreign troops are already over here?
You have Belarus, you had Latvia, you have Germany, you have France, you have Czechoslovakia, a couple of the Nordics. You have Sweden here, Finland, 2 out of 3. They're here. Crafty and I were talking a little bit a while back about the UN staging up there in Toronto, Canada, just south of it, in a small town called London, Ontario.
Yep.
They are here now.
Yep.
What I see coming along is, again, we talked a little bit about this before last time I was up, was the balkanization effect. Okay, so the same thing that happened in Yugoslavia in 1992 is happening here, right in front of our eyes. Okay, we are being balkanized. And what I mean by that is black against white, Christian against non-Christian, left against right, Republican against Democrat. They have completely compartmentalized us so that way we don't stand up to what's going on. The world's largest transfer of wealth is happening right in front of our eyes. And it's not the tangible asset transfer of wealth, it's the wealth of knowledge. Okay? So, again, people just really are not seeing it. And I see the reflection in the gun market, believe you me. Just in the last week, I've sold about $20,000 in ammunition alone.
Wow.
That's not counting firearm sales.
Just keep my credit card on file.
No,
right.
don't do it like that. Matter of fact, I don't even take credit cards. I do cash, gold, or silver.
Smart.
So again, in 2013, the last lead smelting plant was closed down in Ohio. Okay, so they are no longer smelting any lead at all on any scale, not for batteries, not for bullets, for nothing. Okay, so what is here in production, that's it. The ascertaining of the material, you can no longer get it in the country. Now, you remember at the beginning of the year, Biden signed an importation ban from Russia, right? They can no longer bring in Russian ammunition. Okay.
It was Russian ammunition and weapons, correct?
No, just ammunition.
Oh, just the ammunition, okay.
It was specifically pertaining to ammunition because the weapons ban happened under Bush. So they did that about 8 years prior to that. So the weapons ban was already in effect. But the most recent of this year was the ammunition ban. Okay. Looking at the reflection in this particular market, I can project by the end of summer, you're looking probably July, August. At the end of summer next year, ammunition will be about $2 a bullet for 9mm.
Yeah, right now it's ranging from oh gosh, I can't remember what I got it for.
Well, you're looking at an average of 65 cents to $1 right now.
I live right by 2 gun stores. When I say right by, I mean like if I were in my front yard, I could hit them both with a slingshot. That close. And we're right now, like where I'm at in Ohio, we're at about 45 to 75 cents, depending on the good stuff or the bad stuff. I think federal is ranging around 50 cents a piece.
Yeah, that's the lower grade.
Yeah.
Okay, so sounds like switchboards are active tonight.
Right. Hebrew, are you you sell that? You ship any of that?
I can. It all depends on what you're looking for.
I know you're here close to me, but you're still like an hour and a half, I think, away, roughly.
Right.
But yeah, I'm always having trouble finding ammunition, man. And
what particular caliber are you looking for?
The main one that everybody that's always out, 9mm.
Okay. As it stands, I probably have close to about 50,000 rounds. It's all cellular and Bellot waterproof ammunition. I get it for $1 a round, and I could sell it and probably 10% above cost. Okay, but that's the waterproof ammunition. That's the real deal.
Right. Hebrew, I'll put my email in the chat, and you can email me later.
Okay, we'll take a look at it. Definitely.
We'll talk about it or whatever. Because I
So
so,
what
need
I
to get some
so
more.
what I recommend is that everybody's going to have firearms. Okay, the average is about 6 per American. That's about the average. Okay, what I would recommend is start buying ammunition because it's almost gone. Um,
Yeah, that's one thing my son was telling me back when they did stop the Russian import of the ammunitions. One of the first things my son said was, "You watch, they're fixing to make it to where we won't make it here either, and you can have a gun, but you won't have anything to shoot out of it."
right.
Yep.
Now, there's 2 manufacturers out of New York that are actually moving to Texas. They're relocating their production to Texas. Now, with the current filings of Texas seceding from the Union and Florida following suit, once that goes into place, Texas will be able to ascertain all the ammunition through Mexico. But
Yeah,
that's
because they would be subject to the trade embargoes, if I'm correct.
exactly. Once it becomes an independent country, we can renegotiate different commodities.
Having a few arms manufacturers move to Texas and
They have,
recently.
Yeah,
Well, there's a
Texas and
manufacturer moving to Tennessee,
yeah, there's a big one that moved to Tennessee as well.
Smith and Wesson.
Yeah.
But again, you got to remember the sourcing of material needed to make the ammunition is becoming scarce.
Yeah.
Okay, so again,
The
what I
more our
recommend,
government gets in bed with these countries like China that control a lot of that kind of import, the worse off we're going to be, because they can, like, fine, like you said, have all the guns you want. You know what? You want 100,000 of them? We'll deregulate automatically everything, but you can't shoot anything out of them. That's
Okay,
and that's
so
how they can control it.
I keep track of like sales generated nationwide. Okay, so I belong to a forum where I get all the statistics on gun sales. Okay, on Black Friday alone, 190,000 background checks
Wow.
Yep.
on Black Friday alone. Okay, so the rule of thumb. Now, my grandfather used to be an FFL importer. Okay,
Ooh.
so he had DOD prominence. We would bring the weapons in through Fort Lauderdale and Miami, and then we would refurbish them and send them back to Israel. So you're talking 53-foot containers full of Uzis.
Oh.
Wow.
So basically, what the rule of thumb is, when you buy any weapon, any gun, immediately buy 1,000 rounds. Immediately.
Yeah,
That way,
smart prep.
that way you're not running around trying to buy 50 rounds here, 100 rounds here. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And yes, it's going to cost you up front, but it will cost you more if you keep trying to source 50 rounds at a time.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
The local Walmarts have a rule of 1 box or 3 boxes maximum per purchase. So they hadn't had the case limit established yet, as a case being more than 1 box. So I would buy 2 or 3 cases at a time. And then they finally established the case is equivalent to 5 boxes, so you can only buy 1 case. Then I go hit up all the Walmarts around town and get a case from each of them.
Right. Now, Walmart is pulling a lot of their stuff off the shelves. When I moved out of North Florida, or I moved out of Miami into North Florida in 2006, and I had a buddy that worked at the Walmart, and when they would get their ammunition shipped in, I would just buy the whole pallet. Okay, so the manager kept asking me, like, why are you buying all this ammunition? I'm like, look, there's going to be a day coming soon that it's not going to be available. It's not going to be available. So now look at it. Okay. Down here in certain parts of Texas, like if you go into San Antonio, there'll be lines around the block at these Academy sports stores.
Yep.
People standing around the block, and they limit you to 4 boxes of ammo. So that's only 200 rounds.
Yep. The 2 stores by my house, one of them, they were completely out on a regular basis. The other one gets stuff in every 2 or 3 days, and they post it on their Facebook page. And I follow it, and I talk to the owner. He's like, hey, we got some stuff coming in. He kind of lets me know. Then they do a video of like what guns they came in and what ammo came in. Every time that happens, there is a line at least an hour and a half long just to get into this place. And then once you're in, there's still 25 people in line ahead of you.
Right.
It's incredible. Like when the 22 ammo was hard to find, they always had it. They'd always have it, and all of a sudden they're like, all right, we're out. So then have an influx of 9 or 223. They would sell it by the 1,000-round container. They actually bought ammo boxes and would fill them up with 1,000 rounds and sell ammo boxes like for the 22s. The bigger the round gets, the less you're gonna fit. But they would sell ammo cans full of their own. They would press them themselves. They would make reloads for their range to shoot at the range, and then people were buying those and then not shooting them at the range and just taking them home. They're like, whoa, hold on, we don't like doing that. So anything that they buy there that they made was just for their weapons that they rented out.
Right. They limit it.
Exactly. So that way you can at least go in there and try something before you bought it. But then once you bought the gun, they didn't have any ammo to take home with you. So it's incredible the way the ammo market has gone up and down this last 18 months, 19 months.
I get phone calls.
I'm in these stores every day. It's incredible.
I get phone calls every day, and people that I know in Miami, and they're constantly asking me for ammunition. About a month ago, I got a phone call, about 3 weeks to a month ago, I got a phone call from a buddy of mine in Miami, and he said that he could not find not one box of 9mm in the entire Metro-Dade County.
Jeez.
Not one.
Yep.
Okay. So another thing, what I try to give out to people is certain platforms. To stay away from certain platforms. Okay. Let's say, for instance, your 5.56 223 caliber platform, your AR-15. Stay away from them. They're garbage. Okay. I don't care what brand you buy. They're garbage. Okay. Now the government will say, "Oh, this is what you want to go to war with us, right? Okay, this is what you want and choose. Buy 2 of them then." Now I'll buy and sell ARs. I'll buy and sell ARs to people who want them, but I don't own them personally. They're garbage. They're not made for war. The tensile strength isn't there.
Right. Yeah, they can't sustain what is needed for a war.
You take it out 48 hours in the mud and it's rusted up.
Yep. You're locking up. You're useless.
Okay.
So do you prefer the AK over the AR?
Well, I have other platforms as well, but out of those two, I prefer the AK.
Right.
Now we got. I
love the AK.
Well, y'all know what it's all coming to, right? Just look at my avatar.
Oh yeah.
Zombie apocalypse.
All right. So anything made in America after 1979 is geared for sale, not war.
Mm-hmm.
It's geared for sale. Now,
that's the media that.
If you can, we're just talking tensile strength and inside knowledge on the trade, right? Yeah, the media will portray it as a pitchfork as an assault weapon.
And it can be if it's used to assault somebody.
I mean, the most dangerous weapon on the planet is your mind. So, again, we Jews have seen this before. We know the math. We know where this leads. And I've been warning people for years on end that this shit is coming down the pipeline, and now it's here. It is absolutely here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people have been making fun of the doomsday preppers for decades, but there's a reason for it. Yep. I mean, I'd rather be prepared than not. My stepfather, he was big into buying in bulk and everything, and then after he passed away, my mom stopped doing it as much, and now the house she moved into is little, and there's nowhere to store anything. Everybody needs to invest in the deep freezers and buying in bulk and getting, it sounds crazy, I know, but everybody's got to get ready because something's coming down the line.
Well, when I hear people talk like that, to me, it tells me that you are of sound mind. okay, because you're preparing for the inevitable. Now, people such as myself, being a former SOF operator, I surround myself with like-minded people. Believe you me, we've got a group of operators here that'll hold this shit down for a long time. So again, surround yourself by like-minded people. Start getting training. Start learning not only your weapons, but learn how to cultivate and learn your medical situation. Learn anatomy and physiology. The transfer of wealth is the transfer of knowledge. Okay, so they're
And
tapping.
the old medical books, as far as what is it? The herbs and the tinctures and the pioneer ways. They knew what they were doing.
Well,
It
you can
worked.
watch PDF's channel today. I don't know. He made it private, so it'll probably be out tomorrow. But Crafty and I were talking a little bit about that, about the herbs and the different ancient medicines and stuff like that. But trying to stay on subject here with the weapons. So basically, in order to subdue the society and turn us into slaves, they've got to remove the weapons. Okay. We haven't been invaded in over 200 years. All right. Just recently, we're seeing an influx coming from the southern border. Remember, I was telling y'all last time about those MACOM military radios?
Yes.
Okay. We sit here and we listen. We sit around the fire and we listen and talk about what's going on here. So for the first time, I should rephrase that, for the first time in 200 years, we're being invaded at the southern border here.
Hey guys, I got to split. My break is over. I'll be listening, but I won't be able to talk. Thank you very much. But I'll be around. I'll be listening in.
I appreciate you coming, man.
All right.
If you
guys.
get a chance, jump back on.
Oh, definitely will do.
So I've got
you.
about another 15 minutes of talk time. Is there anybody want to ask me questions about firearms?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Actually,
ahead.
I do have one before I go, if I could.
Sure.
Go ahead.
How much does a tax stamp cost for the suppressors?
Okay, so a tax stamp for a suppressor is $200 above your
And-
cost of the material.
Right. And what's the turnaround on that being completed and returned?
Okay, so current turnaround, because there's a backlog, you're looking at 9 months.
God damn.
But I could tell you how to legally skirt around it using the law. Okay, you can apply for an FFL, and that only takes 3 months. Once you have an FFL, then you can buy the suppressor and have it shipped right to your front door, same day service.
And the stamp for the FFL, or the process for the FFL, that's pretty much the same thing as getting the suppressor, right? The background and all that.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just a different bracket. That's all.
Nice. I
Okay,
think I'll be
so
applying for an FFL here soon.
if you just want a suppressor, then you go to an FFL. You come to me, or whoever. You come to me. I file out the paperwork for you. I have the suppressor in my shop. Okay, so you send your paperwork. That can take 9 months.
Wow.
Or you can apply for your own FFL. Get your FFL inside 3 months. Come to my shop. Show me your FFL, and hand you your suppressor same day service.
All right. Well, looks like I'll be looking into getting my FFL done.
Yeah, that's what I was fixing to say.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. I'll holler at you guys later.
All right,
Appreciate you coming, man. Enjoy the rest of your
See you
night.
guys.
Yeah. Anybody else in the chat have any gun questions for the Hammer? The Hammer does have a lot of knowledge when it comes to firearms and things of that nature, and that's what this show is all about: firearms. About the government taking them or whatever, or any question you have about firearms.
You got anything you want to tell us, Hammer?
Well, I think I kind of, touched on a lot of it. I've been on a few panels today, so you got to forgive me. My brain is kind of winding down at this time of night. So
And I
I've run
put
over the book.
I put my email in the private chat for you, Hebrew. You can get a hold of me or whatever.
Okay.
Because definitely I go out that way sometimes, so I wouldn't mind stopping by, maybe grabbing some ammunition, see what you got.
Absolutely.
Because I need to buy a few more firearms, I think.
Okay. Is there anything particular you're looking for?
Yeah, man, I'm really looking to get me another 1911. I sold my 1911 about 3 years ago, and I'm looking for another 45 1911. I had a Springfield, and I love that thing. It was so smooth, and I mean, I don't know. I love that gun. It was awesome.
If I can give you a recommendation in the 45 platform, obviously your top of the line is your Colt, right? Okay.
Right.
And then you go down the line, SIG, different people make different 45. Look out for what's called a Rock Island Armory.
Yeah, I know Rock Island.
Now, I'll explain to you why Rock Island. Rock Island is made in the Philippines, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But it's made on Colt machinery.
Okay.
So what we did was we shipped Colt machinery into the Philippines. So the next best thing to a Colt is a Rock Island Armory.
Rock Island, yeah.
And they're
Because
cheaper
it's
than
basically Colt made.
Exactly. It's made to the exact specifications on Colt machinery.
Mm.
Okay, so they're cheap. You know, you can get a good Rock Island Armory for, $600.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I paid, I think, this was probably 7 years ago. I paid about $7.95, I think, for my Springfield, but it had a hard case, and came with some little cheesy holsters and all that shit.
Well, if you're in the 9mm class, okay, so you have various makers. Okay.
Oh yeah.
In the 9mm class, stay away from Glock.
Yeah, I'm not a Glock fan.
It
I've
is
heard
garbage.
that before.
It's garbage.
Yeah, I have right now my two that are on 9mm platform are Smith & Wesson M&P 2.0 3-inch barrel. That's my carry everyday one. And
Well, what I carry every day is what's called an Israeli Jericho.
Oh, I know what that is.
I've
Okay,
heard of
I
it.
carry steel frame.
Mm-hmm.
I don't carry any polymer guns.
I've actually been interested in even looking and buying a Beretta.
Those are okay. They're a little overpriced for what they are, but they are okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you want the top of the line 9mm, I'm talking about something you'll hand your great grandkids. It's called the Browning High Power.
I've heard it. Yep.
I have several Browning High Powers. Those are
I've
the
heard
best.
Brownings and SIGs are the best.
SIGs are okay if you stay away from the polymer frame. If you get a steel frame SIG that are like made in the 80s and 90s in Germany, they'll have a West German stamp on them. They'll be steel frame, steel slides. Those are good guns. But new stuff that they're building, I don't like it.
Yeah.
Believe you me, I've shot all kinds of guns. I mean, I've got all kinds of guns. But what I like to carry is either a Browning High Power or an Israeli Jericho.
Okay.
Because of the dynamics involved. A Glock in a 9mm has a 15-yard kill radius. Anything past 15 yards is an incapacitating round. A Jericho has 35-yard kill radius. A Browning High Power has 54.7. That's a half a football field in a 9mm.
Oh wow.
Wow.
So
You'll be
it's
looking
like
at Brownings.
Yeah, Brownings. You can pick up a Browning at a gun show anywhere from $9 to $2,000.
Huh.
Yeah, they're expensive, but they're worth it.
They're worth it. It's made for war.
It's,
So, like I said,
I don't know what's going on here. My computer's either running slow as shit or something.
mine is too. Mine's not pulling up my other pages.
Yeah, I got this restream. I don't know if it's because we got 16 world citizens in the basement, but
I'm not a big fan of the restream, to be honest.
yeah, right now I'm not, because right now here on my restream screen I'm seeing this big logo that says WCN live stream, but I look over on my YouTube side and it's not there.
Yeah.
So like something's lagging here somewhere. And that's what I was having trouble pulling you up. I kept clicking on it and it wouldn't pull you up. It wouldn't pull you up. And I'm like, I'm clicking and it wouldn't pull you up. Then it pulled you up and then like you shot right back down. And I'm like, and then you were gone. And when it brought you up, I had seen like your signal was really weak. So
Yeah,
I didn't know if it was.
I heard somebody say that Restream, when there's a lot of people up, something about a person's bandwidth can mess with everybody else's.
So whoever's hosting needs to be stationary, indoors on a computer, right? Okay, so the more people that you pull up on a panel, even though that you have 10 slots, you may not be able to support all 10 data transitions.
Right.
Okay, so what I try to tell people on these panels is keep it to like, 3 or 4 people. Limit their time, right? Kind of give a fair use to say, hey, let's try to keep it to 15 minutes so that way everybody can jump on and off. Something like that.
Okay,
yeah, well,
we have a question in chat. Harry Nuts is wanting to know what you think of the .17 HRM rifle.
Okay, it has its purposes. It suits its purposes. It's made for hunting. Now, you can snipe with that round, but you can only do it in good conditions. If you get into pressure differentials, altitude, water vapor, snow, then it's not a good round.
He's in the mountains, sort of.
Yeah. So it's a good hunting round. It's real fast. Doesn't have a whole lot of knockdown power, so you're not doing anything bigger than a deer if you're headshotting. When I shoot deer, I headshot. I don't shoot through the lung heart. Or the lung. I'm sorry. I don't shoot like that, especially with a 17. You got to shoot them in the ear or the spinal cord right behind the neck.
Yeah. Hard shots, but doable. Yeah.
Well, if you want to hunt and have a hunting rifle and a war rifle, like a 2-in-1 type deal, look up what's called a German 8mm Mauser. That'll drop any game in North America, elk, caribou, all of that. And if you get the right ammunition, you can armor pierce with it.
Woo.
My personal favorite, I have what's called a Russian Dragunov.
A Russian Juggernaut.
I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, no, so Dragunov is Russian for dragon. So
now, I did know that.
So you have an AK is a 7.62 by 39.
Exiles in the basement, though.
The Juggernaut shoots a 7.62 54. It's a big, heavy bullet, moving fast. It's bigger than a 30-06.
Oh, that is big.
Go, Diego, go. Hey.
What? You got all kinds of background noise, Exile.
Music, man. Today is a day my homeboy died, man. My best friend when we was 14. So, WCN, I'm not going to do this on your panel. I'm going to give you guys respect that I usually don't give people. I'm going to drop my phone number in the private chat. I need both of you fellas to call me.
Okay.
Are you here, WC?
Yeah, I'm here. Just over
You're
reading some shit.
specifically the one I. You're specifically the one I need to talk to. So I'm gonna drop my phone number out of respect in your private chat. Give me a call, man.
Okay, bro.
We
What's
got
the
you.
word, Exiled?
Hey, how you doing?
Roger that, man. Sorry about your brother, man.
Yeah, sorry about your friend.
It's all right,
Yeah.
Hebrew.
I hate
Blessings
to hear
upon
that.
all your heads.
Put one in the air for him.
Oh, I am right now, and I don't drink often, but I'm drinking too, brother.
As long as Eliza's not, you'll be okay.
Nah, my girl, she don't drink or smoke. She's a good girl.
Oh, I know, Eliza. She that bottle she's had for what, 3 years now?
That's just probably vinegar by now.
Probably.
Well, Exile, your missus and Kat and I were on PDS chat. I don't know if you had overheard that, but I gave her some information on a type of detox tea that comes out of Israel.
Yeah. I tried to point her to the book of Exodus where that's at as well. My wife has a very different belief system from me, Hebrew.
It's understandable.
She's
Did you like?
how can I say it? She would be the ones that were grafted in.
Okay.
Possibly one of the stiff necked ones, I'm not sure.
Well, out of respect to the sanctimony of marriage, you try to keep things simple and acute.
Yeah, it's all about that verse, she's saved by my grace. That's the only thing that holds us together, brother.
Right.
All right,
That's why
man.
I
Do you
love
got
when they ask me what religious
Exile?
denomination I am.
You got anything
Yes.
to add to the conversation about the gun situation? Are you for
I
guns? Or
think
you against them?
Oh,
Or do you have them?
I'm definitely for guns, brother. I had a
Hell yeah.
felony, and I had to walk down 10 years of not getting in trouble to get a piece of paperwork that very few people get to get my gun rights back. I definitely respect the gun rights. I've been taught how to shoot a gun since the age of 4. I actually started with a 22 rifle my first 3 days, and after that, I was moved on up to an AR-15 at the age of 4.
You're one of the lucky ones that got it repealed so that you could have a weapon, huh?
Right.
Well, in my family, in my family, I got a lot of military, police, and gangsters. That covers both of my sides of my family, and the police side and the military side helped me out. It was a strong battle. My crime involved explosives, and they had to argue the fact for a couple of years that it did not involve a gun. There's no reason for me not to have a gun. Anything that involved my crime, I could get my hands on that stuff illegally as I did previously if I was still that individual, and I'm not that individual. ATF reviewed the case and they sent me the paperwork. I went and filed it with the court's clerk for $65, set before a judge while he went through my criminal record, and he decided in my favor.
You're very lucky. Very fortunate.
Yeah, very fortunate.
Extremely, yeah, because a friend of mine, it took him over 20 years to get his. And a shit ton of
I hear there's some people that never get it back, no matter what they put forth.
Especially without a letter of recommendation.
I didn't have a letter of recommendation, but I did have a very fucked up past, and after 14 years, I only needed to wait to 10 to file the paperwork, but I waited 14 before I filed it. And 14 years of nothing more than some speeding tickets, they seen that I changed my life, and they knew I was the kind of guy, you either give it to me or I'm acquired either way.
Right.
Like I told the judge in the courtroom, only thing I want to do, I don't want to be running the streets with my shit or anything stupid like that unless there's a threat on my life. Other than that, I just want my shit from my home while I rest my head. I want to rest it peacefully and that I can protect my family.
I can understand that. I mean,
Shit.
they've got to realize that people will get them one way or another, and the ones that are actually trying to go through and do it legally are the ones you actually want to have the weapons. Because if they go through all that trouble to get their weapons back and get that privilege back, there's a reason for it, you know? They're not going to be out there being a jackass with it. Let's just say it that way.
Well, I got a reputation for being straightforward and honest, whether the opinion that I have is popular or not, you know. And I just told the judge like it was, and the judge accepted it at face value based on my history. You know, it's been times that I had been convicted as a juvenile. They asked me, "Do you ever think you'll see me back in your courtroom?" And I told them, "You bet you probably will." To the point when I was 23 and convicted, I committed my last felony that I was convicted of. You know, I told the judge I won't be back. I had a child at that time. I had a reason to change my life, and I kept my promise to them.
They make a difference.
If I'm ever back in their courtroom, trust me, it'll be a justified reason why I'm back in the courtroom.
God forbid.
Yes,
Hopefully
God
that will
forbid,
never
most definitely.
Right.
Hebrew, can you type something down in the chat for me? I got somebody who's wanting your page, and yours is so hard to find. It helps me if I have your name down there.
My page.
So Hebrew,
Yes,
have you read through the new policies yet?
For
YouTube. I think you was showing a display on authority checks. I think the reason we got hit was because of the new policy.
Well, what I think it was is because we've done that on multitude of channels and have not been struck. I think
I know.
Right, but I think what it was the advocacy for violence of the video showing the guys pointing guns at each other.
Oh, the second, the meme video that Asmar played. It might very well be.
Well, I believe so. I talked to somebody about that, and because we do it all the time, we do full auto shoots. We show weapons in we talk.
Oh,
weapons.
I know. I've been there from.
And listen, I've seen plenty of videos on YouTube with people shooting guns and shit. So
I follow Hickok 45, and Hickok 45 reviews guns and shoots them all day long.
But for some reason, when you're on a live panel and you're showing the gun, then that's what seems to get you stricken or stricken.
Right, well, what it was,
and that's what I'm worried about with Hebrew being a gun shop owner and a gun instructor, as well as I don't know the title for a man that repairs guns, but you know, gunsmith. Yeah, it's kind of necessary for him sometimes to do live demonstrations, and I don't want him getting struck for it.
Well, he can. Right. I mean, he's able to put everything as educational on his end because he is a certified instructor.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, the reason why I was asking though is because the panel we were on at the time was educational, and they hit us, and I was still trying to figure out if it was like his display or Asmar's video, because I know Asmar quit playing that video, but Hebrew, with that being his way of life, you know, he stopped playing his shit.
No, I seriously think it was the video because they had a weapon pointed at someone, at an individual. It wasn't at a target.
Yeah.
Right.
And well, AC should know which video is the one that struck it.
Yeah, but it's still a gray area for me. It's still a gray area for me. I'm sure everybody on this panel has been in panel or another that Rick Crudup came out there with his gun acting violently, and they never shut down those panels
Yeah.
when they
Well,
should
see,
have,
again,
honestly.
right? Yeah, that instance should have been flagged. Okay, so if you have an instructional video, right, just like what we did previous to the advocacy for violence video, right? Okay, so my videos were fine. The strike didn't go out. The message didn't go out for strike. There was a delay of probably about maybe 30 to 40 seconds. Then ASMR started showing the video of people pointing guns at each other. And then somebody in the chat flagged it. And they
Yeah, and the very
reviewed
first
it.
time he ever showed that video, I looked at it as a questionable video because, like,
I didn't like it
in real
either,
life,
really.
if somebody was to play with me like that in real life, that's kind of an iffy situation. That's some
Yeah,
stupid
I
game
mean,
to play.
well, I mean, if you do something like that to me, I mean, I carry multiple firearms. I operate a business. I got machine guns and suppressors. I mean, I'm not going to take that lightly. But it was a staged event,
Yeah,
right?
somebody that's been trained at an early age, no, not to play like that. You know what I'm saying? Because if they had a gun on me like that, I don't know that you're.
It's
So
like my husband always told me, don't pull your weapon unless you plan on using it.
you don't talk with a gun.
Yeah, my
Hey, Hebrew Hammer.
grandmother and my uncles used to teach me that. They said their actual quote was, "Don't pull a gun unless you're planning on using it, because if you use it, guaranteed the other person is going to theirs, and they are going to use it."
Right.
Yep.
Hebrew.
Yes, sir.
I got a question from one of our audience. He says, "Toe for life. Where is Hebrew Hammer shop? Can you say?" And it's Harry Nuts, and he's a good guy. So
Okay. What I'll do is I'll give you
It's
a
in
location.
Texas.
Yeah, I don't want to put my name out there like that, to be honest
Yeah.
with you.
Just know
that's
that
why I
it's-
told you. That's why I asked you.
Yeah, yeah. It's in Texas. I can be found. I operate and I sell to the public, but I do a lot of DoD work. So my shop is small. Okay, I mean, in
Well,
exile.
explain to them what DOD work is, Hebrew.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, a lot of people
I
may
said,
not know
explain to them what
DoD
DOD work is. A lot of people don't know what that is.
All right, so I do private Department of Defense contracts for Special Forces operators.
and that's all
Now,
you
I
need
do-
to know.
Yeah, I
Right.
do sell to the public. I can reserve the right to
That's
make the sale or
hard
not.
You're not gonna come at me with a bat since you reserve the right, right? It ain't gonna be like a cookie shop, is it?
No.
Okay.
If you go in there acting a fool and being all hinky about it, he'll tell you to get out.
I just, when he said reserve the right, that's the first thing that popped in my head, you know?
It did mine
And,
too.
Rob, Too Tall Rob and I had discussed that scenario.
Mhm.
And it's there's a fine line, right? Okay, if you come into my shop and for any reason, I don't have to specify a reason, for any reason, I don't like the smell of your perfume, okay, I can ask you to leave politely.
Right.
The moment that you don't leave, you are a trespasser.
Right.
Okay, I don't have to tell you why I'm asking you to leave. Please, sir or ma'am, would you leave my store? If it's, reverbed back to me, F you and this or that, okay, not a problem. Now I'm going to force you to leave my store.
That's understandable.
I don't think a gun store is the kind of store you'd want to go into and
No.
not or
Well, most
trespass.
people most people got common sense not to go into a gun store or a pawn shop like that.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right on.
And for
Yeah.
anybody that don't know, don't go in an Iranian gas station like that neither. Better believe they got something right there under that counter.
That's right.
The-
So,
You're
to
little mama pop.
have etiquette, okay, I'm all for people going out in public and First Amendment, auditing, I'm all for it. Okay, I'm a strong advocate of the Second Amendment, clearly. When I was a county commissioner, I was the second county commissioner in the state of Florida to declare a Second Amendment sanctuary. That's public file.
Oh, cool.
Public file. Okay, so
we need more of that.
Yes, we do. We absolutely do. We need more people to understand the principalities of the amendments. The amendments to the Constitution do not give us rights. It enumerates God-given rights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it lists the rights we already have.
That's right.
Hebrew,
keep them.
I got a question. Yes. Was your in that last election, was your sheriff replaced by the Christian?
You're going in and out, exiled.
Sheriff replaced by that? I think I got bad connection. I'm sorry if I'm talking over anybody because of
you're
delay.
Just going in and out, brother.
The last election you had, was your sheriff replaced by that Christian believing sheriff?
No. Basically, what had happened there is that in that particular part of North Florida, it's very close.
Hold on.
Yeah, he's going in and out and whatnot.
Exile likes walking around when he's on his phone too.
And I actually, the man in question that he had brought up,
I had to hook to my other router.
I hear you.
Oh, you sound good now.
So there was an election for the sheriff's office, right? And the current sheriff that was in office, mind you, he's under federal investigation right now, and I'll leave it at that. He had opposition against him running, and I advocated for the opposition. Matter of fact, him and I speak on a regular basis. And so basically in that small little town, you got a town of about, in that county, I think there was like 27,000 people, real small town. Hold on, I got a siren in the background.
Yeah. Exile dropped. I don't know why.
Probably his service. He said he had to change routers.
Right.
That probably had something to do with it. But yeah, I mean, it's going to take more commissioners like Hebrew, and it's going to take the politicians standing up. It's going to take us standing up.
Right. We just got to fight for our Second Amendment. I mean, that's the one that they're going after. A lot of people think it's that. A lot of people portray it as the First Amendment that they're going after, but it's not. They're going after that Second Amendment. And that's the most important one at this point in juncture and in the state of the way the country is that Second Amendment.
Right now, yeah. Because that's the only thing that.
Let me see you, Exile. Okay, I got you. Go ahead. You can shut it off.
All right. I had to hook up to my router. Is that better?
Yeah, you're better.
I was asking Hebrew that last election did they replace that crooked sheriff with that Christian believing sheriff?
That's a negative. Again, the man by the last name of McLeod. Okay, he was running against the crooked sheriff, the guy that threw PDF off the steps.
Yeah.
I advocated for the opposition. Him and I campaigned together.
No. I wasn't asking about the Florida one. I was asking about the Texas one.
Which one? The Texas one?
The Texas sheriff last election. They had a crooked sheriff out there also. So there was going to be hopefully with a good Christian.
Oh, you're talking about the sheriff of my county. You're talking about You're talking about the sheriff of my county. That would be Sheriff Chody.
Yeah. Did they replace that sheriff?
Yes, yes. He is no longer the sheriff, and he's still up on charges by city of Austin has him up on charges.
That new guy in there, he's a good guy. I actually out of state helped within your state to raise 24,000 signatures for that guy.
Nice.
Yeah. The only thing that I know about the new guy, I mean, so far everything's going all right, but I do know that he was a former deputy sheriff and he got fired for
from another county.
Yeah,
Well,
fired for disciplinary. So I don't know.
Now I'm noticing.
Well, what had happened? Hold on. What had happened was he had ended up turning in a crooked officer, and the blowback had came on. Yeah. I actually, if you ever need to speak to him personally, I actually have that guy's phone number. Your new sheriff. I helped raise 24,000, a little over 24,000 signatures within your state to elect him.
That's cool.
Okay. Right on.
And so again, I'm noticing an established pattern, because that same instance happened in my county that I was in North Florida, where we had a crooked sheriff, and then there was a Christian running against that crooked sheriff. But in that case, he didn't win. And I just got a phone call today while I was at the shop, and the people were telling me how bad that town has gotten. It's horrible, they say. So again, what do? Okay. What we do is we start standing up to this tyranny. We start speaking our mind. But we have to use a fluid event. Yes, you can say anything you'd like, but should you? You know what I mean? To learn and pick and choose your words very carefully when engaging with these people. If you're going to scream and holler at people, you're not going to get anywhere. I ran a campaign, knocked on doors, put the water bladder in the backpack. My campaign expenditure rate consisted of $3.50. That's all I spent to get elected.
Oh, wow.
That's public file. You can ask PDF on another chat or panel when I'm not there. PDF, My Eye on You, Rogue Nation, Rights Krispies, they were all watching carefully.
Oh, I'm sure they're all in the Florida area.
So it can be done. You don't have to have a collegiate education. I only have a 5th grade education.
Nice.
But you're self-taught, self-educated, made something of yourself, and got the certifications and degrees you needed behind it, though.
Dave Thomas from Wendy's only had a 6th grade education.
That's right. Look at the Colonel from KFC.
Yeah, he didn't have one either.
So when I hear people say nothing can be done, how I can't do anything, that in actuality, what that does is that breaks my heart, because it shows that the person has given up hope. You can make a difference.
Right.
Even if it's just getting on these panels and spreading knowledge. So to be honest with you, I want to thank the host of this chat and panel, because you're giving me a form and fashion of therapy. What good is knowledge if you can't spread it?
True. And we're like sponges, you know, I mean, we're ready to absorb the knowledge that, you know, you're willing to share with us. Because there are some out there that won't share it. They're like, well, I found out on my own, you go find out on your own.
Yep. Or they want to charge you for the information.
Yeah, I told when we talked about this panel, Hebrew, I told World Citizen News, I said if Hebrew Hammer jumps in the chat, I mean that's one guy that we need to have up, because he has the knowledge on this topic that we're talking.
Well, see, what I like is that the younger channels, I'm not trying to say this rudely, okay, but the younger channels are where the professional help is needed, okay. You know, and I've helped others as well, and others, different names have helped along the line as well too. But going into these panels, and then it reaches a certain threshold, and then it becomes repulsive. Then it becomes an obtuse angle. So keep it, keep it sincere, keep it genuine, keep it minute. Okay. I've come to learn that the minute channels are more fluid. There's more continuity involved.
Right.
I can't
Okay.
go.
And when you say minute channels versus what other type of channel?
Well, you have channels who have X amount of subscribers, 1,000 plus, and they're being monetized, and you sit there, and a fluctuation of a chat is just, it looks like a spinning wheel. You can't even take time to read and comprehend what's going on. There's people that are out there seeking help, and truly are genuine in need of that help. So the fluidity of the event, it needs to be kept simple, because I know a lot of people who are good people, and they have actually been turned away from this stuff, that are very smart people that y'all need to hear, but refuse to go on this. Not your channel, but other channels, that it becomes repulsive, and you can't get a point across.
You and I had this discussion recently, Hebrew. I know where you're going with it.
Those channels become argumentative. Enlighten me a little bit more.
Okay, so again, you have a larger channel, and they rely on the notoriety. They rely on the influx of people, because what they can do is they can create animosity, and then it becomes compartmentalized. It's no longer relevant. You know what I mean? It becomes no longer relevant.
After a while, it becomes self-explosion, right?
It becomes exactly what the writers of StreamYard and YouTube want it to become.
Chaos, chaotic.
Compartmentalized, chaos, vulgar, undesirable. The best word I can use is repulsive. And that's exactly how this StreamYard and how YouTube is designed. So let's use it to our benefit. Let's conduct a clandestine event. Let's use their laws and their programming to circumvent it and turn it into a beautiful thing.
That's what I'm talking about.
It sounds good to me.
That's my whole objective.
I dropped that link, Harry Nuts. It is in the chat there.
And my thing is, I'm not looking for exponential growth or anything like that. I just want to build something that's going to be tangible and something that people want to gravitate towards. I don't want them to be repulsed.
Sustainability versus chaotic.
Be able to create a destination in which people seek out.
Right.
Okay? I try not to give out names and run names. I don't like dealing with the buffoonery. But there are channels on there that people ask me to say, hey, go look at this one. And I'll go look at it, and I'm like, these people bumped their heads. These people must have bumped their heads this morning. And,
Tell Harry to throw up some fingers.
Oh, I didn't see him down there.
Okay. All right, I got you, Harry.
Go ahead, bring him up.
Hey, Harry.
Hey, Harry.
Hey, everyone.
How you doing?
Fantastic.
That's great. Great to have you.
Hebrew Hammer is super knowledgeable and articulates it well.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your reception.
And the thing about it, this is the place where he's appreciated. His knowledge is appreciated.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm really interested, and I wrote it down about that German 8mm Mauser.
Yes.
I'll be researching that for sure.
Absolutely. It's cheap. It's available. Ammunition is available. put it this way: if the Germans used it to invade Europe and efficiently, you know, it has a track record behind it.
Right.
Yeah.
I have several of them.
Gotta look at that for sure.
You can get him. You can get him anywhere from $350, $400 lower end, all the way up into the tens of thousands.
Oh wow.
It,
And oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
it's okay. Just Exiled asked a question of Hebrew about his opinion of him, that he doesn't care about many people's opinions, but he's curious as to what yours is of him and how he is. Because
Well,
you talk to
everybody-
Exiled all the time.
Right. Everybody has their angle of approach, right? Okay. And that is the most important thing when landing an aircraft, is your angle of approach. Okay. Now, everybody has their own methods. Okay. I do not disagree with your method at all, period. And I'll tell you, next time you and I are on a chat, and I'll tell you the same thing. I don't have anything against you because you haven't said anything that has pushed me in that direction.
There you go.
There you go, Exiled. Now, it's like the last time that we were all on panel together, I told Hebrew that every time I see him somewhere, I'm always finding something to research.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, he had me researching a lot last time he was on panel.
That's one of the reasons I like having these panels, because you get information that you probably wouldn't even normally think about. You know,
Well, like
I
Harry,
sit and listen, and now I'm interested, and I want to do more research and look stuff up.
like Harry learning about the Mauser that he's going to look up, you know, and what an expert thinks of the gun that he has. And, you know, everybody learns a little something here and there.
Mhm.
Absolutely. I'd actually like to divulge a little bit more on because I'll buy one. And for just General Joe, Hebrew, what level am I talking would be sufficient for somebody just like a general me?
Okay, so they introduced the Mauser in 1896, and they produced them all the way up until 1945. Okay, now from 1940 to 1945, stay away from it. The reason why is because they use slave labor,
Okay.
and the slaves sabotaged the gun.
That makes sense.
Hold on, I'm running for a pen right now.
All right, so
You sound like me.
the desirable years you're looking for is 1933 to 1940. And it'll say it right on the top of the breech. It'll give you the year stamp.
1933 to 1940.
I live in California. Is that going to be an issue at all with this rifle?
It's a 5-round It's a 5-round bolt action.
Okay.
It's not well known, but again, that round, that 8mm Mauser round, will drop any game in North America: elk, caribou, bison. Okay, so if it'll do that to a big game, imagine what it'll do to a human being in which it was designed for.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Then I'm talking about surpassing level 3 armor.
Yeah, right now, well, I don't do it anymore, but the last time we went elk hunting, it was a 54 caliber muzzle loader.
Okay.
And that's another great gun.
It is. A 54 is good, but if you're gonna hunt in the mountains, you want a 68 caliber, .68.
Okay.
All right, that's pretty big. I've got a what's called a Kentucky rifle, a 68 caliber Kentucky rifle. So in the 50 calibers all the way up, 50 all the way up to 58, that can actually bounce off the skull of a caribou.
I'll be damned.
But if you hit him with a 68 caliber in the skull, it'll stop his motion. It'll kill him.
Gotcha.
Okay, so pertaining to California, you're limited because of legislative measures, right?
Right.
So you don't necessarily have to have AK-47s and ARs and all that type of stuff. You could do more damage with an 8mm Mauser than you can with an AK-47.
Yeah, but they're cool. They're cool looking.
Yeah, they're good guns. They suit their purpose. I like AKs. But I like stuff that's going to go through an armored truck and through buildings and through, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
You can go ahead and hide behind that 18-inch oak tree, no problem.
Right.
And it's funny. I was listening to you about the ammo. We were just in Arizona not long ago, and I thought, well, what the hell? While I'm here, why don't I pick up some ammo while I'm here? You know, and so we went into the sporting goods store there, and there was zero. I go, what the seems weird, right? That just to walk into a big store and there was zero ammo. And so I asked the fella, I go, Jesus, where's all the ammo? I mean, there's oddball stuff that I don't even know who shoots it, but he goes, you'd be surprised. There's no large clips, and all the 9mm stuff's gone. There's certain individuals that come in and buy every bit of it as soon as it comes in.
Right. Now, let me ask you a question. Are you in South, Central, or Northern California?
We're in true north.
True north. Okay. So you're probably about 4 hours from anywhere in Utah.
Easily.
Okay. Now you're better off ascertaining ammunition in Utah.
Okay.
All right. The reason why I say Utah is because when they ship ammunition into the West Coast, you have a couple ports, Long Beach, Portland, and some comes through Seattle, but that's specialty stuff. But the largest cache of ammunitions on the West Coast of the country is actually Utah.
I'll be damned.
That's where it's all being stored, in southern Utah.
Okay. Man, now who would have known that?
So you'll be able to find ammunition more available in Utah than you will Washington, Oregon, California, Arizona, or even New Mexico.
Yeah, we're about 60 miles from Oregon on the coast.
Okay.
How about this 8mm round? How will that be defined?
Okay, it is common, but you're looking at probably 85 cents on the low end per round to about $1.40 for the high end stuff.
Yeah, I gotcha. And I've bought the cheap shit before. I fell into the trap of buying some Wolf 223 one time, and what a piece of shit that was.
Yeah. So the Wolf, see, the 223 is not a native round to Russia, so that's an export only. They don't use that round there. Now, Wolf and Tula ammo is good if you buy the metric ammo.
Gotcha.
You know, 7.62 8mm, 7.62 54R, things of that nature.
Shit, right on.
Okay.
Yeah, I've kind of went full circle in my journey through life here, being a little bit older. Started out with a single shotgun and hunting pheasants and doves up to a 22, and then 223. My dad was big into hunting, so 30-06, and then now I've came around to a Ruger friggin' single shot pellet gun with a breakover barrel. That's actually a badass little pellet gun.
Right.
And then the 17 has been a gun that I've been shooting here lately, and man, that's a fun gun to shoot.
Well, I've got all kinds of guns, and I like, odd stuff made for war. I'll tell you one that's very impressive for what it is. Savage makes a youth rifle, a 22 caliber youth rifle called the Savage Rascal. It's a single shot bolt action 22. I was impressed.
Okay.
I've actually almost bought one of them. I almost bought one of them for my I was gonna buy it and teach my 12-year-old nephew how to shoot.
Yeah, perfect for him. That would be get the wood instead of the plastic one. The reason why I advocate for wood furniture on a weapon versus plastic is because wood absorbs the acoustic wave. So you have less shock on your body and less fatigue. Yes, it's heavier, but it absorbs the shock better than the plastic does. Right. So when you're starting out a child, I was impressed. I bought one just to see how it worked. It's cheap. It was like $150 or something like that.
Yeah, they're pretty cheap.
Yeah, and I was like impressed with it. I was like, damn, this little thing's accurate. And then what you do is there's a German-made 22 short instead of a 22 long rifle.
Mm-hmm.
You do a 22 short. You don't need a silencer. It's that quiet. Sounds like a cap gun going off.
Right.
But you can hunt with it. You can hunt bird. You can hunt squirrel, rabbit.
What do you think? What's your take on? I'm just interested to pick your brain about it now since I have you up here. What do you think the best 9mm target ammo would be?
Okay, so on your lower end target ammo, you have what's called herders. Have you heard of that?
No, I have not heard of that one.
Okay, herders, you can get that at the Bass Pro Shops. Okay. Your cheap Wolf 9mm ammo, steel cased. That's good, cheap target practice and ammo. But then again, you have to make it compatible with the type of platform you have, right? So if you got a cheap handgun, it's not going to function well with the cheap ammo.
Right. Yeah, that's my biggest thing is I don't want to run no cheap ammo through my gun and have a lot of jams and that thing. That's why I don't use reload.
Right. Well, the best ammunition in the world that is available here is the Sailor and Bellot.
Sailor? I've never even heard of that one.
Okay.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, they've been in manufacturing the longest. They've been since the early 1800s. You can get it in the United States. That's what I carry on me every day is Sailor and Bellot waterproof ammo. What if you're caught in the rain? What if you're caught in the mud, snow?
Right.
You got to waterproof your ammo. So I carry Sailor and Bellot. It's S&B. And they make everything, 9mm, shotgun shells, AK rounds, they make it all. It's expensive, but it's worth it.
Right. Yeah, I think I got Federal Pacific hollow points in my carry, but when I go to the range, I actually lean more towards Winchester.
Okay.
On 9mm ammo for target. I've never really had a problem with it. It doesn't jam.
Now, me personally, I don't carry hollow points.
Okay.
Okay, and the reason being, there's multiple reasons, but it's all based in science and dynamics, right? There's numbers involved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so people say, well, why do the cops carry hollow points? Okay. The reason why the cops carry hollow points is because they're limited by law in what they can carry in order to get an insurance bond, because they can't shoot through a suspect and hit an innocent person.
Right.
That bullet is designed to hit a person and stop. Okay. Now you have a feed ramp. So your hollow point comes up from the magazine and gets loaded on a feed ramp. At the nose of the hollow point, you have a concave, right? There's like a dimple there. Okay, that can get caught on your feeding ramp. So if you're rapid firing a gun, you're nervous, you're spooked, you get caught off guard, and you're being attacked, and you rapid fire your gun, you're gonna jam your gun.
Ooh.
So what I recommend is full metal jackets. That way you
Really?
have, yep. That way you have convexing. There is no dimple. And then that way, no matter which angle that bullet hits the feed ramp, it's gonna push it up in there. Now listen to this one. This is why I carry full metal jackets. Say for instance, you only got 15 rounds and you gotta shoot 20 people. Those full metal jackets are going through 1 and 2 people.
Right. And I really never thought about it like that. I mean, the whole, I know what you're saying about the concave on the hollow points. You're right. And I guess that could be a cause of jamming. Yeah.
Okay,
Makes
so
sense.
a hollow point is not designed for war. They don't use hollow points in the military.
Right.
But they gear and ratio it to the public. Oh, it's the best thing. Now I'll sell you some hollow points if you want to pay for them, but
Right. Well, now you're going to
don't-
make me change mine out from hollow points back to full metal jacket is what you're going to
Yeah.
do.
none of the guns that I shoot, my personal gun, none of my guns that I shoot, I don't load none of them with hollow points. None.
And obviously, if you go to the range, that's what you use as hollow point, or if you use them at
Nope.
your range.
I use full
I
metal
mean,
jacket.
full metal jacket. That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because that's what I shoot at the range is full metal jacket.
Full metal jackets.
But I got a weird range around here. Listen to this one. This one's going to blow your mind. So this range that I go to here, you can they'll let you shoot anything with a handgun, but rifle you have to use hollow points. They will not let you shoot full metal jacket.
Well, that's because their insurance clause says they have to.
Yeah.
That's why they do that, because the rifle round will travel a lot further.
But it's a good range. I mean, it's got a 250 yard is their longest target. So
Right.
it's pretty.
Now,
you got a golf cart to go down there and change your target out.
Well, another recommendation I can give when you're shooting at the ranges is don't shoot steel targets.
No, I don't.
I can't stand that. The reason being is because you're shooting lead and copper at a steel target. The copper and the lead becomes malleable, right? And it doesn't pierce the target, it ricochets off the target.
Right.
Ping, ping, ping.
You can't, once that ricochet happens, you have no control over that bullet. It can go anywhere, even right back at you.
Yeah, the range I shoot at's paper target.
Yeah.
It's outside. I do not like indoor ranges.
Neither do I.
I'm part claustrophobic, so indoor ranges, you get me in there, them small indoor ranges with people shooting around me, and it freaks me out. And then you always got that novice over there, takes his girlfriend in there to show her how to shoot, and she's just winging the gun all around everywhere. Oh, it won't shoot. Look, you know what I mean? Like, so that kind of shit freaks me out. So I go to outdoor ranges only.
I agree. Now, see, when I teach my shooting classes, I teach Krav Maga and I teach shooting techniques, right? So whenever I go to a gun range, I go outdoors. And it doesn't matter. I shoot in the rain, I'll shoot in the cold, I'll shoot in the heat. Reason being is all these people that are shooting indoors, you're not training. Okay, so let's give you a scenario. Let's say, God forbid, society fails, right? And now you got to go out into the streets and fight. All right? Are you going to tell the guys, time out, let me turn the air conditioner on? It's too hot.
Right.
Hold on, man. You got to train with the sweat in your eyes. You got to train with the elements. Train with your gear on. Every time I go to the gun range, I put a level 4 bulletproof vest on.
Well, when I first I do have my LTC here in Texas, I got it before they changed the law here. And the guy that I trained with, he's a or the guy that I took the class with. He is an ex. I want to say Ranger. I
Okay.
might be misquoting, but I think he's an ex-Ranger. But he also does like an extreme shooting class, like you know what I mean? Like he
Like an
also has
advanced.
a class. Yeah, a tactical. He calls it tactical, a tactical course. And he was telling me about it. He's like, you should take my tactical course. And I was like, yeah, what's it consist of? Then he started telling me about like rolling on the ground and getting up and shooting from the ground and this and that. And I'm like, man, do you not realize I'm a fat Italian? You ain't gonna get me out there fucking rolling on the ground and shit. I was like, I'll take my chances with standing up shooting. How's that?
Well, I did a shooting course. Have you heard of Camp Bullis, just in San Antonio, north end of San Antonio?
Is that's off of 1604 or something, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. All right.
All right. So I did a shooting class there. We had some live SOF operators because the type of licensing I have, I can actually train live DoD operators, right? So we had a training course there, and I was showing them the Israeli techniques. And so what I did was I had a 22-250, a Mauser that I converted over into 22-250. So this particular day we're doing long range shooting, okay? And what I was trying to get these people to understand is you have to forget the standard measurement. You can't shoot with standard measurement math. You have to use what's called stadiometric math. Okay. So anyhow, we're laying down and we're mathing out the scopes and stuff, and the guy's like, "You're laying in an ant pile." I was like, "And?" See, I guess most of these guys, they're going to war. You're talking to a guy that's already been to war.
Right.
When you're in war, you don't give a damn about an ant pile. There's bullets flying and bombs going off. That's the least of my worries is an ant pile. So that's how I like to train. I like to train under the circumstances.
Them damn fire ants in Texas though will fuck you up, Hebrew.
Man, you should see the ones in South Florida in the Everglades.
Yeah, right. I spent a little bit of time in Fort Myers, Florida. About 6 months I lived there doing repos on cars and
Man, let me tell you something, man. The snakes don't even mess around with the ants down there.
Right.
But so again, to train in these circumstances where you're dealing with the elements, you're getting sweat in your eyes, you're not in an air conditioning room. I never did like that.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, I don't go with them outdoor or indoor ranges. So I go out. When I go out, I go to the shooting range in Central Texas when it's 110 degrees outside. So I got the sweat in my eyes. Believe that.
Well, in the private
training cold.
Yep, cold, altitude, pressure differentials. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put my my email in the chat there. I'm typing it in right now. Forgive me. Now, don't laugh. But I use a certain server that's never been hacked.
Hey, if it's never been hacked.
Let me tell you, Hebrew, my buddy, a friend of mine, has had the same exact email from that same platform, and he's had it for 25 at least years, and he still uses it.
Look, I was the 7th person in America to get on that platform. Number 7.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, brother. Quit showing your age out here.
You know why I choose that platform?
Yeah.
Because the network server's in Israel.
Oh, is it? I did.
Yep.
Would never thunk it.
Well, it's protected then.
Yeah, it's the only one that has never been hacked.
And then you think about the name and you go, the servers in Israel. That makes sense, right? Like, but yeah, I'll email you definitely because I want to learn a little. I might actually make a trip southeast there and check you out.
Okay.
Like I
Absolutely.
said, I go through that area once or twice a year. I head over to the coast, so I go right through that area, right around that area, Gonzales and all that.
Okay. Well,
And
in
so
about
I
in
put
2
in chat.
weeks. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Hebrew. I was telling Toe that
Oh.
I put in chat the website to the Seller and Bellet Ammo Company.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah, I
that.
seen
Thank
that.
you.
I seen that. Thanks, Heather.
Yeah, that's the best ammo on the planet right there.
Hey, Hebrew, I saw your email there in the chat. Would you mind if I emailed you also?
By all means.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Now, y'all have to forgive me. In a month, I'll get about 80,000 emails.
Okay.
So just kind of forgive me if I don't respond right away.
If you respond at all, I'll be happy.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not lying to you. I mean, my average email count, not including spam, because you guys got to remember. I mean, I do DoD contracts. I was a former county commissioner, so I mean, I hate emails. I really do. When I look on there and it says you have 88,600 new messages, I'm like, golly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not even the spam category.
Hey, do you got any Hebrew? You got any friends up here in Northern California that or Southern Oregon that or maybe I can't do it in Southern Oregon and Northern California that you want to support? I would support their shop by purchasing this 8mm gun. If you've got a recommendation, I'd be happy to support them.
To be honest with you, brother, everybody that I know that used to live in California has moved.
They're way smarter than me.
Everybody that I know, they closed their gun shops. I had a buddy that was in Long Beach, okay, one of my grandfather's buddies, and he was in the Israeli Haganah as well years back with my grandfather, and he had a gun shop in Long Beach for 55 years. 55 years. When
and he just up and
Newsom
left?
Yep. When Newsom became governor, he gave away like so much shit. He just gave it away. He's like, fuck this, I'm out of here. Excuse my French.
No, you're
He sold what he could. He sold what he could. He owned the building and the land, sold it, and he got out of there.
I can't really
That
blame
doesn't
him.
surprise me.
Yeah, I totally understand. I mean, that's why I put it in chat a little bit ago. For Christmas, we're going to be in Florida. Shit, we're going to look for property there.
Okay. Well, I recommend if you're going to do Florida, do north of Orlando.
Okay, good to hear that because we're going to go check out Amelia Island.
Yeah, Amelia Island's nice. Just be prepared for the tax bracket.
Yeah, we're still here, Ricky. I see you, Ricky.
Hey, so is there different tax brackets by county there?
Yes.
Aha. So are you saying go more towards maybe Gainesville?
Yeah, Gainesville is decent. You can acquire some good land there for cheap. Gainesville, anywhere east of Gainesville, slightly west of Gainesville. Now, when you start getting over into like the armpit of Florida, okay, so like an hour east of Tallahassee and an hour west of Tallahassee, stay away from it.
Okay.
Now, Panama City's okay. Pensacola's okay. Definitely stay out of South Florida.
Okay.
Yes, if you're south of Lake Okeechobee, you're in a third world country.
Gotcha. Totally understand. Hell, I thought Savannah, Georgia was cool.
Yeah, that's a nice area.
We're totally getting driven out by. Don't want to get all political. We're ready to go out of California.
That's what's happening to everybody in
with open
California.
arms.
Hey, you know
Yeah.
what? To be honest with you, we looked at Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and north of Gatlinburg.
Gatlinburg's an expensive area. I see. I'm down around the Chattanooga area, and it's a lot better down this way as far as price wise. Or if you go into Middle Tennessee, like an hour and a half south of Nashville. Because if you get up around Nashville, up around Gatlinburg and Knoxville and all that, you're going to pay out the butt. But we don't have a state income tax either.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I opted to move to Texas.
Well, we looked
Good-
at we
good
looked. To be
job,
honest
Heath.
with you, we
Good
looked
job.
at Galveston also.
But I'll tell you why Texas. Okay. Now I've lived all over this country. I've lived in different countries as well. But the reason why I chose Texas is number one, I've got a sister here, so I have a network. Okay. Number two is Texas is the Israel of the United States.
Someone
Yeah,
getting on it.
because aren't they getting ready to try to cede from the supposed union and become a republic of its own?
That's right.
Yeah, they've done it before.
Damn, my neighbor's like 3 miles away. He's got a 1970 Chevelle with a 396 in it, and I can hear him 3 miles away.
Yeah, that thing sounded good. I
You
could hear
heard
it
it.
on your
You heard
microphone.
it, right?
Right. Right.
He runs it off of helicopter fuel.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
That
I'll
thing
be
is
down.
grody, man.
Yeah, so that just ain't no basic 396 then.
No, that thing there has the cowl induction, and I mean,
Hey, Hebrew, are you going to be given much more information? Because I've already filled up 2 sides of my notepad here. I'm going to have to go get another sheet of paper.
well, I mean, like I say, my brain starts slowing down like at 9 p.m. Central Time. If you
Harry,
have any questions,
the one good thing is he is always over on Poor Dirt Farmer.
Yeah.
If you
Okay.
can ever talk him over there, he answers questions over there as well.
Okay.
good point. Thank you for that.
Where's where's poor dirt farmer at?
Florida.
What state? Florida.
Florida. Yeah, Poor Dirt Farmer and I, we know each other. We've been face to face. We've had plenty of conversation. We know each other very well.
Mhm.
Right on.
Poor Dirt Farmer's northern Florida, though, right? He's close to like Alabama or something, ain't he?
Well, so I was in a small town, and he's about an hour east of where I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's down there off the Swanee. Yeah, he's more north.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like Poor Dirt Farmer. I like to listen to him sometimes in the morning. I'll be driving to the job, and then I'll put my Bluetooth speaker on at the job, and I'll listen to his panels. Poor Dirt Farmer has some good panels during the day.
Well, Poor Dirt
Sometimes-
Farmer, yeah, he's again your angle of approach, right?
Mhm.
Okay, what he does is brilliant.
Yeah, I just don't like when I don't like when the panels become shit shows, and that usually doesn't happen over there at Poor Dirt Farmers until sometimes later at night. You know what I mean? And you get a whole bunch of people up there arguing, and I hate that, arguing and talking over each other and all that.
Well,
But
I try to get
his
on
morning
it.
panels are great.
Yeah, I'll try to get on like about, I would say about 10 a.m. Central Time,
Mm-hmm.
somewhere around there, about 9:30 to 10 Central.
That
Right,
sounds
that's
about
about the
right.
time I start watching too. Right around in there.
Well, I get to the shop and I open it up about 9 o'clock, and then I start the coffee and all, and crank the computers up and
Oh
alarms.
yeah.
But what I was going to say is, in about 2 weeks, I've got a big contract going on down in San Antonio. Huge contract.
Mm-hmm.
if you're going to be in the San Antonio area 2 weeks from now, I got a couple guys that own gun shops down there. So I'm going to be doing some open source work for them.
Yeah, I mean, I could be in the San Antonio area, well, depending on Austin traffic, because I got to go through Austin, which is a pain in the ass. But once I get on the south side of Austin, I mean, it's a hop, skip, and a jump to San Antonio.
What is it? I think it's 35.
Yeah, 35.
Yeah.
Pain in the ass. If you want to see the city of Austin, just drive down 35, because I guarantee you traffic will stop enough that you'll be able to see the whole downtown city, everything. University of Texas, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, I try to stay away from Austin.
You know, and our daughter was stationed in San Antonio for a while there, and she was in a corpsman in the Navy, worked at the hospital, and she got deployed. Actually, went to Guam, so she had to take her little Mini Cooper to Dallas. She goes, "Dad, you want to drive?" And I go, "Shit, yeah, man." And I don't know what road it is. It's a toll road though, that runs in between San Antonio and I don't know Dallas or whatever.
130.
So speaking of 130, I was doing 130 in this little Mini Cooper, and a goddamn Blazer came up behind me, and I thought, man, he's hauling ass, and he hit his lights, and I go, fuck. I go, they're sneaky, dude, sneaky, right? And they must have ran her plates and saw she was military. I mean, we slowed down, obviously, and shit, they went around me and just kept going.
Yeah, that toll road you speak of, that's actually has the fastest speed limit on any road in the United States.
It must not be 130.
No, it's 85. 85 is the speed limit. People go way faster than 85 on it. It's crazy.
If anybody's got any further more questions, 4 a.m. comes around pretty quick.
Oh, no. I'm good.
So,
we're good for now.
All right.
You go and get used to sleep.
Hey, Hebrew Hammer, it was an absolute pleasure to listen to your vast warehouse of knowledge. Thank you.
Well, like I say, I greatly appreciate y'all as well.
He's like a encyclopedia.
Yeah.
I'm serious. I'm just over writing, taking notes.
The worst thing for a man's mind is to sit in silence without going insane. Okay, so humans are sociable creatures. We actually thrive by communicating. It's very important. It's like human touch. It's
hence this panel.
Okay, so I thank y'all for having me on and lending your ears to me.
I appreciate it. I got a question for you. Sure. So what do you think about what we're trying to do? Like you know, we are a young channel. You got any advice for us?
Okay, so it's a beautiful thing. Okay, reason being is because it's in the infancy stage, right? So in the infancy stage, you have to nurture it. You have to, pour the knowledge into the database, and you got to keep and maintain a certain level. Don't let it get out of hand. I watch a lot of channels start off, and then it just gets so out of hand, it's no longer the original thing when it was intended, right? Okay, so just keep it real, man. You know, there's a saying in Miami. It's called game recognize game.
Right.
Makes sense.
Just keep it real, and you'll, like you say, people will gravitate to the realism.
Man,
you're doing the right thing.
Thanks, Hebrew.
Roger that. Well, I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night.
All right.
Roger.
I'll shoot you an email, Hebrew. Thank you.
Roger Dodger. We're going to have to get you a outro. So when you get ready to leave next time you come on, we can play something for you.
That'll work.
I'm serious. We're going to have to get the special guests. Everybody have their own outro. I'm going to work on it.
Before I go, Topher Life, did you look up any more of that Cootie Mon?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you saw that one video, right?
Right, right.
Okay, now that Kutiman, he's from Israel, and what he does is he travels around the world, he records artists independently, and then he meshes a song together.
Right. I seen that. I
Okay.
was wondering that video you told me. I looked at it and it was like a whole bunch of different artists were playing.
Look, man,
different.
some of the most mind-blowing music I have ever seen in my life. Kutiman.
It was really good. That song was awesome.
All right. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Thanks, Hebrew.
All right, man.
Have a good night.
Thanks, man.
Take
Thank
it easy.
you.
Hey, Heather, I made a
Yes.
little video. Hebrew, you might want to stick around. I don't know if you like this or not, but hey, play that little video for me, Toe.
Which one?
The one I made with the little spinning wheel and shit.
Oh, geez. Oh, yeah. Here it is. Let me find it.
I want to play it for Heather.
Uh-oh.
Ready, Heather? Here it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't laugh.
Yeah. So, World Citizen News. I got a suggestion for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
We have Toe for Life, Heather Holt. We have World Citizen News. We have Hair Nuts. Okay.
What's up? What's up, Mr. Nuts?
Okay. Hang on a second. So, WCN Nightbot down here sitting in the basement. Get rid of those because you're using up so much. I don't even know what you want to call it because I'm not a computer guy, but just having them in here, dude, everything's lagging really bad. It's not lagging on the YouTube side. Don't get me wrong. Everything looks great on the YouTube side, but back here in the studio, everything it's making, and I think just having those two people in the basement is even hurting it. Because when we had Exiled and Hebrew up here, I mean, everything was lagging on my end. I couldn't, like, I was trying to do controls and it was taking forever to do it. Bandwidth. Yeah, that's it.
Bandwidth.
I couldn't spit it out. Thanks, Ricky. You know, you understand what I'm saying? Like, you got these two World Citizen News Nightbots sitting here for no reason. I mean, they're not in there doing anything. You know what I mean? Like, they're not.
It may appear that they're not doing anything.
Okay.
But they're actually working in the background. But I will take them out for right now. But
I'm just making a suggestion because it's really
no. I understand.
And even the people, now listen to this though, even the people that are up on panel that are on their devices as Harry Nuts and Heather, if their shit don't have the right bandwidth, I mean, it's using so much of their bandwidth that everything's buffering on their end, everything's lagging on their end.
Yeah. Well, from my understanding, everything is from the Restream server, so it shouldn't affect us any kind of way. But let me go ahead and take them out just to see if that fix something. Hold on.
Because I mean, it's changed since Hebrew Hammer dropped out. Like, it's gotten a little better.
Yeah, Ricky says we're trying to push too much through the pipeline on the bandwidth.
Right. And I think it all has to do with what you're operating on, World Citizen, because it's your show and you're the host. If your computer was faster, you know what I mean?
Once he gets that new computer, it'll be different.
Right. Yeah. When he's got a bigger and better computer and everything, it may be different. But as of right now, we need to conserve as much as we possibly can on it.
Hey, well, I'm gonna do my part because I'm gonna take a shower and hit the hay. I got to get to work at 4:30 in the morning.
Oh,
all right.
Hey, well, I'm gonna do my part because I'm gonna take a shower and hit the hay. I got to.
All right, Mr. Harry Nuts.
Somebody's
Eliza's
echoing. Eliza, you're echoing, hon.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Mr. Harry Nuts.
There you go. Is that better, guys? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was
better.
on my computer and I was hearing you on one screen and then doing this on the other, and I completely forgot. I'm sorry, guys.
I do it all the time. I do it all the time. Don't feel bad.
Hi,
World
Eliza.
Citizen does it too.
Well, hello. I'm sorry. I literally wasn't really able to go ahead and catch more of the stream. I do apologize, but I do have a bit of an issue that I would like to discuss. And if it's all right with my friend, let me go ahead and ask her. Is it okay if I go ahead and discuss that on panel? What just happened with your friend with the police?
Uh-oh.
Okay. Mute your mic, honey. Okay. So, what my friend just sat there and informed me of is that this black ex-army vet, well, I guess I don't know if ex-army vet is the political correct, but he was coming out of a hotel to sit there and do a favor for a friend. He got stopped, and whenever he was stopped, the police in Kansas decided to illegally search his car. They decided to, and he was sitting there and telling them that, he knows his rights, and, he's not giving them any right to go ahead and search his vehicle. He understood that he's not, doesn't need to be out of his vehicle. He sat there and showed ID, had the window rolled up, sat there and had the ID at the window.
Mm-hmm.
And they decided that, oh, okay. Sorry. My friend sat there and informed me that they caught him coming out of a gas station. He was at the hotel to go ahead and get some money from a friend and went to the gas station that was right around the corner. They decided to go and harass him at the gas station, wait for him to get out, to sit there and try to arrest him, immediately arrest him. Supposedly, after they arrested him, they sat there and gave him a citation for supposedly $200, which over there in Kansas, that's a ticket is more than $200. They gave him a false citation and illegally searched his car after they sat there and already had him in handcuffs and in the squad car. And they took him to jail just to turn around and sit there and say, oh, well, the county supposedly didn't finish their paperwork. And so now instead of the citation that they gave, supposedly they changed up the reason why they arrested this man.
What's the charges?
Well, initially the charge was for supposedly having a warrant out for a what do they call it? Pretty much going against a protection order, which was not done at all. And then they changed up the citation whenever he supposedly got to jail.
And what they change it to?
They changed it to what did they change it to? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. You know what? Hold on. Talk loud so to see if they can hear you.
So they arrested him on a warrant.
Hold on. Can you hear my friend? Go ahead, start talking. Can you hear her?
I heard her. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. Yes. Go ahead and tell him.
So this is what happened. He left here to go put gas in the car. He goes inside. He comes out and they put him in handcuffs. They said he had a $200 bench warrant for going against a protection order, which was 2 years ago, which he did sit in jail for 6 hours over, and he's the one that filed the protection order.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they went and did their research. They tried to search his car. They couldn't find nothing. They found a beer, which was not open. So what they did, they let him go. They wrote him a ticket for expired tags that wasn't even a month old. They don't even have nothing with the warrant, no nothing, nowhere on the ticket. And not only that, if he had a warrant out, he wouldn't have been able to bail me out of jail like he did not too long ago.
Yes.
Right.
True.
Well, if he had a,
he has a manager's job. They do a background check. That would have popped up.
yeah, if he had a warrant for violating a protection order, they take that seriously. So if he actually had that warrant, they wouldn't have let him out the cuffs and just gave him some bullshit ass citation. So that was a ploy.
Yeah.
But them searching his vehicle, number one, he was on private property.
They told him no.
So
he told me couldn't search it, and they did anyway.
then did he videotape it? Do they have body cam?
And see, they do got a body cam, but I don't know if the camera was going.
Well, he needs
to FOIA request everything.
Gas station got cameras.
He needs to
well,
FOIA
he'll be
request
lucky with the gas station to give him the footage. But tell him to try that avenue.
He knows his rights, and he's a veteran. he told him, no, you cannot search. They still searched him in the car.
Right. So they violated his Fourth Amendment.
Yep.
So, yeah, tell him to FOIA request the body cam footage.
It's basically a racial profile. It's a white cop against a black guy.
He's a black guy?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, so they put him in handcuffs for being black and in public.
Pretty much.
And leaving, you said he left a hotel to go to the grocery store, the gas station?
Gas station.
So this was my husband and I'm his wife. He was leaving here because I live in a hotel right now because our house burned down. It's just stuff going on.
Right.
Well, they automatically think whoever leaves his hotel is on drugs or went to get drugs.
That was definitely profiling. He needs to FOIA request everything because you said he's the one who put the protection order out years ago.
Yes, he's the one that actually put the protection order out against another woman that was harassing him.
So there wouldn't have been a warrant for him to begin with.
Exactly.
What I'm
and it would have been a hell of a lot more than $200 too.
Yeah. Tell him to make the appropriate steps, but he'll be lucky that anything will come out of it because they didn't put him in jail, they didn't rough him up or anything like that. They're gonna say, "Oh, we detained him. Oh, because we."
It doesn't matter. Paperwork is everything. You've got to start a paper trail.
Right. I understand that.
Gas station worker, and they got cameras at the gas station, which is something cool.
And that's where, and her friend actually works at the gas station, so he's gonna go ahead and make sure that they actually get that the gas station camera footage.
Right. But what I was gonna say was that go to your local news stations after you get all the information you need.
Girl, be quiet and listen.
After you get all your FOIA requests in and your footage, your camera footage, body cam or surveillance cameras from the gas station and all that, and try to get the audio for sure, because the audio is gonna tell the story that he told them absolutely not. No, you can't search my vehicle. And reach out to your local newspapers or your local newspaper, your local radio stations, your local TV news, and see if they'll pick the story up, because to find someone to take a civil rights case like that, it would be like probably almost impossible, because they're not gonna, you know what I mean? But if you want to get something done and make it known, start hitting the newspapers and the radio stations and the local news and get his story out there, but get the information.
Yeah, because even if nothing is done, like I said, getting that paperwork,
right,
just having that there, it will go against them.
And file a complaint.
Someone else.
Every officer that was there, file a complaint on each one of them officers individually with the city for the paper trail.
Oh, it was just one, but still, file a complaint against his ass.
Yeah,
definitely
file a complaint, because it could be retaliatory. Does he know your husband? Was he doing that to your husband because he knows him and he's got a beef with him from something before?
No, my husband don't have a record.
Okay.
See, and we've got several people in chat asking what city this happened in.
Oh, Kansas City, Kansas.
Kansas City, Kansas. And we've got one who's saying, have someone put it all together for you and get it on YouTube.
Use the platform. Yeah, you have Eliza do a story on it.
And she can share it with some of these other channels. We'll put it up. We'll do a night of have you been profiled, and we'll have people up that have been profiled before.
Oh shit, I've been profiled. Hell.
And that's how you get the word out. If they won't do nothing, we'll make sure the word gets out for everybody.
I've been profiled too. They said I was a fat Italian.
They only probably profiled you because you're a hot stud muffin.
No, I'm a fat Italian. They wanted to know if I knew John Gotti or something.
Yeah, tell her to get in touch with one of the local 1A people out there in her area.
Oh, this is her husband is one of Exile's best friends.
Okay.
So yeah,
Get it, yeah, definitely get it out there.
Right. Yeah. Put it out there. Shit. That's what
But
we need is we need more people to not just do that shit under the rug and put that shit out there.
Yeah, but yeah, girl, we know you're a white girl. We can tell by your voice. Hush, hush, girl.
It don't matter. It don't matter if you black, white, polka dotted, pink. It don't matter. If you profiled, it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But it's just a matter of a lot of people for some reason they think that okay, so since there's cameras out there, a lot of this stuff is not happening anymore.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's still happening to the same extent. It's not changing.
No, they just think they just see a dumb coming. They're not going to think about that. Not think about the cameras or anything else.
Y'all need to invest in a dash cam.
Mm-hmm.
Dash cam and tell him always
They got to worry about my mother-in-law. You don't want that.
keep his phone on. Tell him to keep his phone on him at all times and have his finger on that trigger to record.
No, they try to take that too.
Even if it's audio.
Well, here, this is what you can do since you guys are going Christmas shopping. Let that be a really, really nice Christmas present. Go ahead and get you guys a dash cam for the car.
There you go.
Right.
This way, you know what? If it happens to you guys or if it happens to the babies or anything, hey, you're on Candy Camera, bitch, smile.
And it's the gift that even if you catch a wreck in front of you, put it on YouTube for laughs. If one of the kids does something in the car that they don't do something at home, there's you something for the family. It's the gift that will keep on giving to you for years.
I'm telling you.
And they're cheap, man. If you're an Amazon buyer or whatever, you can get on Amazon and buy dash cams cheap.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to go ahead and hang out with you, friend. I'm going to go ahead and post the link to this chat in here so you can be able to hear it, okay?
All right.
Is that all right, WCN?
Oh, she can watch.
Okay.
we're live on like 6-7 different platforms right now. She can watch wherever she wants.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and send it to her, and this way she can go ahead and watch. But yeah, that's for you. Okay, well that's for you to be able to watch the show. Okay, I will talk to you later, big kid.
All right.
Bye.
Let me address somebody in the chat that asked a question or said something earlier. So, Ricky, we're not running on StreamYards right now. We're running on Restream iOS or iOS or something like that. It's Restream though. It's not StreamYards.
Mm-hmm.
And we're checking out this Restream deal, but it's
and the reason I'm over so quiet, I think I may have figured out the how I kept spamming the chat.
Yeah.
So I had to go in there and separate it and put it in the intervals and at different times, and so it don't all come on at the same time and shit.
I seen that. I seen that when I was in that thing. I shut that thing that Restream that I downloaded yesterday. I shut it down because with that open and everything else, I thought it was lagging, so I ended up shutting it down. But I did see how you had all them set up, and that's why they spam like that.
Yeah. So now I just figured out how to go in and break them down to different times and stuff.
Right.
That's what I'm overdoing.
I was trying to put in a command for. Hang on one second, Eliza. I was trying to put in for a command for Great Lakes, but it would let me do it, but it wouldn't let me put his.
I got to go in and do it. Because see we had the Nightbot from the StreamYard going, so I went in and took that one off. So we'll just have this Restream over here, so we won't have two of them going at the same time.
What I was saying, it wouldn't let me copy the link though.
Oh, okay. I don't know
would
why.
let me do the command, but it wouldn't let me copy his link next to it because I was just going to put a link in for Great Lakes, and I was going to have a command that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Exclamation point, great, and then I was gonna say, like, share, subscribe, Great Lakes Audits, and then have his channel link, but it wouldn't let me put his channel link in there. I don't know what.
Well, you got to scroll down. It's like another little space you can put it in.
Oh, okay.
Once you put the command in, you got to scroll down to actually put the whatever you go put in.
I'll go in the studio tomorrow during the day after I get off work, and I'll play with it and see if I can't make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
One of the ways that you guys can actually change the time is that whenever you guys are actually doing your StreamYard, there'll be a button in the top left corner that literally is pointing left. If you actually push that button, it won't exactly close your live down, but what it will do is that it will allow you guys to go ahead and literally pick different times. And you go ahead and pick different, different places, different destinations to be active at different times. So it'll be this exact same stream, but you can go ahead and go live on different at different destinations, and it'll be the same live.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
all the chats will still
We're
be able to be
we're
in there.
talking, yeah,
They'll be
but
active.
yeah, we're talking about the chat, the keep it from spamming though. That's
Yeah.
what I'm over working on, the spamming shit.
Yeah, because he had like 6 or 7 different commands, and they all spammed at one. He had them set at like a 20-minute interval or
See what happened is when it posted, the restream bot would restream it, so it seemed like it's doing a whole, is restreaming whatever it was posting. So
right,
let's go cut that shit off. I think I figured it out.
right. So you have any talking points on guns, Eliza? That's what the show was about tonight. About guns, anything to do with guns, whether come and taking them. We've already heard from your husband, so he was up. He gave his take on the gun situation. What about yours? You have something?
My viewpoint on guns is that guns don't kill people, people kill people. Honestly, whenever they sit there and they try to take your rights of your guns away, honestly, I think they're taking away your rights to have protection. And the only time I truly believe that they're sitting here and pushing so hard to sit there and take away your rights is whenever they know they're about to do some fuck shit. So as far as I'm concerned, bust your ass, do whatever the fuck you need to do to sit there and keep your gun. Because at the end of the day, even though your rights might be taken, the motherfuckers coming to your house, I guarantee you will have guns.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm glad you said that, and that just brought something to my mind. Clicked it. Don't you think that's funny that these politicians and shit that go and advocate for the gun laws and all that, but they all have armed security?
Oh, not only that, but they're all also avid fucking gun owners.
Right.
My thing is, how the fuck are you gonna sit there and come and tell me that my kid, that I don't need a gun because there's a possible chance that my kid is gonna take a gun and blow it, like, and shoot up a school, but you have 15 guns in a fucking gun cabinet right now.
Yeah.
Not
Hypocrisy.
only that, but if your kid does that, then guess what? You have all the fucking lawyers and you have all the access to go ahead and wipe their fucking shit fucking clean.
Get it covered up. Yeah.
Right, exactly. I'm considered the poor person. So my shit, if my kids do anything, that's gonna make fucking front page news. So at the end of the day, you know what? If y'all ain't sitting there and trying to make that shit fair so I can blow you the fuck away, I'm gonna need you to stay over there in your happy little bubble and leave me over here in my happy little poor bubble over here.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
there's a ton of hypocrisy in when it comes to politicians. That's for sure.
Yes.
Oh, definitely. I mean, look at Pelosi. She's all against guns and all of this, but yet she lives in a gated community with armed security 24/7. She has armed security while she's at the Capitol. So, where's our security?
Well, I'm gonna say this. I truly think that every senator, not just senator, every person in a place of power, if you feel that you want to take away our guns, then that means for at least a week, I want everybody around you to sit there and put their guns down and get knives, not machetes, get knives. And so whenever somebody tries to sit there and try to come and harm you, use your knife.
Yeah, protect yourself with the knife.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Kind of like that old saying goes, don't bring a knife to a gunfight, right?
There you go. There you go. I mean, and not only that, but I mean, shit, if you guys, my brain also says this, if y'all gonna sit there and let them take away your guns, the only other things you guys are gonna have is your knife. So who's to say that these motherfuckers are not gonna sit there and do the same shit and take away your knife?
That was brought up earlier.
That was, yeah, because in the UK, obviously in the UK, they don't have knife or guns. And their murder rate when it comes to knives skyrocketed after they took all the guns away.
Hell yeah.
Same way with Australia. And
So now they've made it to where they can't have a knife over so long, right?
Yeah.
Unless it's in a kitchen.
Yeah, certain knives. Yeah, we were hoping Crafty Cat was, or not Crafty, but there was another UK person in here, Emma something.
Miss
And
Emma.
Miss Emma. We was hoping she was going to come up and give us more insight since she lives in that country. But I just know what I've heard, and I do know that their crime rate, violent crimes with knives, has like doubled or tripled because
But
they
like
don't have
Jody
guns.
just said, Jody FJ said, ask Australia and England how the gun laws are treating them.
Right.
I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, they're making it to where they can't take care of themselves, and the people of Australia, they let it happen. And I'm like, do you really think that would happen here? No. We've got too many good old boys. We've got too many people that are part of militias. We've got too many people in these hills right here where I'm at. Nobody's going to give up their shit.
No. Hell no.
Oh no, you got some people that will give that shit up. You do, like a whole 10. You got some people, like a whole 10 people.
But
somewhere.
see, I mean, NC Tyrant Hunter had a point earlier because NC Tyrant Hunter was up for about the first 15 minutes of the show, and he had to go. But he had a good point though, man. It's you also, it's also that thing about where you're at in your life. You know what I mean? Like, are these guys going to come to your door armed with guns to take away your guns, and your family, your kids, your wife, are back there? Are you really gonna, you gotta evaluate your situation. Like, are you not gonna give up your guns and then take the risk of getting killed, and then you're not there for your family no more, or going to prison and you're not there for your family no more? I mean, there's a lot of factors in that whole equation.
I understand where he was coming from. I really do, especially as a wife. But my thing is this: if we're going with that mindset and that tactics, who's to say that they're not going to use this on everything?
Oh, that's
exactly.
True.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because if they see that they can control that and they have fear to be able to sit there and make you or manipulate you into doing whatever it is they want, who's to say they're not going to fucking take that shit and run with it? And mind you, America is known for doing that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's why the Second Amendment is the most important right now. The Second Amendment is the most important amendment that we have to, because there's so many people that will fight until the death for the Second Amendment. And if we allow them to take that one away,
the rest of them are useless.
It's gone. Everything else, you kiss that goodbye. Kiss your free speech, kiss your fucking Fourth Amendment, kiss your Third Amendment, your Fifth Amendment, your Sixth Amendment, so on and so forth. Kiss it goodbye. But even though the Second Amendment is the second one there, it's probably the most important one. Because if we let them trample that one, we're done. It's over. And we have nothing to fight
if they can get rid of that amendment, because if they come and get our guns, whatever supposed legal way they try to find, it'll go against the Constitution. And if they are allowed to do that, they will run ranshot over the whole thing.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, yeah. And that's what, and you get a lot of these people that believe, and I'm not putting down on them, but you get a lot of these people that believe that gun control, all these gun controls and this and that's going to stop these school shootings and these
Chicago.
Yeah, right. But I'm saying it's and they believe it's going to stop all that and blah 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 blah. So they're like, oh, it's about the kids. It's about the kids. It's not about the Second Amendment. That Second Amendment was wrote, but what they don't look at and they don't realize that if we let them trample that amendment specifically, we are done with everything else. Your freedom is gone.
It's in the makings. They're working on it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
and Can I piggyback off of what you said, Toe for Life?
Go ahead.
My thing is this. I've heard the same arguments as the rest of you. Everybody sitting there saying, "Oh, think of the kids." Okay, so as a mother of teenagers that are still going to schools that are being shot the fuck up, let me go ahead and say this. It ain't got shit to do with the fucking guns. Whenever you have teenagers who don't know or who aren't actually given the actual skill set to be able to fucking handle themselves
There you
or to
go.
handle others, or whenever you have teenagers that understand very well whenever they decide to bully and troll or whatever it is that they want to call themselves doing to other fucking people, it doesn't matter if you have a gun or not. If a kid literally decides enough is enough, they're gonna sit there and use something else. It doesn't matter if it's a fucking brick in a purse, a lock in a sock. It don't fucking matter if it's a knife. It does not matter if it's a fucking pair of fucking shards or scissors. They're
There'll
gonna
be
find
no pipe bombs.
uh,
I mean, I remember when I was in high school, I went to a country school, but all of the guys carried their shotgun in the back window of their truck because they would hunt on the way to school or they would hunt on the way home.
mm-hmm.
And they can't do that anymore.
And there wasn't. Hang on. And there wasn't school shootings back then, Heather.
Mm-hmm.
No,
What's
there
the problem? The
No,
problem
there
is the
wasn't.
parenting. The problem is the parenting and the system. I'm not
I
going to
think
put
it's the
it all.
government.
Yeah,
I
I'm not
think
going to
some
put
of
it
these
all
are.
on the parents. It's a system too.
No, what I'm saying is, I think some of these people are mind controlled MK Ultra, and I'm not saying all of them are. I'm just saying some of this stuff is designed to put fear into people so they can come try to take your guns. That's one of the ways they're working on it. They have to be slick about it, and they've been doing this type of things forever. So these are not like conspiracy theories or anything of that nature, because they have been known to do shit like that and put out provocateurs and all that type of shit. So you never know what they're doing, but they are doing something. And like you say, once they get to that point to where they can take your guns, we're all fucked. And that's
Well,
what they're
just look
working
at the
on.
mask mandates. That's the beginning. Look at how many people are arguing for these masks, these little bitty blue masks that even on the box say are only good for allergens. Okay, it might stop the dust when I mow from getting in my nose and me sneezing, but it's not going to stop these little microbial little biters that are biting everybody in the ass.
Mm-mm.
Well, let me ask this. Okay, so supposedly the problem is that kids are taking guns to schools to sit there and shoot up the schools. Just like you said, Miss. I can't see your name.
It's
Hold on.
Heather. It's Heather Holt.
Hi, Miss. Hi, Heather. How you doing, honey?
Hey, babe.
So my question is this: back in the day, those kids were sitting there bringing guns to school. Why weren't they shooting each other the fuck up?
Exactly.
We had thicker skin back then, girl.
Oh, honey, I know. I still carry that shit heavy. Um, but that's a simple, that's one of the things that people need to look into. Okay, so what was different back then? Was it because honestly, I think everybody's right. I think it has something to do with the government and their form of manipulation. think it has to do with the parenting or what they feel like they can and cannot do. I think honestly, it also has to do with a lot of uh false senses of security or lack thereof. Because at the end of the day, if we're going to be honest, people can really do whatever the fuck they want to do. They don't do it out of fear of what? Is my statement making sense?
Yeah.
Like, people can do whatever the fuck they want to do. When they choose not to do it for whatever reason, let's say it's fear of, here, I'll go ahead and use parenting as a real quick example. Oh my God, I don't want to sit there and spank my kids because I don't want the state to come and take them. First of all, you can spank your kid.
Oh,
You can
yeah.
discipline your child. Okay. Now, mind you, some people might not look favorably on it. As far as I'm concerned, shit, if you're not raising them, you can stay the fuck over there. But at the end of the day, you can do it. You choose not to do it due to fear of retaliation or fear of retribution or fear of whatever somebody else can do. Take that fucking fear away, because guess what? W. Swin, I think you're 100% correct. Whenever the government decides that they're going to start sitting there having their hands and everything, and by hands, I mean forming ways to be able to manipulate the masses into sitting there and making them do what the fuck they want to do, aka giving, oh, well, if you do this, we're going to go ahead and, somebody's going to call the state. I whoop my kids on a regular. I do whenever they cut up. Yes, they understand they get one, but they also understand it's a discipline. They understand it's a lesson, and they
Yeah,
understand not to
there's
do
a
that shit.
big difference between discipline
Beating,
and beating.
abuse. Exactly. And the thing is, those that know, we're literally of the group that we're like, what? I got to worry about what? Man, fuck all that. Look, it gets to the point where, and now I'm going to sit there and take that same scenario and turn it to guns. At the end of the day, they can sit there and tell you, you know what? If you sit there and have your gun, we're going to sit there and send somebody else with guns. At the end of the day, you're absolutely right. You can sit there and have your wife and your kids in the back. My advice to you, make sure your wife know how to shoot. Instead of y'all sitting there having an all boys time up there at the range, take your wife out there to the range. Make sure she can shoot. Now, mind you, some men might be weary of that because they know they piss their old ladies off. You're supposed to sit there and marry somebody you love enough and that loves you enough not to kill you, even if you piss her off.
Well, that's why, I mean, here in Tennessee, I don't know about other places, there's actually some free gun courses for women.
Mm-hmm. But you know what? Take your kids out too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like here in Tennessee, we've got the TWRA. It teaches
What's up,
the
Jersey?
kids how to do, handle the weapons and everything. Both my kids got 100 ace marksmanship on their tests. And the TWR agent was like, okay, that's rare. Because both of them in the same family, both got hundreds. And then we're like, well, they've been shooting since they were 5.
Exactly. Because that's how my older kids are. They've been shooting since they were 5. I mean, honestly, I have not had the luxury of sitting there and taking my 6-year-old out to the range. My 7-year-old has been out there. So at the end of the day, I mean, like I said before, I understand where he's coming from, but honestly, I feel like a way to sit there and rectify that. Look here, if you got a wife and you got some kids and y'all got guns for everybody, shit, let them motherfuckers come in there and try that shit. Because whenever they're dealing with you, they're dealing with you in your shot. Guess what? A lot of them are not going to be expecting for the whole family to sit there and have something for that ass whenever they come in.
Exactly.
You come over here, oh baby, we got a whole world for you. Shit, the only things I don't know how to shoot is my cat and my dog. And depending on how much I love my dog, he might be next on the roster to learn. Okay.
Hey, if we can teach them to use the regular toilet, we can.
I'm just saying, okay. It might be a little gun, but damn it, Mickey Mouse tool, okay. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Old Toodles, pop.
Old Toodles.
Exactly.
I know so many people. I'm here in the city with my mom right now, taking care of her. But back home, we've got 40 acres. We've got friends who've got farms. You talk about some hidden caches being out.
Mm-hmm.
Just digging a hole out in the woods with 50-gallon barrels full of shit, whether it be food or blankets or guns or ammo or whatever. Because the younger generation, my kids are 25 and 28, fixing to be 29. They're scared to death of what's coming for them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're asking me, and I'm like, do you, baby, do what you feel is necessary. I've given you everything I can to prepare you. That's all I can do.
Exactly.
And put them in contact with the right people, who will help them. And, God willing, if something happens to me, take them under their wing. Because it's like I told them earlier, look at my avatar. It's Negan. Yeah. That's basically what we're headed toward if they do try to take the guns, because people are going to be hoarding them. That means everybody's going to have illegal weapons, not just the criminals.
Right.
Exactly.
That's another thing that they don't realize too is the criminals don't follow the law. So making all kinds of laws on top of the gun laws ain't gonna do a fucking bit of good.
Well, that's why everybody was hanging on the Rittenhouse case. They already had paperwork ready to go up.
Jersey.
Hey,
holy shit.
Jersey.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Late night for you, brother.
Hi, Jersey.
Hey, if I leave my camera on, is it echoing and stuff for you guys?
You don't have your camera on right now.
I mean, not my camera on my.
Your mic.
Yeah.
No,
You're
you're
not
good.
echoing.
All right, good. I'm just keep chilling. I just wanted to come in, hang out with you guys, and I'm gonna go back on mute.
All right, Jersey.
Well, no, now Jersey, let me get your opinion. You're out there in New Jersey. You're on the East Coast. What is going on? You know, with the guns and what people are thinking of, respectively, over there.
Well, they're trying to take away our guns. If you look at what's going on, and I want to talk about the vaccines now.
Yeah, watch what you say, Jersey, because they will shut our stream down if we talk too much about that.
Just call it the coof and the jab.
Yeah.
Yes.
Call it different names.
All right. Well, what you got is you got your neighbors going after um um the people who love the New York Rangers, and then some people they don't like the New York Rangers, and what happens is one day when the cops come knocking on our doors looking for the people that support the New York Rangers, those who don't like the New York Rangers are going to be looking at us like the outcasts, like the enemy, like we betrayed them. So they're not even going to be coming to our aid no more. And that's the same with the guns. When we start owning that gun, they're going to say, "Oh, you don't need it." They're going to protect you. They're going to be your savior. And even though that kind of philosophy isn't so much with the gun right now, it's going there from the Ranger philosophy to the gun. Believe me, it's already there. I'm seeing it, and let me tell you what, I'm very ashamed with a lot of the people, how easy they are to turn against each other so quickly.
Yeah.
Even though we all grew up, I'm 33 years old. I don't know the ages of you, but we all know the stories. We time and time again, history repeats itself, and here we go again, and they're still turning on each other. And part of it feels like, is it the Salem witch trials? Where, oh, this person's a witch. Is this person carrying someone? We don't look at anyone no more as our brother and sister. Now we're looking at them as possible carriers.
Yep.
That's very disgusting. I'm
Did you
gonna go
hear
back.
what happened in Australia?
Huh? Nah.
There's a camp. Let's call it. They called it a camp for if you didn't want said poke, you could go here. And they made it seem like it's a day spa, and it's just for quarantine and all this. Well, 3 people who had done absolutely nothing illegal, nothing wrong, nothing criminal, escaped, as they called it. And they had the police with guns and dogs out looking for 3 individuals who had done absolutely nothing wrong.
Sound familiar, Jersey?
It really does, unfortunately.
Huh? Sound like the concentration camps, don't it?
Yeah.
And that's what's going on in Australia right now, and it's fixing to sweep. They're going to try to let it sweep across everywhere.
I'm gonna go pack my bowl real quick, but I'm still listening.
All right. Yeah. So
at the end of the day, I think he's 100% right. All they did is sit there and they just repeat. They just have a different face on it. But the thing is, so many people forget history. You have few people that literally have a long memory. A lot of times is with specific cultures. People that are considered Native Americans have long memories. Some people that are considered African have long memories. Some people that are considered Caucasian, I only say considered Caucasian because a lot of times whenever you're going into the Caucasian field, there's different races that all identify with being Caucasian. So we can sit there and say Irish, Celtic, Scottish, Italian, all these different things. But a lot of them also have very long memories. And at the ends of the day, we still see the shit for what it is. That's one of the reasons that we respond the way we do. We're not sitting there knocking anybody else. Look, if y'all want to sit there and give up y'all guns, cool. At the end of the day, everybody's entitled to their own right. But whenever you give up your shit, please don't sit there and come knocking on more doors, sitting there talking about, that they after you. That sounds like a personal problem. I mean, at the end of the day, I I try my best to be a kind-hearted person. But one of the things I am not is foolish. I see a lot of things regardless of whether I speak on it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things I'm not going to do is sit there and let somebody that voluntarily gave up their freedoms to sit there and try to come and hide behind mine. Because at the end of the day, I don't know whether you're infiltrating. I don't know whether you're trying to see where, when, how. I don't know if you're communicating with these people. And, at the end of the day, it's almost like, where they sit there and say, it's almost like, consider it the zombie apocalypse. You know what I mean? It's almost to the point where it's every person for themselves. Almost.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Jody, just to let you know, Jersey said what's up, but he wrote it in the wrong chat. He wrote it in the private chat. So I'm letting you know. Jersey Watcher did acknowledge you, Jody. He said, what's up? And Jersey wanted to, when you guys were talking about different, I don't know, whatever of Caucasians, he said Greeks too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Greeks, yes, have a very long memory, yes.
See, and then you've got people like me who I'm Native American.
Mm-hmm.
I am African. I am Dutch. I am German. I am Irish, and I am Scottish.
You're a mutt.
Yes, and I tell people that I'm a Heinz 57.
They are 100 through.
Nobody can claim one solid anything unless, like, I claim American because I was born in America.
Exactly. Same here.
Look, you want to hear a funny story? So my mom and my dad was into those doing those damn genealogy things and all that bullshit, that everybody was on the craze of like 2 years ago or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So my mom and dad did them, right? So my mom calls me on the phone and she tells me, she said, I got my genealogy thing back. And I was like,
oh no.
Yeah. So she goes, I got my genealogy thing back. And I'm like, yeah, ma. I was like, what did it say? And she's busting off all these, says I'm this part Europe, this part of Europe, this part of Europe. And she says, but this one, she goes, this one threw me for a loop. And I said, well, what is it, ma? She says, it says I'm 2% African. And I went, I always knew that, ma. I always knew you was my African queen. I was like, that's why dad don't mess with you, because he knows you're an African queen and you'll lay the smack down on him. Exactly. Like that. Exactly. And I had her laughing her ass off so bad with that. It was funny. I just thought that was a funny story.
I love it because, hey, it's true. I mean, everybody stems from Africa. It doesn't matter where your people went to afterwards. Everybody stems from Africa.
And that's a fact, Jack.
There's DNA proof of it.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a documentary on it. They actually found this little tribe.
Oh, hold on. World Citizen, are you there? World Citizen. Who's that?
That's me.
Dude, you came in under my name and my moniker. You freaked me out. That's why I was like, whoa. I seen someone in the basement. It's a toe for life. I'm like, what?
That's your alter ego. It's your shadow self. You'll be all right.
Hey, you got to be careful. You know what I mean? Like nowadays. Because these people, we come on here and we have a great discussion and we don't talk about nobody. We, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like we're just having a discussion about world things,
Right.
And people come in here and they'll try to destroy it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So we just gotta watch it.
Yeah.
I mean, look how they've been, and how many people got porn bombed in the last week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Hey, I just went out and I came back in. Do you know you have your name is in another studio? We got two studios open. So if you go out and you just come back into the studio, you just go in, you'll be in a certain studio. But if you go out and then you come back into the live stream, you'll see it. Then you're into this studio. So you do have a name over in the other studio. So I don't know if that may
well,
have anything to do with you lagging or anything. Just pointing it
no.
out. Okay.
So, so, so since we're there, I was going to wait until after the show or tomorrow. I'll tell you. So remember, I told you I was going to enter the studio early.
Yeah.
I entered the studio early, and I sat there. Hold on,
That's
listen
where
here.
you was over there.
I'm sitting there in the studio, and
Oh shit.
I'm looking at your
Yeah.
little Lamborghini background, and then I went in and I was looking at all the stuff you added last night or today,
Yeah.
and I'm just sitting there, and I'm sitting there, and then my phone goes off, and I look at my phone, and it says World Citizen News is live, and I go, and I'm looking at my computer, and I'm going, how the fuck is he live? I'm right here. It's still got the go live button up at the top, and I'm going,
Yeah.
he's not fucking live. And then I go to YouTube, and I'm like, son of a bitch, he's live. So I back out of the studio, and then I see the
Yeah.
picture of the live that
Yeah.
you were on. So
Yeah.
and there was a button that said enter this studio. So I
Yeah.
entered that studio.
Yeah. And you're still in the other studio. You never did log out. You just came out. So you have to
I'm just
actually log out. So I just figured that out too, man. Because
I'm
I've
over
been
here
like,
chilling.
yeah,
I'm just
I've
over here
been in
chilling
it.
by myself.
Yeah.
He's
I was
just
like,
been jumping
he's,
around trying to figure out everything.
See,
yeah, I
Eliza,
was
I
like,
have my safe space too. I got my own studio. I'm just chilling by myself.
I
that's
see.
it.
I see.
That's funny.
Because when you told me you was in the studio, you said, man, I've been in there waiting. I was like, I don't see you no fucking where.
Right. I told you I was there, dude.
Hmm.
I was gonna address that later on with you, but I was like, how the fuck did he start the live? I'm right here in the studio.
Right.
He started a different studio.
Well,
Uh-huh.
see, now we know we can have more than one studio. See, I didn't know that until I just went in there and saw you sitting in there by yourself.
But
I think that's how they did it last night.
but
Oh shit.
since you dropped all those night bots and stuff
Yeah.
out of the basement, I'm not having a problem. It's not lagging for me right now.
Okay. Yeah.
I need to sit there and drop some of them night bots too, because boy, look, earlier today, whenever I was sitting there and trying to do mine, and I streamed mine, and I streamed it on Facebook, and I think I streamed it on somewhere, no, my Twitter, and boy, that stuff was so damn choppy.
Yeah, we're streaming on 9 sources right now.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm looking at the YouTube side, and it's crystal clear screen, and nothing's lagging.
Mhm.
I don't have the
I'm
sound
like,
up, but go ahead, Jersey.
no, I'm sorry, I'm back. I just went next door to get a cigarette and warm up something. But what's up, Jody? What town you're in? I just want to say what's up to Jody. They say they're 6-8 miles away. But yeah, I love all of you. I'm gonna keep smoking the bowl, and
Smoke it up, brother.
yeah.
Oh, Toad for Life. I
Yeah.
did conversate with my family member, and that will be scheduled for February 26th.
I wouldn't miss that for the world. I will be there.
So, I sat there and I had to, boy, look, when I sit there and tell you, I had to sweet talk him into doing that, because his first instinct was like, nah. I said, no. This is where, you're advertising, you're not advertising, but, you're putting this out there for other people that, might not know, that might not, like follow you on Instagram and things of this nature. And he said, are you sure? Yeah.
I wouldn't have said it if I didn't mean it.
Right.
Right. I was so like, and now I'm like, oh my God. So I'm praying to God that, like I'm going to have to sit there and do like a whole lot of look. I just need this one thing to go smoothly. But yeah, it is for February 26th.
Well, I'll be there, and whatever. I'll be there asking questions, whatever.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know
that's
that.
why I told you, it's because, I'm excited about it. I'm hoping nothing happens to him between now and then, because, one of the things I stress on my channel is that tomorrow, we are all on borrowed time.
Right.
Tomorrow is never guaranteed. So I'm just praying that, he makes it to this time so that, we can have this, he can go ahead and get the word out, and then I can, do my I love yous and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm praying he makes it, and I'm praying I make it to that. There, how's
Yeah,
that?
hey.
And you make it to that.
Yeah.
How's
Yeah.
that?
Yes.
If all three of us can make it there, then it's going to be a good thing.
Yes.
There you go.
Highly appreciate it.
Eliza is a very beautiful name. I like it.
Thank you. I actually, whenever I got it, I actually got it from one of my general managers after he tried to name me Zoe, and I sat there and told him, this is before Zoe Zendella or whatever her name is.
Yeah.
I sat there and I kind of said, how many black Zoes do you know? On top of the fact that I'm black, like I'm dark skinned. I'm not like light skinned. I'm not fair skinned. I'm dark skinned.
Right.
So one of the other girls at the job sat there and decided to name me Eliza. So it stuck.
I like Eliza a lot better than Zoe.
Me too. But I had people sitting there trying to call me Zoelicious. Like I got all kind of nicknames, but I hated that name.
You don't look like a Zoe. You look like a
Yeah, I agree. I don't at all.
Hey,
Even
Jody.
though, go ahead.
Oh no, my bad, my bad. I'm gonna record South River just for you. My bad, bud.
Yeah,
But,
Jody's all right. Jody's all right guy, Jersey. He's been up on our panel a few times, so he's a good guy.
I was happy to go ahead and pass the name to Zoe down to another young lady that kind of took over, being that aspect of me whenever I retired. So very pretty girl. I'm just hoping she was still level headed. But at the end of the day, all they worried about was a pretty face, and she definitely had that. So yeah, Zoe.
Hey, as long as she keeps her head
Jersey
about her.
watcher. So Jersey watcher.
What's up, my dude?
Christo. You got, so do you own any guns, Christo, or are you not allowed to own guns? What's the gig, brother? You don't want to? What's up?
I had some guns when I was out in Florida. New Jersey, I can try to apply, but they'll never fucking give it to me. Fuck New Jersey. New Jersey sucks. I noticed that Jody said South River has had some training. There were also rumors that Middlesex County, that the police at the training academy had mentioned my name. Jody, do you know if their training had anything to do with recording or they're discriminating on me? I'm gonna tell you this. I'm a little high right now, so I just want to say I love all you guys. All right.
We love you.
I wish I was high right now.
Fuck New Jersey. They're maliciously prosecuting me. They're coming after me. It's a bunch of pansies. They're a bunch of snowflakes. They're a bunch of bootlickers. They swallowed the whole boot. Yeah, they can just. And I agree with you, Eliza, what you said about having long memories. I'm Greek, and we're never gonna forget. And people that they don't have long memories, you know what it is? With the New World Order, what Henry Kissinger said, to destroy the Greek people, you got to, and this is in the 70s, you got to destroy their culture, their religion, their historical reserves, their language. So this way you're nothing, you're a robot. That's why they want to have the open borders shit. So this way everyone can mix, forget who they are, have no pride in their area, their ancestral land. This way the corporations can come in and sell that shit even quicker.
That'll
And
never happen because of Alexander the Great and all of the information and recorded history we've gotten through Greece.
no, not at all. If you go to Greece right now and you see the dumbass new generation, like the dumbass new generation we have here, all right, anything's possible. You know,
Well, you got to think about it like this. This is the same thing they sat there and did with Africans at first whenever they brought us over. That exact list, that's exactly what they did. And now there's a lot of people that literally are being able to remember a whole lot of things because what they fail to realize is that a lot of our memory isn't exactly mental, it's in our DNA. Sooner or later, we're going to wake up. Why do you think they, with the, why do you think they sit here and trying to fuck with different types of aspects of DNA? Beforehand, nobody had ever heard of such a thing. Who the fuck was even thinking about sitting there and trying to clone a goat or clone this or clone that? First of all, if you're cloning, you're not cloning to sit there and literally make another copy. You're doing that shit to be able to sit there and try to manipulate DNA.
Yep.
And my thing is this, even though we're a little bit late on it, why would a corporation waste their time to sit there and try to manipulate DNA? Because it's not to make people live longer. Don't believe the hype. It's not. These motherfuckers been trying to sit there and figure out a way to sit there and make people live longer for years. They've been sitting there and freezing the fuck out of folks for years. So my thing is this: if that ain't what working, fine. But at the end of the day, why else would you want to sit there and fuck with DNA?
Control.
What is it that you guys know that a lot of people don't? That's where people's memories
You
actually
ever,
are.
you ever seen you ever seen the movie Universal Soldiers? That's why.
I want to say yes, but I feel like that's a no.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh, Jean-Claude, yeah. I saw that growing up, but then again, that's probably why I want to say both because even though I saw it growing up as a kid, that
You
shit
don't
was
understand it the same. You don't see it the
right.
same. Yeah.
That shit wasn't
They
sticking.
want
I was
to.
just watching that because it was a guy that was sitting there having karate.
Oh yeah, Jean Claude looked good back then.
Okay.
I want to add what I was saying a little bit before about Greece is just one example. Everything I said, the language, the cultural reserves, everything. You can use many examples. Ethiopia, Serbia, Russia. The list goes on and on. We're all Orthodox Christian countries. They all want to destroy us equally. Now, let's bring it back here to America, where we're all at. See, now I'm going to compare America to Greece. Now, see, Greece, where we're all one, how would you say, DNA, genetics. America doesn't have that. America, you have a whole bunch of people. You understand? And they haven't even learned to get together all this time. So not only you got a whole bunch of people from a bunch of countries, now they're fighting religiously. They're fighting economically. They're fighting class warfare wise, political wise. And now you take all these, see, in Greece or Ethiopia or Serbia or Russia, where we have something that unites us, our ancestry, the philosophy, whatever it may be, the religion. There's nothing really that unites people out here. Where I'm trying to say that a Canada, a United States of America, possibly Australia, I don't know, I got to look more into it. But these three places, it's very easy to get people to go against each other. And I mean, look what they're doing between the Republicans and Democrats.
Well, I mean, here in America, that's where the melting pot comes in because we take in refugees, we let people in from countries who hate us or from countries who are fighting each other, and then they come here and they're not able to emotionally and mentally separate themselves from what used to be there to what they could have here. And that causes problems and everything too.
The main question, me and always, I'm echoing somewhere. Okay. Here's what gets me, and this is always this is where hopefully I can explain it how I envision explaining it. But when is America, or not even America, when is the United States of America? Because we're not America. We live on American continent. We live in North America. So realistically, if you want to be technical, Canadians are American. Mexicans are American.
Yeah.
So on and so forth, because we live on a continent, the Americas. Okay. So
the North America.
North,
Right.
Central, and Southern. Yeah.
So
Mhm.
our country's name is not America. It's our country's name is the United States of America. Okay. When are we going to have our own identity? This is the problem. And people don't even see it. And it's right there in your face. When are we going to have our own identity? When are we going to with quit going with uh and I'm not Jersey, I'm not putting you down or not talking about you, but I'm going to use Greece. When are we going to quit saying Greek American, Italian American, African American, German American, blah blah blah? I was born here all the way back to my great grandfather who came into this country. My great grandfather. Okay, my mother was born here. My father was born here. I was born here. My father's mother was born here. His father was born here. Same way with my, so on and so forth.
See, that's
So
like Miss
when
UV.
are we gonna have our own identity and quit saying that we're Italian American, African American, blah blah blah? No, we're
Miss
Can I
either
answer
UV
that?
American.
just yesterday said something about that. Somebody called her a beautiful Latin American, and she said, "No, that's my mother. She was Mexican. I'm American. I was born here."
Well,
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I just want to say an analogy that I was saying. I'll answer your question, but before I do, I just
Okay.
want to leave Mexico out of the analogy because since Mexico, they're all the same, same country and whatnot, same ancestors, and historically, it would be harder. That was my point. It would be harder to get them to go against each other. Um, I understand what you were saying. I believe America, we already have an identity. We have a very beautiful identity. And what's going on is people are not accepting of that identity. They keep on, how do you say, they categorize themselves, they label others, they label, uh,
Right.
it's always been going on. It's going on even worse because this new generation, you know, they've been taught wrong. And,
We're the only country that I guess what I'm trying to say is
Can,
we're the only
can I,
country that does that dumb shit. Cause like say the, the the black people that are in the UK and their mother and their father were born in the UK and then they were born in the UK. Do they call themselves African British or British African? Or they just
No,
say I'm British?
they just say British.
You see you see where I'm getting at?
I,
Why
I
can't we
think I
just
have
have the identity of we're Americans and
I think I
not
have I think I have an answer for you,
go
Tofala.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
I'm
so
open.
being that we have been in this corporation that we call
Mhm.
the United States,
Right.
we have been under so much false superiority or a false sense of superiority, aka we need to feel like we are special. We need to feel like we are above all others. And for some reason, we can't just be special being by ourselves and actually owning us. We can't be special in being able to say that we're American without pointing out the pride in our differences. I think one of the reasons that we have such an issue is because this land has been cultivated on literally singling out separations.
Hmm.
And for so many years, just like Jersey said earlier, this country, we've spent so much time going at each other for our petty differences that it's almost mind-boggling to a lot of people that are in this corporation, or sorry, that are on the land that this corporation has taken over, because guess what, that means you have to come together, and that seems to be the oddball out. That seems to be the hard thing to do. Everywhere else, literally everybody embraces it, because at the end of the day, even if things were rougher, now it's a better situation. It doesn't have to be the best one, but now we have, no matter where they are, they have the best opportunity to sit there and make whatever it is, that they can with who they are, what they got, and everything else like this. We have focused so much on, oh my gosh, you're a woman, you're a man, you identify as something different. Oh, you're black, you're white. Oh my goodness, you're rich, you're poor. All anybody ever talks about is the differences. So literally, it's mind-boggling to go from what they consider the fucking norm and singling out differences than just sitting there saying, you know what, I'm American.
Mm-hmm.
And then being seen as such.
I just want to let you know, Toe for Life, I do
Yes, sir.
understand everything you say. In regards to, and I am guilty of what you say. I go around saying Greek American, and I've heard others say it, but I want you to know there's nothing wrong with it. We don't do it as a way to separate.
No, it's just
Eliza's
a way
right.
of keeping the culture alive. It's a cultural thing.
Right. And Jersey, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna tell you a quick story, real fast, so you'll get the thing. But I have a tattoo on my arm of the Italian flag and the American flag crossing each other,
Yep.
which stands for Italian American.
Exactly.
But the older I'm getting, the more I think, why do we keep on acting like we don't have our own culture and our own presence here in the United States? You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
why do we always say the culture of Italy? You know what I mean? Why my culture is pasta and blah 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 blah. All this other Italian shit. Why don't I say my culture is Joe Biden is president, or I'm not sticking up for him. Hold on, wait a minute. It was the first thing that popped in my mind. But like our culture is like our culture, my culture. I consider my culture as like the Civil War and the civil rights, Martin Luther King and
yes,
Malcolm X and things like that. You know what I mean? Like,
And the hardworking farmers,
and this country started bad. I get it. And that's what everybody always goes back to. Well, this country was born on
we're the youngest
stealing the land from these people and bringing the slaves here and this and that. I understand our country started bad, but let's make it something better. And this is why we're so divided.
Toe for Life, I mean, I'll tell you this. People in my town get upset with me because my town's name's Edison Township, but I go around saying South Edison. I'm from South Edison. I'm proud I'm from South Edison. When I go out of New Jersey, I make sure to I don't say I'm Greek American first. I say I'm from New Jersey first. That's where I was born. I was born in New Brunswick, New Jersey. I do happen to be a Greek American as well. I want you to know this. When I'm in Greece, all the freaking Greeks call me the American. So I guess it depends where you are,
Right.
And it's funny because they all ask me, hey, do you own a gun? Because they're watching these Hollywood movies. You understand? They think we all have freaking guns. They think we're all crazy lunatics.
Wild West and shit out here, right?
Hell yeah.
We're meeting at noon in the square for a showdown.
But yeah, and it's also a thing of pride. There's a lot of people, they're proud about being Mexican American, but it also has to do with, even though I've considered myself 100% American, I've always felt in America. There's been those. Now keep in mind, there's those that they'll say, hey, you're part of the white community. But I'll tell you this, as a Greek, we've been discriminated the moment we got here. They had us in the newspapers, no rats, no Greeks. I'll tell you how I felt the separation, while I was going through the school system. Say there was the war over in Serbia. Now, I never knew the Serbians were Orthodox Christians. But whatever, the teacher came over to me and said, your people are a bunch of terrorists, whatever. Now, that's why I believe politics should never be in the school. Now, me being older, I'll tell you this: me being older, I believe the Serbians were heroes, and she just believed that stupid shit that was in the media. I don't even want to get into it, but so there was a separation there. There's a separation when, you know, they were making fun of me, or I'll say made an attempt to make fun of me because my generation's not a snowflake. You know, they'll say some shit to me like, uh, why my grandma doesn't speak English. You know, my grandma's out here probably over 80, 90 years, still speaks one or two words of English. And I might reply back, well, when you know a superior language, why the hell would you want to learn yours? You
I
know?
feel that. I feel
Um,
that.
you know, so and then you can say there's a separation. The Mexicans have their own reason, you know, even though I wanted Trump to win and I like Donald Trump. Let's put ourselves in our shoes and what they had to hear in the media is well, how maybe they felt. Then you have
Yeah.
Black Americans. Why, for their own reasons, do they feel separated? um this is just, you know, um,
Yeah, it all goes back to what we're taught.
you know, we're so it's not that I don't think we're being separated because any one of us is less American. Maybe people bring here, maybe there's people that they're now this is what the founding fathers said. When when you come to America, don't bring from your other country your politics over here. But we've been doing that a little too much. For example, you know, okay, I'm a Greek living here in America, right? So let's say Greece and Turkey, we have a historical hatred. Uh, or Orthodox Christians and Muslims, we've been at war all the time, right? Well,
Hmm.
they want my neighbor, say my neighbor's a Turkish person or a Muslim person, because I'm a real American. First of all, not even because I'm a real American, even as an Orthodox Christian, as a Greek person, I love my neighbor no matter who my neighbor is. It's part of the Ten Commandments. Love your neighbor. I don't,
Ask yourself. That's right.
me personally, I don't ever try to separate anybody. Um, but you know, there's and like you said, uh, for everybody it's different, but nobody ever just wants to. I don't know. I think everyone's equally as American, but they'll still attack each other religiously wise. Though you got centuries old religious fighting still, and
Because it's over differences, and that's the part that we really don't understand. It's over differences. But think about it: when people are focused on nothing but their differences, and they're sitting here and they're being taught or convinced that whenever you sit there and single out your differences, that means that you have pride in who you are versus who you guys are as a collective, then it makes it hard for people to come together when it's actually time to come together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
absolutely. And Eliza, let's not forget that there's also communities that they're so tight knit that they help each other out. It's them versus everybody else, and it's
Yeah.
been like that for a lot of decades. You
Yeah.
know, um,
That's the very description of the Amish right there.
Right. Yeah, the Amish are very tight knit.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I remember I met this Amish woman one time. I sat there and tried to say hello to her. She literally looked at me like she was seeing a ghost. And then my husband later on, whenever he was away from me because she didn't see him, he goes over there to her and she sits there and talks to him just fine. And then I guess that, we're considered the devil because we have darker skin tone. So that was something I learned new that day.
Uh,
It's all right. I went ahead and I gave him some of my clothes to go ahead and give to the Amish community. You know what I mean? Because my whole thing is, I'm there to help. I always show love, and you ain't exactly gotta love me, but that's not gonna sit there and stop me from doing what I do. So I went ahead and I still show love, and made sure that they had the clothes for them and their family and the stuff
Yeah,
that
you weren't
because
doing it for recognition or
mm-mm.
anything back from them. You did that for your own peace of mind to, for you to know, okay, I did what I could.
Well, honestly, whenever I did it, I literally just did it because I sat there and saw somebody that it was getting cold outside. This young lady was in a dress that looked like a summer dress that was made of very, very thin material. At the end of the day, I was just like, I know it's cold. These people ain't got no coats, they ain't got no jackets. So I was just like, okay, well, let me give them a little something. And then whenever I saw them going to like the clothes bin that they had in the at the store that was over there in the parking lot. I figured, okay, you know what they're needing is clothes, and we literally have clothes in the trunk of our car that we were actually about to put in there. So why not just go ahead and get the clothes to them? They're all washed, they're all clean, they all smell good. Let them sit there and do whatever they want to do. Initially, whenever I'm dealing with a woman, I usually go up first. Whenever she looked at me like she had seen a ghost / demon, I was like, okay, this is not the place for me. So, but at the end of the day, I went ahead and I still gave because, at the end of the day, if it were me, I would appreciate having some warmth and some kindness from wherever it's going, especially whenever she already looked like an oddball out. So you could already tell blatantly she was from the Amish community. She was nowhere in her home, nowhere where it felt safe. And I mean, my thing is, you ain't got to feel safe with me, but if I can, I will still try to help you feel as safe as possible and then go about my day. Because at the end of the day, I go home and I'm good. She might not exactly have that opportunity. And you never know. You can change somebody's life just by doing one little thing of kindness. You never
That's
know.
true. It's like my mom, she every time she gets a new pair of glasses, she donates hers back to the doctor's office because he has a program for people who can't afford glasses.
Exactly.
And since she already has that prescription, there is somebody else out there that has that same prescription. And so she
Mm-hmm.
donates hers back, knowing there's somebody who's going to need them.
Mm-hmm.
What
But
in
I
the world?
mean, I don't know because it didn't look like there was actually a problem up there. But I don't know. I'm assuming somebody else is in the background. At the end of the day, I have not done genealogy on me, but I actually know a bit of few information of where my bloodline comes from. I have a little bit of Turkish. Sorry, I have a little bit of Native American. There's a little bit of Nigerian. Well, mixed with, some from Sudan or Sudan. There's a little bit of Celtic. So I don't know whether that's Irish or Scottish, even though, with the Celtic people, it's kind of a little bit of both.
Yep.
Um, you know, and there's one more I have to sit there and do the research on. These were people that were considered gypsies long, 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 long time ago, but they were actually a specific kind of people, and I'm still doing research on that, but that's where my line comes from. So it's just like,
Yeah.
as far as it would be easy for me to sit there and say I'm American, and then people want to sit there and question me. Well, what part of America? Are you African American? Well, how do you know that? How do you know that another culture is not more dominant in me just because what you see is heavily melanated? You know
Right.
what I mean? That
And
there
that
is no way that you could be able to know that.
and that's part of my point. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that's kind of part of my point. So someone would automatically steer to, or even you, unless you had already did your history and your genealogy,
And I got my
you would already,
information elsewhere.
yeah, right. You would already assume, or someone else would already assume that Eliza's African American. But from
Hmm.
what you just told me, no, you're only part African.
Hmm. Exactly.
You're also European American.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like you're also American American or
I'm a beautiful
Native
mess.
American. You see what I'm saying? So it's
It's
like,
Yes.
Turkish. It's Middle Eastern.
Hmm.
right, yeah.
Listen, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
No, you
Okay.
were never here.
Well, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm not African.
Right.
That is all.
Well, see, there's
How are
that
you gonna
too.
just jump in and say some shit like that and then end the
Well, no,
conversation?
he's right because there's that too. There are a few of us
No,
that
but I'm serious. Listen, I'm
like
I
serious.
seriously.
know.
I
But
just
you're
don't
gonna jump
discuss
in the
it. But
conversation. Come on, keep on going, brother.
what do you want to know, brother?
I don't know. I mean,
Well,
just talk
that
with us.
I've actually heard of that before, and I've heard it called is it Black Jew?
Well, if you really want to know the truth,
Because I know there's a
listen. Let,
history
let,
of
let me
Black.
explain it. Let me explain it. All right. Now you have the people that call themselves Jews. They're not.
Mm,
They're not actually Hebrew Israelites. They won't even call themselves Israelites. They call themselves Israelis.
mhm.
These are not true Jews. Even in the Bible said, "Beware of those who call themselves Jews, for they are the synagogue of Satan." Now
Exactly.
you have to understand that Jew is just one tribe of Israel. Israel has 12 sons. Israel
Yep.
had 12 sons, the 12 tribes of Israel. Israel was a black man. He married a black woman.
Hmm.
And well, he actually had four black women that he had two wives, and then these two wives had maidservants. So between these four black women, he had 12 sons, black sons. Now these sons became the 12 tribes of Israel. All right. Now only one tribe was considered a Jew, and that was Judah. And this is the tribe, the lineage that Jesus came in, and this was just one tribe. Now you have 12, 11 other brothers. So the whole nation of Israel couldn't be called Jews because you only had one brother that was a Jew, and everybody in his lineage was considered Jews. And Jesus was in his lineage, and he was considered a Jew. But you had Benjamites, Levites, and you had all these other different brothers. All right. So therefore, the whole nation is considered Israel or Israelites, and the people that pretend to be Israelites, they're Khazarians. They're from Europe, and these people were, the whole world has conspired against the original Hebrew Israelite, which is a black man. Now Jesus was a black man. People don't realize that, but the Bible tell you that he had hair of lamb's wool. Black people are the only race that has this type of hair of lamb's wool. Then it says he had fiery brown eyes. Then he said he had skin of fine burnt brass. Now brass is gold, but when you burn it in the fire, it becomes bronze, like black. Just my skin color. All right, now let's jump forward. The whole world has conspired because they don't want people to know who the true Israelites are, who the true people of the Bible. Now, the people in the Bible, the Israelites, they all went into slavery. We went through different parts of the world. Three tribes ended up over here. In the three tribes over here, and a lot of tribes or they got dispersed throughout the world. And you had all these different slave ports now. Now, what happened when the reason the Israelites went into slavery is because Israelites served every god, and they wouldn't serve their own God. So God punished them. And
Yep.
everything that's happening to us, the slavery, it's all our fault. It's not. You can't blame it on other races of people. You have to accept responsibility. And so the Israelites end up going into slavery because they wouldn't listen to their God. They chose to go after all these different false gods. So now they don't want people to know that God is a black God. People don't want to believe that shit. Now, if you look at Buddha, Buddha was a black man. Now, the original Buddha had African Bantu knots. These are like African braids, and he had black features. Okay, then what they did is they whitewashed him basically and turned him into an Asian guy. Okay, now if you go into any Orthodox Christian Orthodox churches, like if it's Greek or Russian or even um, all these different races. Now, when you go into these churches and these different churches, you'll see that all the saints that they worship and they pray to, They're all black.
Mm-hmm.
They're, every last one of them are black. But throughout history,
They
everything has
whitewashed them
been
all.
whitewashed.
I
Okay. Now
I
let
just
me
want to
finish.
correct you, world citizen.
Go ahead.
Not all the saints. Now we now with the countries you
I'm not
forgot
not not
Egypt.
not all saints, but the original saints. I'm not saying all the saints,
Um,
but
that
the ancient original saints, the ones
even
that the
Original
ones
12.
that are in the Bible, all the Bible, all everyone that wrote in the Bible. These are the saints that I'm talking about. I'm not talking
no,
about the saints that came after.
absolutely. But I just want you to know because you know whether Egypt, Ethiopia, all of us, whether in Africa, Asia, Europe. Uh, the Orthodox Church, we're the same everywhere. The only thing that separates us is we're in different countries. Now, in regards to the saints, yes, we do have photos of the saints. Um, a lot of them are African, but a lot of them are
They're
also from
they're
the
they're not
countries.
they're not
Not
they're not
African.
Africans. They're not Africans.
They're not
They're
African.
Okay,
Israelites. There is
No,
I
there's a distinction. You have
apologize.
to
You're right.
listen, because just like you have the German Europeans, you have the Greek Europeans, you have all these different white people, but they're not all the same. Black people are not the same either.
Oh, thank
We're
you.
not the
You're
same. I'm not an African. Africans don't like us. We don't even look like Africans. Our features are different than Africans. You never seen an African with an afro. Think about that.
well, it's
But
like in
you
Jamaica.
see, yeah, we're not Africans. That's why we don't fit in nowhere.
well.
A lot of the Israelites don't even know who they are. They don't
I
know.
want
The
I want
We
to say
don't
Moors.
know.
this about Ethiopia, right?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of them, even though they say yes, they're Ethiopia, they're religion Orthodox Christian, a lot of them they also identify as Jews too, not
Yep,
Jews
yep.
in the religious sense, but in the identical sense, their identity.
Yes, yes. The
Um,
bloodline,
because
bloodline.
Yes,
I want you
because
guys to know this
mhm,
that King Solomon was with Queen
mhm,
Sheba. And when King Solomon was going batshit crazy, you understand? Because he was going nuts. He had the demons, he had the ring.
mhm. Yes.
Queen Sheba and her sons, they took the throne of King David. Where's the throne of King David right now? At the Orthodox Church in Ethiopia. Um, where's they took not just the throne of King David, but uh, also the Ark of the Covenant. They took that there as well, and they're guarding it. And they even say they're guarding it too.
No,
Um,
it's been moved since then, though.
well, I don't want to speak on. I'm just speaking on the
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
on the historical sense. Um, you know, because keep in mind when uh, Jesus he traveled, so he also went and he got saints that they were Gentiles as well. That's why I just wanna because here in America there's uh, too much uh, extremism either on changing history and whatnot, and you know um because because what I'm trying to say is when I go out in New York I see the black Hebrew Israelites and they're
I
just
don't
batshit
listen.
crazy.
I don't. Them motherfuckers. Those are not Israel. Those, they're Israelites, but they're extremists.
No,
That's not
they're
me.
I wouldn't
That's
call
not.
them. I
Those are
would.
extremists, dude. And a lot of those guys are provocateurs. A lot of those are paid agents to, anytime you have any type of organization, you're going to have provocateurs, you're going to have government agents infiltrate these organizations and take over them. Okay, that's just the way it is. And when you see shit like that, those those are extremists, those are provocateurs. They don't even represent anything that I believe, no form of
But
fashion.
I want
So
you to know this.
that's another reason I don't discuss what I am or what I believe, because then people get a misconception because it's just like the world has a misconception of the black man. If you watch the news before everybody started actually filming shit and bringing it to attention that we're not batshit crazy. Before that, the world had a very fucking misconstrued a perception of the black man because of the news.
Well, I
Now,
want you.
and so that's the same with those crazy motherfuckers. If you look at them and then
What happened? World citizen.
yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, something. What you went off for a second. I don't know what happened.
Okay, maybe my mic is going out.
But
But yeah, they don't represent anything that I do. Those are provocateurs, man. They're there
no,
to
no, I know.
destroy.
I want you guys also to know this. Greece and black people, we're not just brothers and sisters from how do you say? Because Orthodox Christianity, we're not just we're not just brothers and sisters for 2,000 years. We're no, Jody. I'm gonna speak beyond the religion now. Before
You know,
that,
we Greeks and the Israelites share the same diet, the
well,
Mediterranean diet, same
I'll,
foods.
we're the Mediterranean races. Now I'll tell you this. Um, shit, I forget what I was gonna say, but
Just talking about the
Heather's gonna have to bounce out. Something. She's having trouble. She keeps getting that link error. Some kind of link error.
about that, yeah, Greeks and the blacks, we've been brothers and sisters. If you look even beyond the 2,000 years beyond in the religious aspect, you'll look at the mythologies, the histories, um, and you get the same thing as well. When you see that old story, shit, I forgot the guy's name that he cut off Medusa's head, but you know when they show that movie here in America, they have the princess they have for people are subconsciously thinking it was a Greek woman when the story is very specific. He's on the boat. It's this Greek hero on the boat. He's traveling on the boat. He goes to save the princess. This princess is a black princess. You understand? They didn't show this in the movie in Hollywood. That's complete. That's complete disrespect. They don't want to say the real story. But when you go back to that, you had the Black King Memnon, who were the Spartan king, Agamemnon. They were even naming warlords after each other. You understand? They were. Now, when you go and you ask the Greek historians, well, where did you learn this stuff? They were all very honest in what they said. Now, this history is not ever whitewashed or anything like it is here. Here in America, everyone had agendas. But when you ask the Greek historians, hey, where did you learn this? They'll say, hey, the mystery school's over in Africa. They might not have, keep in mind, I just want you to know, World Citizen News, I might say Africa, right? Back in the day, everything had different names. For example, I might say Ethiopian, but to the Greeks would call them Abyssinians. Abyssinia is the term used for Ethiopian. Ethiopia is just the modernized English version. If you understand what I'm trying to say. So I apologize earlier. You know, I might have misworded what I was trying to say.
No, you good. You good, man.
Good job completely on correcting me. I understood 100% what you were saying, brother. And
I appreciate it.
and that goes back to look at World War II. Why did Mussolini, you think, wanted to go to Ethiopia? Well, because they have the Ark of the Covenant, the relics of saints, the throne of King David. People don't understand these things. And yeah, every Greek historian or whatever it was that they were mathematician, scientists, they said, yeah, we learned it right over here But they didn't call it colleges. They'd say mystery schools. You see, so
Because what mystery schools meant was that there was a place that they were actually learning great knowledge that was not given to everybody.
So there you go. There had always been a connection. We were never ashamed of it. They see, and that's why I don't understand why it's not taught here in American schools. See, because everyone knows Alexander the Great. How many know that there were much greater kings and queens over in Africa? Why don't they realize, hey, Alexander the Great, he made a stopover in Egypt just to say, hey, I'm about to go fuck some people up, right? But why didn't he go in the rest of Africa? Because he couldn't go to the rest of Africa. You had the Queen Sheba out there, whoever, the most powerful. Everyone talks about Alexander the Great. He just conquered. Doesn't mean he was the most powerful or the most powerful kingdom. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Mansa Musa was one of the most powerful, but go ahead.
You know, they all know.
He was the most. Well,
Here in America, there's a lot of, you see a lot of these young, new black generation. They're not powerful like they used to. Malcolm X was powerful. I'm a Greek Orthodox Christian nationalist. I consider Malcolm X to be a black nationalist. Very powerful man. Now, what you have is this new generation. They're not sure who they are, where they come from. Now they're told not to have pride in themselves. There was recently in the district, the School Edison district where I am, and it was talking about privilege, or whatever. We all know they're going into this critical race theory, white privilege thing. And one of the things I didn't like, it was when you walk into the store, do you feel like they're watching you? Do you
Hell
feel
yeah.
now that even though that's more of a mental health question, now the kid can either or whatever, but what they're really subconsciously saying is, hey, are you a minority, and do you feel like you're being targeted? They're subconsciously planning this in the kids' minds. You understand? That's why you can't really get too upset that they're joining these groups like BLM, and even though the BLM is mostly privileged, crazy ass white girls, some
Yep.
crazy ass Karens, like they are in my,
agreed. Yeah.
like they are in my neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I don't know. I really love my. You want to know who my favorite person in modern times, American history? Malcolm X. What a powerful dude. Um, You'll never see him. You'll never see an American president like that. Everyone wants to talk about Donald Trump. Donald Trump ain't nothing to what Malcolm X would be. You gave him that that power. I truly believe that. But yeah, if you taught the young generation, the young black generation, what I know, um, how proud they should be about their history, all the kings and queens, the warlords, their real history, you'll see, you know, they should learn the truth. Um, and also, we had how many years of slavery here in America, where that's another thing. It's the humanizing. You understand? Um, they feel dehumanized, and one way to make them feel proud of themselves again is to teach them uh, their history, all of that. What was one thing they did to Kunta Kinte when they brought him over here in America? They wanted him to forget his name, because even in your name, that's where your roots are. You know, you look in the Bible, all those names in the Bible, those are black people's names. I can prove it. Those are black people's names. The name Teddy, people are like, oh, the name Teddy or Steve or John. They're like, oh, that's a European name. The fuck it is? Bullshit it is. In Greek you have Theodoros, Teddy. Ethiopia, same thing, Theodoros. In Greek, Peter, Spanayoti, same thing in Ethiopian. Steve, Stelios, same thing. So you have Greeks, Ethiopians, the same name. What does that tell me? Our history, which is much older than the rest of Western Europe, I'll tell you that right now. The Western Europeans took our names. You understand what I'm saying, World Citizen
Yeah,
News?
they took everything.
Because you know how many
And
times.
listen, and then you still got people to this day will steal your fucking style, will take everything, they'll fucking study you, copy
We just
you.
we just call it cultural appropriation now.
And let me tell you this, World Citizen brother,
Sorry, I didn't mean to
right?
cut you off.
One time I saw a young black kid, right, say to another black kid, hey, this is a white man's name. No, it's not. They took this name from your ancestors.
I got you, Great
And
Lakes.
that's not being taught, you know? What's up, Great Lake Audits?
What's
What's
up,
up,
brother?
Davey? Hey, I'm a huge fan of the stuff you do, man. I appreciate what you do and the shit that you put up with, man. I got similar shit going on here, and I really appreciate what you do.
Thanks, brother.
What's up, everybody?
What's up,
Going on,
man?
Great Lakes?
We've been waiting for you.
Yeah,
Finally made it
I'm
back.
off work for the night.
That'll work. And Jersey Watch is a friend to the family. He's part of the family over here.
Yeah, I watch his stuff all the time, and it's the way he takes it to government, to his local officials and stuff. It's, I can almost guarantee he's gone through what I've gone through, and his current situation is where mine is quickly heading. Well, not current
Yeah.
situation, but the way he interacts with them now is where I'm headed. So I appreciate the effort and the work.
You know what, Jersey? I actually went to a fucking council meeting because of your fucking ass. That shit, that shit was boring as hell. Nothing happened, but I was there. Yeah, I sure
Hey,
did. I fucking went to a council meeting because of you.
you don't know what you're going to come up against. Like when someone's being abused in the front row and you speak up and you're like, because you can see what's going on. They might not recognize it. So people with
Oh,
that kind of insight are necessary.
yeah. I had one little incident. I was trying to go in the door and the lady shut the door on me. She tried to shut the door on me and lock me out. And I had to
Oh,
tell her about it. So, yeah. So I recorded that. But other than that, it was nothing really happened.
yeah, they're typically pretty boring.
Jersey, you just did a council meeting the other day, didn't you? Or today? Was it today or the other day?
Yeah, I did the other day.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a recap on it. I just went, sat down, behaved, spoke. When other members of the public went up to speak, don't give a shit about what they have to say because it's all sheep bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. All the time talking about some dumbass Charlie Brown shit, you know? So as soon as they start,
Yeah.
yeah, no,
He's so
no,
right.
I'm,
It's a bunch of ass kissing, want bullshit.
huh?
It's a bunch of ass kissing, want bullshit.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, it's a bunch of old white people bullshit. So, you know, what's going on with me is, as soon as they start on their dumb shit, because here we've been getting fucked up all our life, a lot of us, by the cops. Why don't they speak up about that? Why don't they speak up about the racist cops? Why don't they speak up about the contaminated property? No, they're just a bunch of affluent motherfuckers that on the north side they might not want more homes built on this side. Maybe it's too high. Maybe they don't want it overlooking their homes. Well, I'll tell you what, that's affluent problems. That's not my freaking problems, you know.
Right.
And they all go there, and it's like they conspire, and then I'm looking at all of them. I'm like, you didn't see them just beat the living shit out of me? And then what gets me sick is you'll see on Facebook they're inviting other members of the public. They'll say, "Hey, come to this meeting," and I'll quickly message, "Are you crazy? Do you want to put a disclaimer on there that they might get shot coming to this meeting? They might get arrested, start getting maliciously prosecuted." You know, um, how they don't have anything to say about that. They're just done. So what I started doing is, as soon as they started talking on their bullshit, I went recorded the cops, checking the cops. You know, cops think they're coming to the meeting to watch me. No, I go speak and then start watching them. And then the one I brought the lieutenant out. I'm like, "Yo, why aren't there body cameras on?" And he's like, "Oh, well, you're just gonna berate them anyways." Well, the Attorney General guideline says, look, you have an interaction with the public, turn on your body camera when it's feasible amount of time. Well,
Yep.
wouldn't you say berating someone is interacting with the public? You know?
It's not
So
an
they're just,
interaction they want to record, so they can't be proven wrong or proven in the wrong.
well, for me, what it is, you know, on the street, I can understand not having it on until you completely interact with someone. But when you turn their body camera on, the first 30 seconds no, it's mute. You can't hear no voice, and usually it's too late. Keep the body camera on at all time at the council meeting, because you know I don't trust them. I want to look at over what they do later. I want to watch the conspiracy. If other members of the public walk up to them and start saying, "Yo, shoot this dude," you know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah, we all the police here keep their body cameras on. They're always on. What they do is they just delay it until it's deleted. And then you're like, well, we can't get it to you because it's been deleted. Well, fucking thanks.
Well, then you know what? If they can have body cameras on, why can't we?
What Great Lakes? You must be Utah. Wait, where is Great? Could be Michigan. That area.
Northwest Ohio, just south of about 45 minutes south of Detroit.
Maybe I'll make it out to Ohio sometime. What states are you guys? We're all citizens. Texas. Go for Life and Eliza. Where are you guys at?
I'm from Kansas.
Kansas and Utah for Life.
I live in Texas, but I'm from the same place Great Lakes is at. That's my hometown.
All right.
And I'm from here, but I grew up in Texas and then moved back up here. So a lot of Texas ties. Yeah, Jersey. Yeah, I'd love to have you out here, man. Come out this way. You know, usually when the weather gets cold, the shootings stop. We just had yet another murder, record highs for murders. There's 12 cities this year that set record highs for murder, and Toledo, Ohio is one of them. I think we're at number 66 now. Last year was 61. This place is crazy.
Yeah, 66 murders for a city of 200,000. That's it.
270,000 and change.
Yeah. Lowering by the day.
That's insane, man. It's insane. Yeah, you come out this way. We can have a lot of fun in the Toledo area. We can head up into Michigan a little bit, have a lot of fun up there. The corruption just doesn't end. It's pretty bad. It's really bad. You know, we have the city government working with the police department to actively prevent First Amendment protected activity and journalists from doing things within government buildings. I have to get babysat in what is considered our city hall, one government center. I get a babysitter in there. I'm not even allowed to record in the police stations. I get a cost to do it. Man, you have a lot of fun out here.
Oh, how they do Jersey, really?
Man, I love New Jersey, but I hate New Jersey. I hate getting off on the highways in New Jersey, them stupid ass jug handles. I cannot stand those things. I got lost for 2 hours to get to my hotel out in Morristown once.
I want you guys to know this. I don't know how much longer I'll have my freedom because they're maliciously prosecuting me, and you know, whoever knows how these things go. I think they would have never made the moves they made if they weren't gonna, even if I'm in the right, I think they're just gonna straight up come and bury me right now. So I just want that happens, I want y'all know I love each and every one of you, and just be patient until I come out and start recording again. Because at the end of the day, they ain't never gonna keep me to stop.
Jersey, if they try to lock you up, dude, you know how fast at least me and World Citizen, we're gonna be on a plane to Edison, New Jersey, standing out front. Free
I'll be
Christo,
there.
baby.
I'll be there. Yeah, I got. We'll talk about this off stream. It's something that I'll share with you what I got going on. A malicious prosecution. It's flat out lies, and I've requested the evidence of it multiple times, and I keep getting denied. Even though the affidavit says that the officers, were able to prove that that was me in this situation, which I'm not giving the details of it out live because I'm saving it for a video because it's that good, and that obviously bullshit, so much bullshit. So but yeah, well, I'd definitely like to hook up with you and you talk about what you got going on. I love researching law and shit like that too. So if there's anything I could do to help out, spread the word, share links, messages, whatnot, just let me know, man. It's my platform is your platform to spread the awareness.
All right.
Jersey, you're making friends over here, buddy.
Yeah, I love you all. So I come in every night because I really love World Citizen News. Not many people. I know. Not many people really reach out. He reached out to me. I feel he's a real dude. That's like one of my brothers, It's all these zombie sheep out here. But, you guys watch the videos. You guys care more than the people I grew up with. That's crazy.
Well, that's how
It's
internet
sad.
usually works. You find your tribe.
Yep.
Right.
Exactly right.
A lot of times your tribe is not those that are around you.
And I'll tell you what, I don't remember the conversation I had with World Citizen, but because I'm high right now.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, usually I can't remember what I eat and shit in the morning, but I remember that he was on point with everything he said. He understood me more than people I know my whole life. He's a cool dude, man. So that's why any chance I get, I see he's live, I hop in.
Well, real recognizes real, and when you're a real person and you're doing it for the right reasons, you're not doing it for the clicks, the views, the money. You're doing it for the right reason to actually affect change. And you know what? People like that will flock together, and you'll get support, and then the rest of the people will eventually come and understand what the hell's going on. They might not see it up front because they don't like people doing this or doing that, but when it happens to them or they see how bad it actually is, they slowly start waking up. And it's a process. It's a process to get people out of the mindset that they're in, that they grew up in, that they're used to. It's hard to get someone to think outside the box that they grew up in.
Exactly.
You know what I don't understand?
WC, I have a question for you, honey.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes.
Actually, can I put the question down in private chat so I don't interrupt Jersey?
Yes.
No, I'm done.
Boy, you are high. Go ahead. You know what? High mind is a clear mind sometimes. Yours seems pretty clear. Go ahead and speak your mind, honey.
Shit, I don't even remember.
Let me see if I can remember for you. Hold on.
Fucking Christo.
Jersey boy, that's my dude right there.
I had a question that didn't really have anything to do with the topic. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in private chat real quick.
All right.
What the hell was the topic?
It was we give up your guns, but I think we already beat that horse enough. We probably spent 3.5 hours on that horse. So Jersey dropped. I don't know where he went.
He'll be back.
Yeah.
I'm right here.
Oh shit! No, who dropped? Oh, Great Lakes dropped.
Oh, okay.
Shit. I'm not used to your avatar. Usually it's your Jersey Watcher avatar.
Yeah,
No,
I
because
enjoy it.
when I go on my phone, it's StreamYard, but when I came here on my laptop, it's restream. So I had to look for
You gotta
something
change it.
else.
Yeah, you gotta change it. Yeah, because you're in a whole nother platform right now, and we've been trying to work the bugs out because we're broadcasting probably like 9 places.
That question for you is in the private chat, and thank you, Eliza, for putting it in private chat.
Yes, not a problem. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb the show. It's
Oh
just
no, you're all right. I mean, it's not disturbing the show. We can still keep on talking.
okay.
Like, I mean, it
It's
is what
as
it is.
far as him, honestly, a lot of the African Hebrew, that's another reason why I did not take my ancestry, was because there were other informations that I got that leaned more towards that. But before I decided that I would claim that wholeheartedly, I wanted to do some research on it myself to know, you know, for me to know what would differentiate me from, being a Moor, being Hebrew, or being African of African descent, because he's not wrong. They are very different. Not only that, those people were not quite they were literally like they were at war majority of the time, which is a
Well,
lot.
Africa's a continent. Keep in mind that has a
What
bunch of different peoples in it.
exactly. And at that time there were a lot of people that were also at war, but you know there was always differences in the Moors or the Moorish people, and whenever it was actually going down the line. So literally, like I said, I have heard that claim, well, being aimed directly at me. Now, mind you, I'm adopted, so I have to do a whole lot of research on myself. I don't have anybody there to sit there and tell me where my bloodline comes. I have to do my own personal digging. But in the process of doing my own personal digging, I really don't feel like going to um, a group of people that have already proven not to be dishonest towards whatever it is their motives are for giving people that look like me misinformation. So I don't know. I'm being very vague because I'm not trying to insult anyone or anything like
Right.
that. It's
Right
just,
on.
you
Well,
know,
Liza, it's not just people that look like you. We got a new
right.
world order,
Yeah.
multicultural agenda, and I was about to tell. Before you said that, I was actually about to tell you this. Whatever the results on that ancestry.com or whatever the names of them, it's all going to be bullshit. You want to know why? Because they all have an agenda, and their agenda is to say, "Me, I already know I'm 100%." See, Greece, even Greek people are different. You got Athens, you got Sparta, North, South, tribe of Javan, tribe of Dan. You see Danites, Spartans, whatever.
This is
So,
Sparta.
Right.
so and shit, what are we talking about?
I love it.
What was it? What was I saying though?
You was talking about being 100% that the genealogy tests are wrong.
Yeah, I already know. But when I go and they take my blood and that test comes in, you know what they're gonna say? It's gonna say it's gonna say Chinese. It's gonna say Mexican. It's gonna say Somalia. Even though Greek Somalia is brothers, I want you to know this: they have an agenda to take people's identities away from them.
Yeah.
It's gonna say I'm Jewish, Ashkenazi. You
Mhm.
understand? Because they ain't gonna recognize it the way you recognize it, that way we talking about it. You understand?
I do.
And so, you know, um, you know, it's not just, you know, when you said, you know, people that look like you, whatever, keep in mind we're all being targeted, uh, but they want us. Shit, can't even remember what I was saying.
No, you're good. I didn't exactly mean people that look like me. What I meant was the people that have been guinea pigs in the name of science.
No, no, I wanted you to. What I meant is the multicultural agenda. You
Yes,
know,
and I
so
completely understand that.
I
Yes.
thought you was talking more on the way of not believing that DNA testing. I don't. I tell everyone, yo, don't believe none of that ancestry DNA shit because they're gonna tell you you're a little bit of everything. You know why?
Yeah,
They're gonna want me not to be proud I'm Greek. They're gonna want Topher Life not to be proud that he's
he's
Italian.
Italian. Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? They're gonna take that away. They're gonna try to take that away from us, and any way that they can. So this way they can do their open borders shit. Because once you go to Europe, right, and say Europe starts intermixing, and what do I mean by intermixing? I
I
mean
know. I
with
understand.
Greece, with Romania, that with this with that,
Hmm.
whatever. No one's gonna give a shit who they are. Everyone's moving around. That's now the new world order has their agenda, migrating borders. You, you,
Well, well, not just that, but it kind of goes into well, for me, into some cases, biblical days where literally it was said that, certain people would walk and wander. They would be walking in the wilderness. In other words, for 40 generations would not know who they were, would not know what they were. So, this is kind of furthering that because, like I said, well, I said this in another stream earlier, so I can't say like I said in here, but this is literally the time of information. This is very much an information age. And when I say information, I'm not exactly talking about via computers, but that is a part of the assistance. This is where people are starting to see things for what they really are. This is where, the stories that we were told growing up or in the little textbooks, now we're seeing video footage, we are seeing pictures, we are seeing proof that what we have been taught to, the lies we've been taught to eat and swallow and take as fact, just on principle and nothing but principle alone, are incorrect. And so now this is truly the age of questioning everything. And in the
and,
process of questioning everything, the only thing you can do is truly gain knowledge. And so
and
that's one of the reasons I consider this the information age. Um, at the end of the day, it's one of those type of situations that I chose not to do that because honestly, I feel like I might not know everything that makes me, but I know that everything that goes with me that is still in my DNA is powerful. And I know it brings me solace, regardless of whether this means that I have a special connection with God, regardless of whether this means that, I'm able to call on different kind of strengths from, histories and things that were done, said to those people that, might have been female, might have been male, all their experiences, their triumphs, their, defeats, everything, so that I can be the perfect being that I am now. At the end of the day, I mean, I really don't want some little test or somebody to sit there and try to test my blood to sit there and tell me what I am and what I'm not. I don't really need that. Nationality, okay, but at the end of the day, I'm one of those people that I would prefer to sit there and ask, any knowledge that has been lost to me, allow me to find it.
and Eliza, I think also that DNA testing bullshit scam. It was
Hmm.
a way for them to get an excuse to steal our DNA and put it
There
in
you
a
go. That's
database.
that's what I've always thought. And honestly, okay, so I used to live in Miami, Oklahoma, y'all. And over there in Miami, there is a native tribe over there that are some of my people. And I had made a joke one time about and about getting a blood test over there because At the end of the day, while for the longest time they did that one drop rule with many of people that were heavily melanated. Let me say that. They did the one drop rule, and anybody that doesn't know the one drop rule, if you sit there and have one drop of blood that is heavily melanated, then pretty much you're considered your culture to be heavily melanated. There is no mix. There is no going back. There is no, few far in between or anything like this. There's no gray area. And ironically, with native blood, they did something similar, except for they did the exact opposite. If you guys mix, it does not matter if a wife can be Cree Indian and a husband be of the Cherokee tribe. If they mix, that means that child is only half and half. They literally are trying to take away from the aspects of that due to falsifying documents and, once again, kind of whitewashing and giving a native claim to a lot of people that it didn't belong to. So honestly, even if you go into the native areas and the native lands, they'll sit there and say they'll give you a blood test. Their blood test where they sit there and figure that stuff out, that want to be a bit more accurate than anything, but they don't trust what they consider the white man. Sorry, y'all, if I offend anybody. They don't trust, what they consider the white man's test any more than, I do.
Why I gotta be a white man?
Honey, you're not white. You're my Italian stallion, sweetheart. You already know how I feel about them. They ain't nothing but light-skinned black folk. You good? You just light-skinned, baby. That's all. You ain't white yet.
I'm not that light either, believe it or not. I'm pretty dark, honestly.
That's my point. So, well, you a little bit lighter than me, honey. But at the end of the day, it's just there are certain things that, initially, whenever I sat there and I decided, okay, well, maybe I might want to check, I decided to go with my native family first. And going with them first, they sat there and said pretty much even if we get a blood test from outside of our tribe, if it's not one of our neighboring tribes, we don't trust it. And if it's coming from something that's not a tribe, they're not even going to sit there and entertain it. They're not. It's for them, it's already considered tainted. So that was one of the reasons why, I did notice the craze. Everybody was excited. I'm such and such and such this. I'm such and such and such that. I'm saying, well, you know what? I'm 100% me.
Right on. That's what I'm saying. World citizen, you in here?
Oh, holla peoples? No. It's not a racist conversation, honey. I'm just talking about the,
that's what I said. We're cultures. I put in there, not racist, talking about cultures.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to figure something out. I just put something in the private chat. I think it went through. I'm not for sure.
Yeah. Well, I was going to tell you, I don't know how much longer you want to keep this open, man, but I can't stay on much longer.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pass out, brother.
Yeah, Jersey. Hey, Christo.
Life.
You know, we got your back, bro.
Always, brother.
If Edison does anything to you, I guarantee you, bro, I'm gonna get on a plane and I'm gonna take my happy ass to New Jersey and I'm gonna stand out in front of that courthouse, police station, or whatever with a sign that says "Free Christo," because that's what I do.
But you know what? The two of them is county charges, so they, it's pretty serious,
Right. But we got your back, man. And if you need anything, I already emailed you, and what, I put my number in the email. So if you need anything, you call, bro.
Absolutely. And I want to let you know this. It's not that I been avoiding it ever since they've been targeting me. I'm gonna be honest. Kind of got the life sucked out of me, a little bit depressed. So I've been avoiding making phone calls, sometimes avoiding picking up calls. Even when World Citizen News, he was sending me out the links to come. Even if I wanted to come, I was kind of like, I can't explain it. But now I'm starting to get that feeling back. You know what I'm saying? Where get up more, I don't know. I ain't going to let them hold me down, but they are they're like vampires, man. They suck the life out of you. They sucking the energy out of you, brother.
Yes. Energy vampires are actually a thing. I believe that
What was,
heavily.
what was that song? It just popped in my head when you said that. Ain't no one to take my pride. Ain't nobody
Ain't
gonna
nobody
hold
hold
me
me
down.
down. Oh
Oh
no.
no, I
I
got to
got to
keep
keep
on
on.
moving.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, there you go, Jersey.
And I'm not gonna speak on
Hey,
everything.
and let me say something for the person that's in the chat talking about racist conversation. There's a mixed panel up here. We're all mixed, so nobody's up here is racist, and we should be able to talk about cultures without people getting offended. You know,
Exactly.
whether we say white man, black man, or Mexican or whatever, everybody's too fucking political correct these days.
I
Mm-hmm.
So
love I love everybody
no,
on this panel.
yeah,
I love
nobody's
everybody on
racist
this.
up here.
And
Everybody's different.
World Citizen News. You might not
Yes,
know
sir.
this, but me and Topher Life were your brothers because, well, not all Greeks the same, but Southern Greeks be the same. And Italy,
Mhm.
Southern Greece, and Italy and Sicily were the same. We're the same tribe. You understand?
Yeah.
And I disagree with one thing you said earlier. You were like, all the sons were black. That's impossible. They're,
No, it's
all the
not.
sons, all the sons couldn't have been black because you know why?
If he married, if their mothers were black and their father was black, then all the
No,
sons are going to be black.
no. Let me
And I
explain.
listen. I can prove to you that the two wives that he married, they were sisters and they were from a
I'm
black
not
family.
talking. I'm not talking about that world citizen. What I'm saying
Okay, tell
is
me
you
what you
got to go
saying.
Hey
back to the
guys,
story.
I'll be back. Hold on.
You got to reread the part where they slept with
Okay,
the slave woman.
and they were
You
black too.
understand?
It
And
was two of them.
Dan and Naphtali. Well, you can't claim. Well, here you go. They also here in America, you have people saying all three of Noah's sons were black, and you have the Bible says absolutely not. It wasn't. Um, you know, you uh, you have in the Bible where he says, okay, this woman, the slave woman, she's from another people. It clearly says that,
Hmm.
you know. But I'm gonna leave it be there. But I'll let you know this. That's why in Maccabees, read 1 Maccabees 12 verse 21, where I'm gonna say how me Topher Life your brother, because it says Maccabees 1 12 verse 21 that the Spartans and the Jews are brothers, and they come from the same sperm. You understand?
Hmm.
Uh, so let me tell you this. Um, it doesn't matter who's this or who's what or whatever. But when someone says, "Oh, the high priest of Judah," I possibly think of a black guy. And when the high priest of Judah was writing letters to the Spartan king saying we were brothers, they weren't arguing on the color of the skin. They knew they were brothers because they have the historical document. They knew what mother they came from. One you have tribe of Judah, one you have tribe of Dan. Speaking on the slave women, what were the name of those kids? Dan and Naphtali. You understand? Everything makes goes to. I was walking in New York and I had some black Hebrew Israelites saying to me, "Oh, every all these people are black. All those people are black. All Noah's sons are black." But in the Bible, Shem was clearly the Arabic people. Okay, Japheth wasn't the whites. Japheth was Greek. You understand? And
Yeah,
Ham
yeah.
was
From JFAT, that's where you get the white race, well, whatever you want to call the white race. He was the father of all the Gentiles.
and Ham is dark.
The first son. Yeah, he's the
You
father of all the
understand?
Africans. Yeah, and see, my lineage comes from the second son, which is Shem.
Okay.
So your lineage comes from the third son with Japheth. All
But
right,
irregardless,
but
what I'm
we're
trying to
all brothers. We're all fucking brothers, man. Noah had three
absolutely,
sons. Noah had three sons, and those three sons populated the world. And from those three sons, we all come from those three sons after the flood. So we're all brothers, man. No matter
and
what skin color, we have different backgrounds, but we're all brothers.
Right.
yeah, no, I am. It is Jersey Watcher Maxwell. And one thing I said to the Black Hebrew Israelites, I said to them like this: well, Noah's Ark landed in the Caucasus Mountains. Uh, Landed in the Caucasus, Armenia area, whatever. What do you get from that name? You get the name Caucasian. You understand?
Yep.
So, you know, they're like, I says to them, show me where we have the black nations in the Caucasus. You do not see any black nation in the Caucasus. Um, so, but that go forget that. If you go back to what the high priest of Judah said to the Spartan king, we're brothers. Come from the same spur. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. You go to war, I gotta come. Vice versa. You see?
Mhm.
But there's too much. I see. In America, it's too much fighting. Like here we're talking, cordial conversation, and we have possibly someone on the comments. I'm not bashing them. They say, not asking, could it be a racist conversation? Whatever. I'm not saying nothing bad, but this is the mindset of society today. People aren't
Yeah.
used to people talking comfortably as we are here. You could have outsiders looking in at us and saying, "Oh, are they bashing each other? Are they going after each other? Who are they attacking?" Um, it's the
It's crazy.
snowflake society we live in, you know.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not bashing nobody.
Mm-mm. All we're doing is having a conversation. We're throwing shit at the wall, see what sticks.
Right. I love that.
That's
I love that analogy because that analogy works.
yeah,
Throwing shit at the wall, see what sticks.
yeah. I like having conversations with people of different mindsets. I don't want people that agree with me all the time because I'm not going to agree with you. But that don't mean we can't still be cordial and be brothers.
Right.
Shit, you might like chicken stew and I might like beef stew.
Hey, look, when you guys got talking about the Bible shit and all that, you
Hmm.
see you see Toll for Life took a back seat because
Yeah,
my daddy taught me a long time ago. There's a couple things you don't want to talk to with friends about, and one of them is religion,
politics and religion. Yep.
politics and religion, and that's
Yeah,
why I
because
took a back seat. That's
religion
why
is
I
a
took a back seat. You know what I mean? Like,
and see religion is a touchy subject, but we're not even talking about religion. We're just talking about history.
well, it was
See,
starting to go there for a
yeah,
second,
yeah,
but yeah,
yeah, yeah. But see, what a lot of people fail to realize, they think the Bible is a religious book, and it's not. It's a history book. It's the
yes,
history book of God's people. That's all it is. And
yeah,
it's a history book, and it's a how to book. It's a what to do. That's
yeah.
it. It's a what do you call it? Instructional. That's it. It's full of instructions. It's not religious.
Yeah. Well,
It's
everybody was ingrained to think that the Bible
yeah,
is a religious
yeah,
artifact and a
yeah,
religious thing. But you're right. When you look at it with an open mind and a smart sense, all it is a history book. It's just like
yeah.
reading a history book that you had in high school. You know what I mean?
That's it, dude. It's a fucking history book, and it's full of instructions of what not to do and what to do during your life. And
Hmm.
that's it. It's not. It's nothing religious about it. Because I'm
That's
not
why
a
there's
religious person.
stories in
Yeah,
there. It's a book of
yeah.
stories, history, stories.
So, when I get to talking about it, I don't be like, oh, well, you got to pray to this God, pray to that. You pray to whoever you want to pray to. You
Yep.
do whatever you want to do, however you want to do it. If you want to do it standing up, you want to pee sitting down, do whatever you want to do. You know what I mean?
I pee sitting down.
Only when I
That's
take a
all.
shit.
Exactly.
Hey, I'm gonna
Yeah,
see you
see.
guys.
Jersey keeps
All I
on.
want to let you guys know is don't take the jab. It's too much to lose with nothing to
All
gain.
right. Look at your screen real quick before you go.
Yeah, look,
Hell
Jersey.
yeah. Hey, world citizen.
Yes, sir.
Um, can you make me some kind of banner
Hell yeah.
and
What you want me to do for you?
not just a banner for YouTube, but also that other picture thing, the circular one.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
I
yeah,
get
the icon. All right.
yeah, whatever they
All
call
right.
that shit.
I
Take
got
that
I
out,
got
world
I got
president.
I got I'm working on toe for one right now. As soon as I get his done, I
Did you
got you
show
one.
him? Did you show
Now
him
that
my banner?
okay, let me show him your banner.
Jersey, have you ever seen my banner?
Oh shit.
That's my banner, bro.
Yeah, but doesn't it have to be like a certain size?
No,
If
I
you
can
look
make
on
it any
my,
size.
but if you look on my YouTube page, Jersey, you'll see this, and it's on my banner.
All right, Jersey, I want to play something before you go. Don't get mad, Toba. I just want to play it for Jersey before he goes so he can check it out.
Do whatever, bro.
All
Do
right.
what you do. It's your show.
No, it's not my show. God damn it.
I'm just a co-host. He fell out. You still there, Jersey Watcher?
Still here.
My man. Well, I'm trying to get that to go bye-bye. I don't know why it's still up there. Oh, shit. I went to the wrong thing. Oh, there it is. Overlay. All right. My bad. You take me out of your damn spam folder, Jersey, finally?
I don't know. I don't know how to do that type of stuff.
So I'm still showing up in your spam folder?
I don't know. Did you send another message?
No, I haven't sent you a new one, but I will if you want to see if it shows up. I just want to fair warn you.
No more. I'm sure I removed you.
I'll fair warn you before I send the message so that way you can look in your
All right,
spam.
I made it back. Go ahead and play it for me, Toe. I got to run and do something. Hold
Are you talking about mine? Are you talking about mine? Is that what you want? All right, play yours. All right, Jersey. He wants you to watch this one. Ready? Here we go.
on. That shit crazy.
What do you think about that, Jersey?
Yeah, he done went to sleep on me.
I know he did. He did something, huh?
I love
put
it,
him-
brother. But I gotta
That shit.
go.
All right, Jersey, take it easy, brother.
I'll see you till for life. I'll see you, world citizen.
We'll
All
see
right.
you in a couple of
We'll
days.
see you, Jersey.
All right, we're gonna shut it down. We're gonna let it end with Toes Cadillac.
You want me to play that?
Yeah, go ahead.
For everybody that's watching, thanks for coming. Thanks for being in the chats. We love y'all. And it was a good show. Real good show, I thought.
I thought it was a good show. We got one coming tomorrow for you guys too.
And from Team WCN, we're out of here with that. Toe for Life says toodles. I love y'all. The world is yours.
Peace out.
Peace out. Here we go. Thanks everybody for coming. Peace.